Good morning, everyone. The day that we have all waited for with eagerness and dread is finally here. And oh boy, is it going to be a doozy. So, welcome everybody to the. What do I have? What's the full annoying title I have for today? Roach Crossings October Bugapalooza. Bugapalooza. Oh, I just now noticed. I left an A out of the title. It says Bugapalooza, not Bugapalooza. Oh well, maybe it'll just be Bugapalooza into the future. What's what are we doing here? Got an auction, a giveaway, and then there's some more going on at some point. So, got some people working from home all day. Gonna have the stream on in the background. Thank you very much. Some people, Rachel Workman, talking about how her husband has banned roaches. How unfortunate for him. Got some other miscellaneous discussion. So I'm gonna go over I gotta go over my own rules again. It is in the description to read the rules. I have to figure out what I'm gonna be doing with the. With how I'm listing things. I'm just gonna scroll up and see how I did things. Okay. Put an X for the countdown when the bids are winding up. I just list things with the title and price. We had our chat, our photo bots, getting us some pictures of things out of the get-go. Let's see. Okay, well, to reward everybody who's here right off the bat, I need to do a giveaway. The Horned One says, just FYI, Discord is getting DDoSed right now. They can't access it. What does that mean, and how do I stop that? Then he can't. Is it possible there's a lot of people just trying to get onto it? It's a little suspicious. Was Discord? Oh, not your Discord. The whole platform. Wow, that's what a odd coincidence of all things. Also, just gotta say hello to some people really quick. I won't have a chance to do that when we really get into things. We got Bitter Blood, Duchess Venom, Bree, Satchel's here, the Horned One, Stella Springtails, Charlie Keen. I got a lot of people here. I'm imagining there's going to be even more people for Roach Day and for what is the other day? Let's go over that really quick while I kind of give some. Yeah, no, we got to do a giveaway of some sort first and foremost. So it's Mantid Day or Mantid section, so I should do a Mantid giveaway. But I gotta figure out what my question's gonna be. What is a good? Oh, there's a leaf in the front yard. I thought it was something else. What is a good? What is a good question for Mantid Day? I have a random sciencey thing popped into my head. Actually, wait, before I do anything, I need to pull up my Excel sheets. I was so busy getting the room here decked out. Kyle Jr. is chilling in the back, by the way. I forgot to pull up a spreadsheet for today, which is the most important of everything. So I can get everybody's written down names written down. And all right, here's that. We're gonna just We're gonna avoid this whole thing, and I've made a couple of small updates to the way that I'm going to sort through items and stuff for, in the process of optimizing things. I have a couple of ideas on how to make things easier into the future. So anyway, doing a giveaway right off the bat for an adult female, and they're all females because it's a parthenogenetic species, Bruneria borealis mantid. And the question that I have for this is, I need you. These are all the giveaways are in the live stream only. So if you're in the Discord, obviously you won't hear this, but so you type your answer into the live stream here, and must be spelled correctly, etc. I need to look this up. All right. So the question here, science related, it's not mantid directly related. It is, what is the paleontological term for the end of a stegosaurian dinosaur's tail? You must type it into the live stream, spell it appropriately into the live stream chat, and whoever, there we go. All right, I see Dynamo Terror as the winner. Does everybody else see that too? Sometimes the chat can be a little unreliable with the proper order, but I see Dynamo Terror followed by Charlie Keen and Duncan. I love we had 3 people. Horned one, let me get a temporary invite code and I'll pin it in here just in case. It's some people were reporting like their own individual thing, like having their own individual issues. Let's see, no limit to the number of uses, and we're going to just copy this. Let's see, it could be a link. All right, so congratulations. I'm going to record Dynamo Terror gets as our first winner of anything during this very long weekend. Dynamo Terror. All right. Congratulations for that. I'm going to go ahead and again put this link here and then pin it just in case. Oh, come on. The emojis are covering up the little thing that I have to press to. How do I get this to go down? This little. There we go. Thank you for whoever just bumped the chat up. There we go. Pin message. Perfect. All right. There we have it. It's pinned. The horned one, try and use that Discord link. If you can't access it, I don't know what else could be going on, unfortunately. No idea if this was a great idea, but I heard giveaway parthenogenetic mantid. My heart started racing like a caffeinated Selenops. Caffeinated Selenops is quite the erratic organism. Dynamo Terra, that's a good comparison. May your wallet be ever in your favor. All right. With that being said, we're going to dive right into it. I'm going to begin posting in the Discord now, so prepare yourselves. So we have a group of 3, like L4, Creo Broter Jamatis, starting bid of $20. Mantids probably will not take as long as I anticipated them to, but I could be horribly wrong also. So for anybody who has not read the schedule, which you should have, because you should have read the rules, I have a schedule to do mantids for 2 hours. I really hope it doesn't take 2 hours. And then we'll be doing beetles and moving on to millipedes. But for today alone, I have about 150 items. Oh, thank you, Photo Gallery. I have about 150 items for today alone. Roaches tomorrow. is going to be a lot of stuff. It's going to be a lot of stuff tomorrow, guys. It will take the whole day. And I wouldn't be surprised if it took half the day just to get through what I've written. I haven't done... So last time I was doing my inventorying between sets of stuff, I actually was proactive this time and went through and started inventorying beforehand, which is why I will not have to leave this seat all day except to use the bathroom and to take some breaks so that my circulatory system doesn't completely come to a halt. I need to set a timer for 2 p.m. because that's when I'm going to stop and have lunch and the whatnot. Take longer to do mantids because I'm about to go, but I want to be back in time for beetles. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get this wrapping up. The X is in the Discord. Guys, this is going to be ridiculous. The fact that it's going to be 3 days straight instead of the 2 and then the extended day. But we're in for a good time. All I can say is, beetle people, you're going to be eating pretty good. Millipede people, a couple of things in here that are pretty good. Yeah, a couple of things in here that are pretty good. I'm not exactly a millipede expert, and most of what I have to offer is captive bred, so you kind of go to snail's pace with some things. Speaking of snails, there will be some native snails. I think that's Sunday. Springtail people, you'll have a good, pretty decent selection of stuff. Roach people, you're going to be eating really good. This is probably the most impressive spread of roaches that I've ever had available, and there is some real good stuff in here. Isopod people might be eating good too. So, all right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Snail Son. Congratulations on our first winning bidder. Snail Son. Write this down in my sheets. Snail Son. All right, and while we're figuring out if my recording system's doing good, we're going to start the next thing, which is a group of 3 L5-ish. Should put ish there. Galinthias amina, Kenyan flower mantids. Starting bid of $20. Also, I need to remember to say what the winning bid was. So, Snail Son, you won your Gematis group with a winning bid of $31. So, Galinthias, I feel like a lot of people think they kind of pale in comparison to like Creobroter and Pseudo-Creobotra, but these things are tough as nails. I have over time neglected some of them with very little ill effect, and definitely combining. They're not min-maxing like some other mantids do, like Pseudo-Creobotra kind of min-max, but the Galinthias, they're not as showy as Pseudo-Creobotra, but they're just so tough and very good at catching things too. So I gotta do like a mantid care sheet. Is mantids including phasmids or not? Anthony Green, unfortunately, we will not be getting to phasmids until where is it on here? That is a Sunday thing, but they are coming. We do have some phasmids coming up. We eating good, boys. I love all the comments here. No roaches today, Elsie. I'm just reading the chat right now. All day tomorrow, etc. All right, we've got some good interest in the Galinthias group. Let's see, actually. Is that good? Yeah. We got some good stuff. We got some good stuff here. I always have imposter syndrome. I'm going to put an X here to wrap up bids. I always have imposter syndrome about whether or not I've got a good selection of stuff available for people. But I can say with authority that the not to overhype anything, but the grain pests on Sunday night, we got some good stuff for that. Sunday night's gonna be lots of fun. All the nights are gonna be lots of fun. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Patrick. Thank you, Photo Gallery Bot. With a winning bid of $27. All right. Grain Pest Collection. Let me get another item bid up here, and then I'll tell you some stuff. Altered Pants, some good news. All right, next up we have a group of 3 adult-ish, because by shipping time they may be adults. Odontomantis Mycans, starting bid of $20. I think I've been calling them the shiny ant mantid. The Mycans, I think, means shiny or shimmery. So Altered Pants, I have pantry moths now. Me too, actually. I've never had an Indian meal moth problem, and this summer, so we got an ecological cascade happening here. So when I got the cat took care of the rodents that were getting into the garage and would eat the feed that I'd spill on the floor, because you don't always have time to clean these things up. Blah blah blah, the human condition, etc. And now that I have the cat, there are no rodents eating the feed off the floor, and so Indian meal moths have found it, and they've started breeding in it. And then they move from the garage into the house, and so actually, maybe even today, I have to go through the pantry and pull out a bunch of infected stuff. I did it already, but I want to make sure that they're completely gone before I put new stuff in there. So, funny story, we will have some Indian meal moths up for auction. I'm going to have just like a handful of walnuts or hazelnuts in case people want to culture them for feeders for stuff. So, some good bidding here. Here's the X for wrapping up bids. Odonto Mantis Mycans. One of the few mantids that can eat fruit flies its entire life. Going once, going twice, sold to M. Just to M, just the letters E and M, with a winning bid of $33. M. Okay, congrats. I'll list another one, then I will ask the audience here. All right, here's a good one. We have a group of 3, approximately L5, Phylocrania paradoxa, ghost mantids, starting bid of $30. And I can try and sex them to make sure that there's at least a male and a female in the group too, since they are of good size now. What I was bemoaning was there was a mantid that I used to keep that is just completely gone from everywhere, and I really want them again. Do those only eat flies? No, they're actually feeding on some roaches right now. I have some tech that the mantid hobby really needs to get, because it's made my life extremely easy with raising up mantids. Just had to know which roaches to use, basically. Anyways, so it's the pinstripe mantid, and I really, really want them again because they were small and you could feed them. You could feed them fruit flies their whole life. They would like a little bit more than that. But it's Myomantis binotata, African pinstripe. Oh, Mantis Place has them available. Anybody got some reviews from mantisplace.com? Because I would love to, if they actually do have them, I would love to get a group of them, because they were small, colorful, hardy. The Timberdoodle Daily. What a lovely username. I will tell you in just 1 second. We're going to put the X for wrapping up the bids here. So the one that's made it easier off the bat has been the little penguin roaches, which are excellent because so when I keep the mantids, they're in mesh cages, and so I can spray them easier, and they have surfaces to grip, and so I can keep groups of them together. And my strategy is usually to flood the tanks with fruit flies, especially when they're smaller, and then put a piece of apple or jelly in there so that the fruit flies live as long as they can. They get really nutritious. That setup is really good for the little penguin mantid or little penguin roaches, and they're partially day active or almost day active. Basically, they're the right size. They're very fast breeding. A lot of mantids eat them very easily, so it makes scaling up the feeders in the enclosure very easy. And then probably the next roach that I will go to is probably Blatella asahinae or maybe Blatella vega. If I finish getting the white eyes isolated, because those are both day active and very fast breeding. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Sir Novak. I got to remember to check prior bids on stuff too, because there's been those times where somebody's just slammed into stuff with a really high bid, and I announce the winner, and it's not that person because the person who posted the winning bid was like 10 bids up. Winning bid of $50, Sir Novak. All right. Okay, next up we have a group of 3 L3 Papa Spurca African twig mantids. Starting bid of $30. Whenever I say twig, my friend Mark, who was very good at breeding orchid mantids. Nobody seems to have orchid mantids anymore. I really need to set up some designated space for breeding some rare mantids, but it's got to wait until I move because it's easy to do if you have a lot of space, and space isn't at a premium right now. It is in the office, which is where all the stuff that I take care of very frequently is. But really, some things just need to be scaled up to be very effective for me. So anyways, his parents had like a half-dead burning bush shrub in front of their old house, and when he was breeding orchid mantids, he would go out there and he'd tell me that he was collecting from his twig garden, and that was always very amusing to me. And then there's what's that one song with I beg your pardon, I never promised you a rose garden, so I always think I never promised you a twig garden. Papa Spurca is a great scientific name. Okay, and how do I keep these? Harry Jones, are you asking about the Papa Spurca, the Phylocrania? Which species are you bringing up? What else was I gonna say? Papa Spurca. Oh yeah, again, I will ask once more. Has anybody here ordered from or have any experience with mantisplace.com? I feel like this place has been around a long time. But their pictures are kind of very cloudy, and I don't know, the interface just looks a little bit clunky. And not saying that Roach Crossing is any shining beacon yet, but yeah, anybody have any opinions? Papa Spurca, drier, lots of twigs, very hardy feeder on pretty much anything. There's the X for wrapping up bids. Again, right now they're in a mesh cube getting fed fruit flies, and soon I will bump them. I will bump them up to the little penguin roaches. Mantis server I'm in has them on their seller beware list, saying they purposefully injure or kill mantids. That's interesting. Well, I could see they seem to have jewelry, decals, patches. Do they have dead stock? Dead mantis for pinning. Oh, that's where you can't even right click on the site. They got like stuff. Yeah, I don't know, because stuff gets injured pretty easily in shipping sometimes. Especially mantids can get injured if you don't have them properly packaged. Basically, they just need multi surfaces to hold on to, and like I have received mantids from people where there was just like a piece of dry paper towel in the center of a giant plastic cup with no holes, and just the mantid just thrown into that, and that they're going to get bounced around while they're getting shipped. They don't have anything to hold on to. So um yeah, I don't know. I could contact them. I'll wrap up the bids here first. All right, Papa Spurka finishing bids, going once, going twice, sold to Sir Novak, winning bid of $50. Papa Spurka. Sir Novak is expanding their Mantid collection. All right, we're going to get this out of the way. Maybe we will in a second. We'll do these next. We have a group of 3, approximately L4 Pseudo Creo Botra Wahlbergii, sometimes called the number 9 flower mantid. Starting bid of $40. What was I just doing? I was just going to look something. Oh, I was going to contact this person. Kyle Candillion. Email. We'll use the K Candillion one. Oh, that's not a testimony I want to contact. Mantis availability is M by no Tata currently available. We'll just see. I at least know never to buy from US Mantis. Just know that with absolute certainty. And purposely injuring mantids is very counterintuitive. If you're trying to ship something, why would you injure it? But I don't know exactly what the motivation could be there, but it could be like many of mankind's other schemes. Here we go. Where there's, I don't know how they'd be making money off of that, but imagine if there was a mantis as easy to keep and feed as Platymerus assassin bugs. You know, I haven't had them in a bit. Taracadula pantherina, unfortunately, will not have any up for auction, but those are basically assassin bugs. They're very roachy mantids. And another one that I need to work with more regularly in the future. I mean, I always stock them when I can because I do really like them. They're very hardy. I need to get into personally producing those because they are really cool. All right, here's the X for the Wahlbergii. I am working on getting some mantids in stock. It's just, I think I brought this up before. The person who was producing, etc., the orchid mantids in the United States, I think it was 2 years ago. He died of diabetic ketosis very spontaneously. It was very unfortunate. So, but without him around, obviously the murmurs of his passing were felt far and wide. So, but yeah, I will be working on that. All right, I need to look up one Latin name before. There we go. All right. Devin No Name slipping in a bid there. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Devin Noname. Winning bid of $46. I cannot get over how that became the thing. Devin Noname. It's very amusing to me. All right, we have a special pet mantid now. Going up here, we have only one. It's the last one that I have available. L3. How do I spell this correctly? Parablepharis coolii with 2 eyes. Starting bid of. I'm going to make sure it's lower than my regular pricing. I want you guys to get some good pricing here. Starting bid of $30. Somebody slapped the common name of Darth Vader Mantid on these, and honestly, it's pretty fitting. They do look very Vader-y from the front. I kind of wish that I had stocked more of these because of how cool they are, but I wasn't sure how well they would do for me, and they've been doing very well. So, LCS about putting sphagnum moss with peppered roaches. Yeah, you can do that. Some commenting on getting a mantis from Mantid Kingdom. It's getting a little chilly in here. I'm going to close the window a little bit. Yeah, pretty cool looking Mantid. Very suiting common name. One of those, the few times where the common name definitely suits it. Annoying that I have to go into Parablepharis coolii. Only very recently did I cement the spelling of Pseudo-Creobotra. It was always one of those, like, where's the R's, where's the E's, etc. And then now I finally got it to shtick. All right. Here's the X for wrapping up the bidding. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Duchess Venom. Congratulations on your new mini Darth Vader with a winning bid of $35. Okay. And without skipping a beat, we have a group of, what in star were these? To make sure they're getting huge. Group of 3, Rhombodera Kirby-Eye with a starting bid of $30. A pink Mantid, Kirby pink can be, which is interesting because I'm sure it was not named after the video game character and was definitely named after somebody else by the name of Kirby. But pretty cool. I really need to stock, what's that Rhombodera? Basalis, I think, was the one that I really liked. If I can, hopefully in the future. Pro Steven says, Roach has made it. Third time is the charm, Kyle. Thank you. I'm so glad we got that worked out, Steven. It must have been, the final leg of the shipping with the delivery truck. That's the only thing I can think of, because in transit, they got loaded up early and sat on a hot truck for 8 hours or something before they made it to you, and that definitely would not be helpful. So I'm glad this hold for pickup, at least until winter, seems to be the way to go. Satchel, also, I just saw your comment about the communal mantids. Taracadula are pretty communal, as long as they're well fed and not even like Rhombodera are communal if you just have a glut of food constantly available, which is like barely communal. But like Taracadula, even if food's kind of scarce, they still won't be inclined to eat each other. So we'll put an X here for our little Rhombodera Kirby-Eye friends. And I think this would be a good time to bring up that I'm pretty sure should be in the rules that there's free shipping. Yeah, all winning bid orders other than dry/hard goods of more than $100 will ship for free through USPS priority mail. So free shipping on if your total's over $100. Don't forget to ask about free shipping. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Rachel W. with a cute little plant emoji after it. The winning bid of $38. All right. So I have to burst the bubble and say, unfortunately, we are not out of mantids for auction, but we are out of the species diversity of mantids that I wanted to put up. So we will be going through the ones that we've already done and have another group of those. And then we will be moving on to beetles, which is going to be pretty fun. Let's see. Let's start with, I could just be lazy and copy paste, but I won't. I should copy paste. Let's do another group of the, where are they? Thank you, Photo Gallery Bot. We'll do another group of 3 adultish Odontomantis micans. Starting bid of $20. Oh, come on. I just want to copy paste. I'm a simple boy with simple needs. Here we go. So again, this is the Shining Ant Mantid. Oh, two-ish? 2L5-ish. I gotta make an edit here. Whoever won the group of Galinthias, that was supposed to be a group of 3. I have it down as a group of 2 in the thing. So Patrick, if you're listening, you won 3 Galinthias, not 2. I'm just gonna edit that really quick. 3, not 2. My apologies for any inconvenience there. I will rectify that with the next Galinthias auction. But yes, Patrick, if you're listening, you won 3 and not 2. All right, so we'll put the X there for wrapping things up. I guess that's better to find out you won more than you thought than winning less than you thought. Don't forget to bring a towel. The Horn one asks, can we ask if a species will be auctioned or are they all surprises? You may inquire. I reserve the right to be coy about some things, but you may inquire. There's no harm in asking. The worst I can say is I don't know or maybe or no, I guess. But I don't mind asking. All right, wrapping up bids on the Odontomantis. Going once, going twice. Sold to Sir Novak, our resident mantid enthusiast, starting the winning bid of $25. All right, and here we go, jumping right into the, not a group of 2, but a group of 3 Galinthiasamina. I really gotta, man, I can't wait till I move. The horizons will just open up. All the space, all the stuff I can produce. Also, keeping some of the larger mantids is easier with producing like flying prey. So being able to like actually breed like soldier flies or some sort of house flies, or even just bulk out the number of like Blatella roaches, of flying Blatella roaches that I have, would be very helpful in producing some stuff. So very exciting things on the horizon. Dermestes maculatus. Yeah, actually, there will be some of those, and maybe even soon. Maybe even like it's actually, I will go ahead and say it's near the top of the list for when beetles start, which should start in like, I don't know, 30-ish minutes. Duncan asking, any chance of pillipedes? Maybe some pillipedes. Anthony asked, don't mean to ask, but won't be around for too much Roach stuff. Curious about what you think of your Panama City Archimandrita. Panama Cities are doing very well. They are lighter than the hobby Archimandrita. They are a lot more spastic from what I've seen. Like, unless they calm down as they settle into being mature adults, I probably would not even recommend them for handling. It's a huge behavioral difference. The nymph markings are different too. So they're very weird. I really need a key for Archimandrita to see what the difference is between Roach people have gone back and forth on Tessellata and Marmorata over the years. People speculating on Roach form what the difference was. So they're very weird. I'll go ahead and put the X here for wrapping up the bids. Very cool. Again, you put them next to the hobby ones, and it is night and day. Like, they're much more feral looking. Maybe it's because the Tessellata have been in captivity for probably like 40 years or something. It could play a role in things just being in captivity. You get some epigenetic stuff building up over time in addition to selection. Just the founder effect and the selective pressure of being in captivity. But yeah, the Panama Cities are definitely very weird. They may just be more Tessellata, but their behavior's very different. So they could end up being actually Marmorata or something undescribed. But unless somebody needs to find a key for Archimandrita, basically. Alan, what degeneracy took place while I was picking up my car? Here, I'm going to go ahead and... All right, the Galinthias, group of 3, going once, going twice. Sold to M. Sold to M. I'm going to go ahead and copy paste this. Winning bid of $21. I remember to be consistent with the names here in my records. All right, there's the Galinthias. Now we'll do the, where's the Papas? We'll do another of the group of the L3 Papa Spurkas, starting bid of $30. Papa Spurka. Spurka Papa. Horner one's supposed to leave for class in 30 minutes. We may get there before that, actually. We do not have too much left in the way of mantids. Oh, Mycans, that's all done. Okay. Will there be a good select? Duchess Venom asking about a good selection of jumpers. Unfortunately, a certain Canadian has been purchasing every single jumper that I get in. So there will not be a good selection of jumpers because they are spoken for before they even reach my house. There is an order of wild-caught Arizona jumpers coming in maybe next week, but 100 of those are spoken for without even seeing what they are, and I don't know if there will even be any extras after that. So keep in touch, and I'll just let you know how that goes. So crazy, these excited to see more crazy peppers reaching the hobby. Yeah, the Panama Cities are pretty cool. They are more like the females, especially, are so much like wingier than the hobby Tessellata because those things just become like chunky when they're gravid. And I don't really see these Panama Cities getting quite as like filled out. Seem to have more of a Blabberus giganteus kind of body style where there's just these huge wings and this tiny body underneath it. All right, we'll put the X here for wrapping things up for our Papa Spurkas. We're making some pretty good time here. We'll probably be done with mantids before I anticipated, which is good. Well, I mean, it's good for the schedule, not necessarily good for some of the people who wanted to wait for the Beatles. Unfortunately, let's see. All right, Papa Spurka Group going once, going twice, sold to Duchess Venom with a winning bid of $32. Really wanted them. That's good. It's good to be enthusiastic about things. Keeps you alive. All right, we'll do another group of Wahlbergii. Approximately L4 Wahlbergii. Might even have to take a bathroom break after this already. This is some hard work, and we're only just getting started. Silence fell across the auction. Oops. Copy, not cut. What else we got going on here? There we go. All right. I got ahead on my spreadsheets here. Cybug, I love your Discord avatar so much. That is great. Little Snorlax with a cowboy hat and the boots. It's hilarious. All right, we're going to speed this up a little bit by putting this cute little X there. And let's let y'all sort each other out. We have Timberdoodle Daily. I'm ready to try my hand at beetles. Do you have any suggestions for a few species up for auction today? I will give my pitches for things as I go through them, which I often do. There are plenty of good beginner species from a multitude of beetle families on the table for today. And there will be more beetles of the easiest variety to take care of in the form of grain pests on Sunday night. There's going to be a lot of grain pest stuff going up, and that's like the easiest you can possibly ask for. Obviously, excellent starter beetles there. But as far as larger, a little bit more involved stuff, there will be some good starter species coming up here. All right. Going once on the Wahlbergii. Going twice. Sold to Duchess Venom. The winning bid of $46. I will spoil and say we have one last group of Wahlbergii coming up. One last. I may even do it as the last manted. Where's that Kirby eye hanging out? Gotta look for photo galleries. Photos, lovely photos. There we go. We have another group of Rhombodera Kirby eye, starting bid of $30. Smotzer, that's a new name. Zero Cool Ninja 88. Hello, Roach. I always seen you on other channels. Now I put a face to the name. Oh, hello. Yep. Here's my little Roach Crossing channel. Glad you could make it. Glad everybody could make it. Honestly, this is it's also interesting to see the change of hands as the days go by. Like who's got to work, who's got time set aside for the auction, who wants what, the flush of people that comes in for certain things. Like I'm imagining Roach Day will have a lot of people. Isopod Day will have a lot of people. I have a lot of people right now for Mantid Day, actually. It still is early in the day. The early bird does get the Mantid, though. All right, we have an X for the Rhombodera Kirby Eye. Devin says I'll have to see if I can have enough self-control through Beatles to still have enough money for anything else. Dos, I love isopods. Took tomorrow off from work just so I could watch the entire stream like I am today. Well, it means so much to me that some of you guys are taking time out of your life to just hang out and buy bugs. It means a lot, and I hope that things are entertaining and fun in the bare minimum. I'll bring some bugs up. I might even grab a bug for the Beatles section, actually. So, all right, put the X in there. Group of Kirby Eye going once, going twice. Sold to Cybug with a winning bid of $33. Do not worry, Cybug. I see you really wanted them. Your winning bid is in there. Does not have to be the bid you put in afterwards. You met the cutoff. You saved some months. That's good. Always good to see. All right. But now people can get vicious because I'm going to put up another group of ghosts. Now the blood may spill. All right, group of 3, approximately L5, Phylocrania paradoxa, ghost mantids. Early birds get more bugs only if they bust their bank account. Magnificent animals. I wanted to take time off from work, but I need the money to buy bugs. It's the vicious cycle. That's why you break the cycle like me. I don't have to take any time off of work to buy bugs because that's what I do. So, Zero Cool Ninja. I have a new iPod business called Black Market Bugs. Did my first reptile show this year and loved it. What an amusing business name. N. Portillo says you have many of the UMass Fernald Entomology Club members attending these. That's great. Bring them all in. Spend some time. I don't mind people bring up all kinds of bug stuff. Talk about whatever in the chat, and I'll respond it as I can get to it and see it. So, Stephen Logan, do we know the special thing to be auctioned this go, like the photo? There's a couple of special things being auctioned on Sunday. I have them written down here, couple of special things. And that is part of the Sunday night Grain Beetle Plus craziness. But it is going to be, this is something. One of these is going to be something. And I'm curious to see what the reaction will be to that, as always. All right, wrapping up bids for the Ghost Mantids. Kirby's just went to one Fernald strong. Oh, sweet. Congrats on getting those, too. Can confirm UMass slays. Love this going on here. Bitter Blood, if there's any Simon Doa Conservarium tomorrow, no shot anyone is beating me on the auction. I'm going to go crazy. Bitter Blood, there will be Simon Doa tomorrow. Probably like a 40 to 50 count for a low starting bid. So, yes. Actually, it's funny because it was I think it was the spring auction. I put up like a group for a low starting bid. And I think it was Marshall Arachnids went in on it and nobody else really wanted it. Maybe it's because it was early in the day and there weren't as many people here. But they got like a 50 count of Simon Doa for like $80 or something, and I would not stop talking that whole auction about how they got the best deal out of everything. So there will be Simon Doa tomorrow. Should be a good sized group. All right. Ghost Mantids going once, going twice. Sold to Duchess Venom with a winning bid of $46. All right, we're getting into our last mantids here now, guys. We have another group of 3. I should have put approximately before because they might be bigger by the time they ship. 3 L4 Creobroter gemmatus. Our second to last mantid. Strong out the gate on that one. Where do we check? Is it in Discord? Yes, Ninja, you'll need to go to the Discord to actually do bidding. The live stream is for telling people about the stuff that's coming up, conversation. The giveaways are all in the live stream. There are no giveaways in the Discord. Duncan, any chance of mothflies? Duncan. So I finally figured out consistent Psychota husbandry. And it's basically that it's just the genus Psychota. They want to live in wet sludge. They do not tolerate any amount of water like the other moth flies do. The larvae, they probably drown in water. They want wet sludge, basically mud. And so I've had really, really good productivity from my Psychota culture recently. And then I was able to recollect some Lepisiodina. That will be a special auction, actually. By special, it's just going to have a story behind it. And so we'll have 4 species of moth flies up for auction, actually. So breaking my bank account here, but I just love them. Duchess was absolutely not getting sniped. She was not having it. 4 species of moth flies. Yeah. I'll go ahead and spoil that right away. So we have Psychota, which is the filter flies. I'm working on getting a larger species of Psychota. When I take my break at 2 and I go out and I got to do farm chores and stuff, there's a huge species of what I think is genus Psychota living in the mud underneath the little pond that I use to like give the ducks somewhere to splash around and drink, like the little plastic kiddie pool. And when I flip it over, they're all up under the rim of the kiddie pool. So at my break, I probably have to go sterilize some mud for them to live, the larvae to live in, get my pooter out and suck up as many of those giant ones as I can find, and then, set them up or I got to sterilize the mud and then put them on it and hopefully get those breeding. And then we beat up to 5 species because they're about 2 to 3 times the size of the regular Psychota that I work with. So Psychota species, maybe never get an ID on those. Lepisiodina conspicua, Cetomymum nitida, and Clogmia albipunctata are the 4 species that we will have. So, all right, here's the X, everybody. People really want these gemmatus. They are pretty mantid, and they're less finicky than Pseudo-Creobotro walburgii. Sometimes adult Walburgii are just very picky about their food. I think maybe they like to eat like moths or honeybees or something like that. You can do the gooey feeding method with the adults, but that gets kind of annoying sometimes if you have a billion bugs to take care of. So, but Creobroter, definitely not picky in the slightest in any way. I put the X there already? All right, I did. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Duchess Venom with a... Oh, wait. Sir Novak. Sir Novak got in there before it's showing with a winning bid of 43. That's pretty crazy. Again, it's showing... I could do a copy-paste. It says they were both bid at the same time, but Sir Novak's posted sooner. Yeah, there's a snipe there. Stella's, any springtails that were in the last auction? There might be 1 or 2 that I haven't put up before. Might be. Sorry, Duchess. That's okay. Here, you can reclaim your honor with the last one if you want another group of Walburgii. Here's our last mantid, everybody. A group of 3 approximately L4 Pseudo-Creobotro Walburgii. $40 starting bid. I show mine posted before, but think it was at the same time. It may have been Duchess. Well, you can, Duchess, obviously, everybody here, if you feel like you got shafted in some way, bring it up in your auction emails. I do stock Jamatis fairly regularly, so shoot me an email. We can talk. We can work something out into the future. But it definitely, on mine, it definitely shows Sir Novak with that. Maybe I should have waited. If I waited just a little bit longer, you could have paid 45 for them. It's okay. Again, message me. And actually, 45 is close to their retail price. So just let me know. Already getting some awesome mantids. Good sport. I love you guys being good sports. I appreciate it. I know I will say with some of the Roach and Isopod bidding, especially with some of the stuff that's available, there will be some bad blood, I'm sure, between sniping because there's some absolutely crazy stuff coming up, especially in Roaches tomorrow. So, all right, here's the X. Take it up with Entimo Congress. That's funny. Oh, the suck. Alan, that reminds me. I might do a group of Porcelio succinctus on Sunday. I think I have enough that I could do a group of them. You're reminding me. I haven't inventoried my isopods yet. What's been inventoried is everything but roaches and isopods all across the whole house. And then everything in the office I took care of. I sort of sat down and had a break yesterday where I did more work, or maybe it was the day before. And so what's left is all the roaches and isopods in the bug room downstairs still need to be inventoried. So that's probably what I'm going to do tonight, or maybe I'll do it in between some things tomorrow. All right. Pseudocreobotra group going once, going twice, sold to M, winning bid of $50. Congratulations on our last mantid. So now we move on to beetles. Duchess Phasmid should be on Sunday. Should have a couple of Phasmids. All right. We're into beetles now, everybody. We wave goodbye to mantids and we move onwards into beetly boys and beetly girls. So I'm going to put up a little kind of a semi-meme beetle here first while I go to use the bathroom and check in with Angela because she needs to be checked in on too a little bit. So we're going to start with a group of 5 adult tiny species. Las Cruces, New Mexico, with a starting bid of $5. This is one of the U.S. native spider beetles that I'm not sure what genus it is. Some of the small ones look very similar, and some of them are probably undescribed and blah, blah, blah. But these, I've been trying to get a colony of the Las Cruces aeronavega in culture for years, and I had them successfully culturing the first time we collected them, and then there's just been bad luck, and well, some of it's been the first couple of times are just me not doing ideal husbandry, but after that's been bad luck. Like one of the years I went there, 2021, Will and I collected them, and all the ones I found were like on the verge of death. They were like first through third instar, and they all just looked sickly and like dying, so those didn't culture. Last year I went there and I caught a good number of them. And I also caught some silverfish in these spider beetles. And now I threw the spider beetles and the silverfish in the enclosure with them. And the roaches didn't breed, but the silverfish and the spider beetles did. So I'll go into care for them in a second. I'm going to go use the bathroom really quick. So I will be right back. All right, I'm back to give spider beetle husbandry tips. Do we have photos of these? Smotzer, we do not, but they are smaller and less colorful than the easier to culture Mesium affini. They're more of a, really should have put this in with the grain pest section, but they're not really a grain pest. All right, here's an X for wrapping things up. What was I going to say? I was prepared. Harry Jones, shoot me an email. I can get more Brunuria if you want them. Shoot me an email. Obviously, it won't be a giveaway, but let me know. I'm happy to help people find the stuff that they really want to work with. On these spider beetles from Las Cruces, so they're not like Mesium. They will not take completely bone dry conditions, and I've killed them trying to keep them that way before. So my advice here is to put them on sand and keep half the sand or a third of the sand moist or wet, and then have a dry end of the sand, just like, I don't know, like a half an inch of sand, and then on the dry end put like pile up dog food, and this seems to give them just the right amount of humidity that they will not desiccate if just kept completely dry. They can still go over to that moisture area. But that's how I've been doing it. Versus Mesium, you can just throw on just pure dog food and forget about them and come back in 7 months you have like a million of them. They do not breed like that, unfortunately, but still cool. Okay, going once, going twice, sold to Ectrol. Tiny species, Las Cruces, 5 adults. And again, captive bred. I don't know if they've been bred before. Maybe some awkward entomologist has given them a proper go and has a lab culture going or something. But just saying, that was the technique that's worked for me. And they've been in there. They've been in that container since 2021, or they've been sort of no, not 2021. They've been in the container since last year this time. So there's been at least 2 generations that have popped up, but they're not as productive as Mesium are. All right. We have a group of 30 larvae, I would say mixed, but I probably will not spare any adults right now. Dermestes maculatus, starting bid of $5. This is the hide beetle, the one that's used for cleaning skeletons. One day I will get a colony of Lardarius going. Funny thing about Lardarius, and I've probably talked about this before, is Dermestes lardarius, despite being a pantry pest, seems to be restricted to temperate areas. They seem to have a diapause requirement as a large larvae, which is probably why, if you look at their distribution on iNaturalist, and obviously that's not going to be perfect, but it's basically restricted to like a temperate band across the world. You do not see them anywhere in like the tropics readily. And if they're there, they're probably just like vagrants. So, also, Angela made me some noodles, so I'm going to just have a snack here because I have to eat. Got to power the brain. Oh, yeah, that's what I need. Some nice sodium in my body. The roach float is back. Yeah, Kyle Jr. is hanging out back there. Just the last couple months, office is getting kind of crowded, guys. We got all this stuff here, but it really has helped me keep on top of high maintenance things. So, yeah, photo gallery. Yeah, that's a pretty decent picture. A nice picture of the adult. Oh yeah, you got the picture from Roach Crossing that shows that the adults have a really cool white underside. A very pretty and practical beetle. My colony has expanded and shrunk many times over the last, how long have I had them? 10 to 12 years I've had these maculatus for. And there was one point when I was with my parents, at one point they got down into the single digits, And then when I moved for the first time, they got down into the single digits again. And then I improved husbandry and they re-expanded. Here's the X. So it's my beloved ancient stock of Dermestes maculatus. I could have put them into the grain pass section, but I think I was eyeballing around the office and was like, hey, let me just put these up with the beetles. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Lucibunds, Lukey Buns, with a winning bid of $13. That's a good deal on these, considering how much I usually list them for. In some places, we'll have them available very readily for cheap, and then they will just sell out of them because to start colonies for skull cleaning, you really need like thousands. You really need a large number. All right. And now time for something very different from the first two. We hop into more beetles proper now. We have a group of 3 mixed larvae of Dynastes titius from Bryceville, Tennessee. Starting bid of $30. So I had success getting Dynasties to a close, and now I'm kind of like obsessed with collecting localities of them. Might have some Grantii up for auction. The only problem is my captive bred Grantii have not put the female into an egg laying setup yet. Actually, right here. Let's. So I have like a big pairing enclosure for my Grantii. It's right here underneath the stick cages. And I did that because the last time I had a beautiful male and 3 female Grantii emerge back in like June. And I put the male with the 3 females, and the enclosure was too small. And so he impaled all 3 of them and killed them instead of mating with them. So yeah, I instead have put them into a large pairing enclosure now, and the only problem is then I can't really confirm that the female is mated, but we'll see. Maybe I'll just take her out for a couple days, put her in a laying setup, and if she goes down to the bottom, obviously she's been fertilized. Put her back in with the male, etc. So, all right, we have an X for wrapping up bids. Horned one. Glad I was able to get the Dermestids on time. Oh, congrats! If that was your bid, Lucibuns. I'm glad you could get to them. So my huge colony of Dermestids was wiped out by red-legged handbeetles. That's so fascinating. I would think the Dermestids would have the upper. You never said sold, by the way. Thank you, Tennyson. I said sold. I said sold. After that, sold Lucibuns. We're all good. It's all good in the hood. So sad I'm missing today's auction until I get out of school. That's unfortunate for a previous one. Tennessee, if you can point out which one that is, I can go back in and edit it into a pre-existing comment. All right, going once. Baby. Sorry to look at the emojis. Going twice. Sold to Harbear. Winning bid of $38. Dynastes Titius, Bryceville, Tennessee, 3. And that was winning bid of 38. All right. Bear. Damn, what a steal. Yeah, it really is. Okay. Next up, we have a group of 5 larvae of Hemiphyllurus elatus. Starting, is it Elatus? Hemiphyllurus elatus. Just elatus, not iliatus, just elatus. Starting bid of $30. These are pretty good sized larvae, but something molts, suddenly it's an instar bigger, and sometimes there's just one little runt that's in the group that decides to never ever grow. So another dynastine. Nobody's dying for some Hemiphyllurus. Member of the Phyllorini tribe. Ooh, Archophylurus. That's interesting. I remember working with Alan. Sent me some Phylurus. They're pretty neat. They communally pupated, and I think about it, I kind of dropped the ball because I actually didn't get any larvae from them. But I was kind of not the smartest with beetles in the past. It's definitely an acquired skill. Isopod Scientology. Fascinating. Well, Isopod Scientology, if you really want them, we'll start wrapping it up so you have the chance to get them. We're trying to start our beetle chapter. Oh, yeah, that's a good way to do it. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Isopod Scientology. Hemiphyllurus. I hate how long some of these Latin names are, though, I have to say. For some beetles with the least intuitive spelling. I feel like a lot of roaches have very intuitive Latin names. All right, now we have a group of 3 mixed larvae, 3 larvae. Xylotrupes florensis. This is one of the Xylotrupes rhinoceros beetles, another dynastine. And I think, let's see, this is an Asian species, and some of these supposedly can grow much faster than our North American rhinoceros beetles. Aquarimax! Good luck with your bids, everyone. Thank you for popping in, Aquarimax, and also thank you for the plug. I appreciate that. I was going to get to emails, but I just had a chance to skim through them this morning. Orang Mango Mix the Alarmed. What's starting bid? Oh, thank you for reminding me that. Starting bid is $30. There we go. I'll get better at this, I promise, guys. Eventually. Maybe it'll take a couple of years, but it'll hopefully finally stick. Snail's Son. Some interest in the Florensis. Debating going and getting a beetle for this, but I'm also really into these noodles right now. I don't know what they put into them, but they're more addictive than drugs, I swear. I'm so sorry that you missed your alarm, Orang Mango. It's okay. You just missed the mantids. We've barely scratched the surface on things. All right. We'll put an X here for the Xylotropes florensis. Aegis popping up finally. Took them long enough. Again, beetle people, you will be eating good today. You will be eating good. Doesn't matter if you like tenebrionids or, well, I guess rutiline people. Sorry, I don't have any rutilines. Cyanines, dynastines, you'll be eating good. Actually got a pretty good selection of leucanids, too. Yeah, pretty good selection. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Aegis. Wow. I wonder how many upsets, how many dramatic upsets there will be this auction. That's always fun. Winning bid of $40. Oh, I just realized I have to. There we go. I forgot to mark up some of these things with one of my new record keeping thingies here. All right, Aegis. All right. I need me more forbidden blueberries. Yes, Duchess, there will be forbidden blueberries, forbidden blackberries. Actually, you know what? Why not? Let's have a little bit of fun here. We'll put something out of order up here. We'll do a group of 5, a different take. Group of 5 adult Zophurus tristis. Starting bid of $20. This is the sad ironclad beetle. The sad ironclad, which can be kept identical to death feigners, etc. It is not as showy as its Texas relative, but it is a good beetle nonetheless. I do like how pubescent they are. It's a lot more visible in person. You can see the golden hairs. But again, an ironclad beetle nonetheless. Have some interest in the sad boys. Wait, are you breeding ironclads in captivity? I thought people weren't doing that. No, I have not bred ironclads in captivity. One day I will approach that task. That is probably not any time in the near future that I will be attempting that reasonably. Now, death feigners and multiple other tenebrionids I have been working with and breeding in captivity. I've gotten a lot of larvae out of 2 species of Asbolus, and I am working on commercializing captive breeding them. But it's looking like if I want to do it at a commercially viable scale, I'm going to need to have a lot of space to basically fill a bunch of bins with sand and do that. So it's in the future, but again, the ironclads, it'll be a while. It's going to take a lot of planning and hopefully some other people putting their toes in the water, like TJ. I think TJ's gotten eggs from some ironclads, maybe larvae. So it'll be on the shoulders of giants that I will stand in that situation. So, but as just a pet, or maybe somebody who's looking to try and breed them, there's a good option for you. All right, there's the X for the Zophurus tristis, the sad ironclad. I would also like to add that my Death Feigners and my Ironclads and some of these other high desert stuff I have collected by somebody who's been doing it for decades, who also has an eye for not overpicking their locations, who they collect very responsibly, and I am in regular contact with them. They're also a hobbyist. They've worked with many beetles over the years. They find it very amusing that I want stuff that they usually just completely ignore, like the sand roaches and the sand brats, etc. So, all right, ironclads going once, going twice, sold to Duchess Venom, winning bid of $39. Tristis. All right. Let's go on to the next thing. We have 3 larvae of Phala. Always have to look this one up. Phala Crognathus Muelleri. And I am happy to say anybody who participated in the spring auction, we will not have any of the shenanigans with waiting for adults to eclose, because these are larvae of rainbow stags and not adults as we were waiting for last time. So these will ship immediately, or as immediately as things can ship from this auction. Starting bid of $50 for the green color phase of Phalacrognathus muelleri, the rainbow stag beetle. What color? Yeah, I just put it there. All right. Again, I will triple emphasize they are larvae of these guys this time around. Very pretty beetles, pretty easy stag beetles, but now, as we all know, can take a very long time to emerge from their pupal cells. A very long time. That's some good noodles. Sandbrats are doing well, by the way. Orang Mango, after I shipped your sandbrats and I set mine up in a new enclosure, I screwed up. So I was sent, because I will use it for miscellaneous things. I had my my Glamis Southwest contact send me a box of sand from Glamis or the Imperial Dunes, so I could use it for miscellaneous bugs. And I figured, hey, I'll put the sand brats on the sand and it'll be great because it's what they're found on the wild. Shortly after I put them on that sand, again from their natural habitat, like all of them died except for maybe like a handful of them. And I don't usually point the finger at weird pathogen type stuff, but I'm pretty sure that there was some sort of mold or fungus in that sand that was fatal to them, and they all just keeled over. So I basically lost the original colony. So I hope that yours get breeding and that maybe you could send me some back eventually. Although I did reacquire more from that contact. He's been sending me some. So I just set them up like I originally did. I used the Michigan sand instead of the sand from where they're found, and they're doing fine. But still, it was very saddening because I was happy with how well they were doing. And then all of a sudden, whoopsies, they're all gone basically. It was very unfortunate. So, okay, here comes the X of Dune. Oh. All right, we've lit a fire here. Okay, going once, going twice, sold to Sir Novak. Winning bid of $62. Phalacrognathus Muelleri. 3. Starting bid of 50. Winning bid of $62. To Sir Novak. All right. Okay. We have next up, little spin on that. We have a group of 3 larvae of Phalacrognathus muelleri red. Starting bid of $50. So the red color phase. And I was working on getting some blues available, but they don't seem to be doing as well as the other colors are for me, unfortunately. So maybe at a future date, hopefully. We can be so hopeful. We can be so optimistic as to hope. Some of the greens look more reddish in person too, but they have more like red around the edges of the pronotum and the elytra. But the red ones are pretty consistently red all across. Precious, precious carbohydrates. Grimdark says, any snails or slugs this time around? I'm out of town for a concert this weekend. I will be your honorary snail buyer. Yes, there will be a couple of snails and slugs, all U.S. stuff. Obviously, there will be no gals. I will never, ever touch a gal, most likely, in my entire life. I'm kind of okay with that because I don't want my house burned down by the government. So, all right, here's the X for the red rainbow stag beetles. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Devin No Name. As Devin No Name, you put a period at the end of your bid. Sorry, Beetle Pixel. But Beetle Pixel, if you're in the live stream, there will be more Muelleri in a bit. Maybe not coming up too soon, but in a bit. Winning bid of 65. Okay. Next up, I need to look up the Latin for this too, because I don't know the whole thing. Oh, it's a whole long thing. All right. We have 3 larvae of Prosopocoilus bison cinctus. Starting bid of $80 for this very coveted leucanid. Prosopocoilus bison cinctus. And this is actually, I had a male that I had showed off a couple of, I think it was at the last live stream where I had him on my hand and I was concerned that he was going to give me the old pincharoo, as he had malicious intent to perhaps give me the old pincharoo. Already beetles. No, they are not. You have to guarantee here that it says in the bid that they are larvae, but what I showed was that I have what the adult looked like in person. This is the picture of the adult. The larvae just look like regular Lucanin larvae. They are larvae as listed. All right. Orang Mango is interested in the bisons. Very impressive beetles. You end up getting any of those dilatatus morphs from the guy I sent your way? No, I did not, Tennyson. I don't think he ever contacted me, actually, but I am interested in those. Obviously, always interested in new mutants of things. Oops. They mean time. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, already Beatles time. We did jump off pretty quickly, although there are a couple groups of some of these things available. All right, Orang Mango's at the head of the pack, so we'll see. We'll give him the chance to seal the deal. Beetle Pixel emerges from the woodwork with a counter bid of 85. Very amusing how some of these things go down. All right, we'll start wrapping it up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mang Zero. Beetle Pixel, so close. Winning bid of $86 to Mr. Orang Mango. All right. It's okay. Do not fret. We have many good things coming up, including a group of 3 L1, L2. Actually, they'll probably be more like L2, L3. Goliathus. You'll know what's coming next. Goliathus, starting bid of $30. Your standard L2.5. That's funny. Run of the mill, just your common everyday Goliath beetles, Can you mention the approximate size of them as they come up, please? Adult size. Yes, I will do my best to do that. In retrospect, the Prosopocoilus, the males, it's like 3-ish inches, and females are going to be much smaller than that because of they lack the jaws. So females like 2-ish inches. Aha! I've got some people intrigued by the Goliaths. Maybe I should slow the pace down in case people will be getting here for beetles a bit later. Not that we have a shortage of beetles to go through. Looking at this list, I don't think that we're going to get through all the beetles before my break at 2. But we might. Probably not have a super fast pace. Who is calling me? Will's calling me. Will is going to be coming over tomorrow to do work while I'm working the auction. What was I just looking up? The schedule. Bugapalooza. But not Bugapalooza. Bugapalooza, it says. 12 to 4 beetles. Yeah, I don't know. Don't suppose there will be any D. Hercules. Duncan, there will be Hercules. There will be. All right, here's an X for wrapping up bids. There will be some Hercules, Dynasty's Hercules. I can listen to audio again, yes. Same time tomorrow. Yes, we will be starting at 10 a.m. and going to approximately 10 p.m. depending on how quickly we get through everything. We will be here all day, I think, with this list. I think. Millipede, Springtails, although we're making pretty good time. It's just so difficult to gauge this stuff sometimes. It's so difficult, guys. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Alien Forearms. That's a new name. Winning bid of $65. Congratulations, Alien Forearms. So amusing. All right. We'll change pace really quick. We'll do a group of 10 adult Asbolus, Varicoses, wild caught, as most Asbolus are. Starting bid of $50. Now let's do $40. Why not? Starting bid. Your regular old death feigning beetle. I actually have a friend who's going through some tough times right now, and I gave him a little blue death feigning beetle enclosure. Actually, I gave him some blue death feigners and some black death feigners for him to just sort of keep in the house and, give him a little bit of joy. And he's been quite into them. He didn't think, it was like, oh, it's something I have to take care of. But then, it really sinks in how little work they actually are, and then it becomes more of a joy. You just sort of watch them. You just get straight joy from them. I guess he has a dairy cow culture too that he's had for at least 4 or 5 years. That he just very low maintenance for him, and it works. As a regular old person, not a bug culture type person. Is able to just sort of keep them casual. I think that's pretty cool, that bugs are becoming a household thing. All right, we're going to go ahead and get this wrapped up pretty quick. We got the X there for finishing bids. If you haven't clicked the like button, remember to do that so that others can be notified about the stream. Thank you, Aquarimax. Yes, if you guys haven't hit the like button, I appreciate that. Aquarimax obviously knows a lot better than I do about the YouTube ways, and I appreciate that guidance. Am I like this? I'm pretty sure, yeah, I like to stream out the gate. So that helped, I guess. Oh, we hit 600 subscribers? Really? That's awesome. All the new subscribers and the old subscribers. Thanks. I appreciate that. The big goal is getting to 1,000, and then I'll do another Roach Crossing After Dark stream. We had a lot of fun in the last one. Wasn't a lot of people there. Might have been because of the time of the topic, but we had a good time, I think. All right. Asbolus Varicosis group going once. Going twice. Sold to Actrol with a winning bid of $60. Okay, let's see. All right, next up we have, you get 2 adult pairs of Xyloreichtes Thestalis, starting bid of $20. These are wild caughts, so just be aware of that, which is also why the price is pretty low. But if you'd like to try your hands at getting Xyloreichtes to oviposit, here's the chance for you to do that. So again, beetle people eating pretty good. Darkling beetle people are gonna be eating pretty good pretty soon too. Man, I got to work with Strategus again. My Eastern Alois did not do well, even though I put them on flake soil. Will there be any Homoderus Reachulus sold today? Reachulus. Oh, yeah. We got some Reachulus coming up, actually, Tennyson. Oh, what is this species? Reachulus cronatus. Which subspecies? Reachulus cronatus rubrofemoratus. We will have those today, actually. So, thank you. I saw all the surgeon likes going on here too. I guess for people who like dead stock, you could use the Xylorhynchus for dead stock if you didn't get over position. So it's nice to have the opportunity to work with something. All right, here's the X for the Xylorhynchus thestalis. They are from Payson, Arizona. Also, if that were a deciding factor for anybody. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Random Paleo Nerd. Winning bid of $25. All right. Now, with that being said, I guess it makes sense that we should probably do the Reachulus next. But I want to get the whole... I gotta double check something really quick. What a fascinating Latin name, Reachulus. It's not quite as amusing as what's that one fish, Boops, but people call it Boops, which is very amusing. Yeah, it's Rubrofemoratus. But some of these, Kai and Alan were telling me about how some of these subspecies, like a little like hobby journal will publish something in Asia, and then it will be adopted within a very small circle, and it may not actually have gone the rigors of thorough peer review. So I guess take some of the subspecies of some things with a grain of salt. So we've got 3 larvae of Reachulus cronatus rubrofemoratus, starting bid of $50. It is a leucanid with very, very dramatic jaws. Very fascinating creature. Photo gallery, like you found the check page that had pictures of them on it. I'm sure looking up Reachulus would have provided a representative enough image. I tried to get some of those crab stag beetles for the auction, but unfortunately could not. What's the genus on those? Homoderus, maybe? Again, I've only the last year and a half, 2 years have I, Homoderus mellii, have I dipped my toe into some of the beetles I shied away from before. Still love cetanines above all else, so we'll carry that to my grave with me probably. So, yeah, I just realized, Tennyson, you brought up the Homoderus. So, all right, we'll put an X for the Reachulus. We'll get that wrapped up nice and quick then. get in my records. Again, some of these Latin names are just annoying to type out. I don't know why. Again, I feel like a lot of Roach names are very intuitive. We kind of flow off the tongue, and then all these stag beetles and stuff have these really weird multi-syllabic things. All right, Reachulus. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Phil. Winning bid of 55. All right. We're getting close to noon, so beetle people are going to start flowing in. There was something I wanted to do before other stuff here. Where is it? A couple of groups of this next thing, so I wanted to get it out there. All right, we'll do a group of 3 L3 Dichronorhina, Derbiana, green, starting bid of $30. So anybody who was at previous auctions, I've had these Derbiana up before. The reason why I put green is because now there is a blue strain that is starting to be circulated. So to distinguish the two of them, these will just be called green. This is a wonderful, easy to take care of, quick to mature, relatively long-lived as an adult Cetanine. And I love these, and I think I'm on my F4 or F5, and they're just basically, their care is just like giant Pachnota. They're just so easy and very beautiful too. So definitely, if you kind of want the look of the Goliath beetles, but you don't necessarily want to work with Goliath beetles, this is a good runner-up option. It is an auction too. Need flake or white rot mycelium type stuff for some of the stags. That's basically one of the annoying thing about working with stags is their sort of dietary restrictions. All right. Start wrapping things up for the Dichronorhina. Alan raises his on potting soil, but Alan's potting soil and whatever Kai uses up here too, potting soil, is basically just extreme. It's basically flake soil. It's extremely rotted wood, and it's probably like the bottom of like a commercial mulch pile. And they're like, well, what do we do with all this stuff? You can't sell it as mulch. Oh, sell it as potting soil. So the type of the brand, whatever brands Alan and Kai suggest, are mostly, if not entirely, rotted wood, extremely well rotted wood. Because if you go to the usual store and you buy a potting soil mix, especially like up here in Michigan, it's going to be mostly perlite, sphagnum peat, and or coconut fiber, maybe with a very small topsoil-y component to it. So, oh yeah, that's the other thing though with the Dichronorhina. Dichronorhina and a lot of Cetanine larvae will eat just about anything as long as it's organic. So you can feed these that sort of potting soil. Although, again, I have my best success getting them started on mixed compost from my yard. You can use topsoil just to get the adults to oviposit. And then once you've got some momentum in the colony, you can start being a little trashy with them by feeding them just dog food or fish flakes for the larvae, etc. So that's usually my go-to. All right, Dichronorhina group. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To email port 22. Dr. Humroyd tries to strike. Winning bid of $50 from email port 22. A first blood for them today, I think. Dr. Hemorrhoid. Nobody's posting the period meme. I really like seeing that one. Fret not, there will be more Dicrona rhina available, but we will do something else first. We're going to go with a group. We're going to do 2 larvae of Odontolabus siva harrii, starting bid of $20. I need to make sure I spelled that correctly. Odontolabus are one of the largest stag beetles in the world. Also, I can't remember what the record size is. Kai likes to spout them at me, but it's definitely over 3 inches long. And we're getting pretty close to noon, so anybody who wanted beetles should probably be trickling in by now for sure, despite our deviation from the schedule. I think I need another drink. I've been alternating the coffee and lawnmower next door, across the street. All right, I'm going to put the X here. I'm going to go grab another drink, and when I come back, we will wrap up the auction for these. All right, Odontolabus going once, going twice, sold to Joy, just the concept of joy. Winning bid of $31. All right. Let's see, what should we do next? Let's go with a group of 10 adult Cryptoglossa muricatum, one of the Black Death feigning beetles. Starting bid of $40. Again, can be kept with all these other desert darkling and dryness, long-lived dryness adapted beetles. Mother's milk time. Yeah, we got the Zevia. I love this stuff. They recently they changed the design for the bottles, and I'm not used to it yet. I feel like this is very yuppie appealing. It's got like the little like sprout here, got the bubbles, so it looks like you're drinking like an actual soda. And then like they changed it, and it looks a lot more like sterile. At least the new design that I saw at Meyer yesterday, it looks a lot more sterile, more corporatized. I'm not sure why they did that. Yeah, I mean, all the flavors are really good, I feel. Sometimes I get more of a hankering for one over another. All right, Duchess Venom wants the cryptoglosses. Surprise. The Smuggler. Got some real interesting usernames popping up here and there. And boy, howdy, we've got 58 people online in the Discord. Who knows how many people are around but lurking. We got a crowd here in the auction. 33 people. Amazing. Splendid. All right. We'll put an X here, get these bids to wrap up. I'm kind of just trying to buy a little bit of time. I don't know if we want to go heavy on like all the the scarab clade beetles and then work into the darklings, because darkling beetle people I got some good stuff here for you. Like I've actually ever since I think it was late winter, where a lot of my cultures like dried out a bit. Yeah, you can dry out darkling beetles. Usually the adults are resistant to dryness. It's the larvae that are not. So, but it's it's been a couple of months, so a lot of those colonies have really rebounded. We're gonna just close that for now. Okay, Cryptoglossa group going once, going twice, sold to Duchess Venom, winning bid of $45. Flower beetles, fan of they have a new probiotics called Poppy. It's like $7 for 4 cans. Probably tastes like that's very funny. You should bring that up, Anthony Green. As I have that right here. Right here. It's pretty good. Actually I haven't really internalized the flavor because that was the second one I've had. I need to have another one. I will have more. Well, I will give my review of that when I have the next one. See if it does taste like that or not. Bree says the only thing keeping me from getting big beetles like stags and flower beetles is flake soil, to be honest. Many of the flower beetles that we're going to get to do not require flake soil. They can eat like topsoil from the Midwest. They are not picky at all. And once you get some momentum going, as long as there's some organic stuff in their substrate for them to eat, you can just feed them dog food and fish flakes. They're very easy as larvae, not like stags. Even some of the Hercules beetles I've worked with have been pretty easy too, but definitely nowhere near as easy as the flower beetles. Let's get to the topsoil ones then. Okay, we'll get to some more of those. We'll get to some of those. He wants some topsoil eating ones, so we'll kick it off strong with something really good. We have 12 larvae of Pachnota isculca, the schoolyard sun beetle. Starting bid of $50. Of the 3 currently cultured Pachnota in the United States that I'm aware of, I think this is the prettiest. It's the smallest of the 3, not by too much though, but the colors, the black, the red, the yellow, there's almost a bluish tint to part of their body too. It's just, mwah. I love these so much. I will do everything within reason, within my power, to acquire more Pachnota species over the course of my life, because they are hands down the best starter, like scaraboid beetle, like hands down. Although Gymnetus are really easy too. Gymnetus are tied with them. Gymnetus will take less heat than many of the Pachnota need, but if you figure out your husbandry and you figure out how to, keep a colony going for multiple years of these, then you can apply some of the like moisture management and feeding and substrate techniques, whatever, to other larger beetles, other more coveted, I guess, beetle species. But it's very difficult to beat Pachnota. Don't I have a good picture of Isculca on my site? That's not the best picture, because the ones that I have definitely have more red. So I'm going to let that percolate for a little bit. Isculca, let's see. Yeah, I have a low light image on my site. I'm going to post it here though, anyways. It shows the stock that I have has a lot more red on the wings than that picture does. So there'll be some pretty pictures of these eventually when the site overhaul happens. This is definitely one that really needs it. All right. We have an X for wrapping up the Isculca bids. Can someone type the question if there's a good giveaway? I might do that, Josh Suds. Harry Jones asks, how would you suggest keeping Eastern Hercules beetles? You can keep them on flake soil. You can keep them on compost. You just put them in a container with a little bit of ventilation. Make sure they have fresh substrate food, etc. infinitely. And then when they start to turn yellow, you can do a substrate refresh, and they should pupate in there. What I found is I take them out of the container they've been raised in, and I put them in another container that has compacted flake soil or sort of just a little bit broken down sawdust, and they will pupate in there. But they really like it to be compacted. If their substrate is not compacted, they're less likely to pupate in it. For Eastern Hercules. Beetle giveaway. Yes, there will be a beetle giveaway at some point. All right. Iskulka, group of 12 larvae, going once, going twice, sold to Aegis, who, as of this point in the auction, has gotten the single best deal, in my opinion, because that is a crazy deal for some Iskulka. So congratulations, the winning bid of $75. Incredible. All right. So we jumped into this Iskulka. We'll do another pack note, and then we'll switch back to some other stuff. We have a group of 12 larvae, Pacnota, Sinuata, Flaviventris. Starting bid of $50. So this is the yellow-bellied sun beetle. This was the first Pacnota that I worked with, and I was able to keep them propagating even through some very difficult times of my life. Actually, I had them for a really long time. They came from, I think it was Matt K on the Roach forum. It's been a really long time that I've had these. And again, quite hardy. I think they're they're probably the easiest of the three Pacnota. Not like that's saying too much. Iskulka are easy. They just don't they don't tolerate as high of moisture in the substrate as Marginata and Sinuata do. You should not keep them too moist. They still want moisture, but whereas if you have 4 inches of substrate and you water too much and the Marginata, the Sinuata, the whole substrate gets saturated, with the Iskulka, you want to keep the top half of it dry and the bottom of it moist for the larvae at least. So otherwise, I've had some issues with lack of productivity. So, all right. We have one interest in the Pacnota. What did I do last time? I feel like I minimized something. I feel like such a gamer to have the multi-windows open here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Put that right off to the side. I'm going to close out my emails, though, I think. All right, here's the X. I don't know why I didn't do this from the beginning. Just have the get rid of the user list, too. I do love seeing all of the delightful people who have showed up, but got to be practical about space management here. Tennyson asks, cool Aaron of Vega tomorrow? Yes. Aaron of Vega people will be, I've been saying this so much, Aaron of Vega people will be eating good tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff. I don't think anything too groundbreaking, but a lot of stuff that is doing very well. End of summer is a good time for a lot of things. Any rare but also easy ones. Boliana. The Boliana from McAllen, Texas have been very easy just with the stream of leaf litter. They've made me completely rethink and redo how I keep Boliana, and so I've set the 2 other localities I have up like them, and they're all thriving now. So, all right. Sinuata flaviventris, going once, going twice, sold To email port 22, a new sniper emerges. With a winning bid of 65. I really love that emoji. Maybe I'll splurge for Nitro eventually and have some custom ones for the server. All right. All right, we'll flip back over to the other page and we'll do a group of got another group of 3 larvae of Phalacrognathus muelleri red, again the rainbow stag beetles. Starting bid of $50 for these lovelies. Need to have the beetle auction on weekend or night. Some of us have jobs. I know. The thing is, that I need to live and move around and do things that humans should do on a daily basis, as well as take care of a bunch of bugs. And so the easiest thing for me, or the most effective thing to me, was devote one weekend or 3 days in a row so I can get it over with. And also 2 of those days are going to be the bulk of stuff that's available. Believe it or not, this is not the majority of what's available. We haven't even scratched the surface of stuff because I haven't touched on roaches. I haven't even touched isopods. There's a lot of stuff available. I only have so much time between everything else. So as much as I want to be as appealing to everybody and have lots of time for everybody, that's very difficult. So, all right. Here's the X for the red rainbow stags. Going once. I almost put 2 O's on the sold. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel. Winning bid of $95. Beetle Pixel, I'm glad that you got something. Miracly. Sorry, so close, Miracly. Why say winning bid of 95? All right. I guess it would behoove me to just go ahead and do another batch of the greens since they're right next to each other. All right. 3 larvae of Phalacrognathus muelleri green color phase. Starting bid of $50. Unless somebody really had their heart set on the reds. I mean, they're all the color phases are beautiful beetles. Not the biggest fan of the black ones, but they're still shiny, so that's neat. There is definitely something adjacent to the divine about the luster of the rainbow stag beetle's exoskeleton. I'm not even talking about the color. Something about the way that it's polished is very divine, I feel. Are only US people eligible for the auction or international too? JJ, you are welcome to participate, but definitely on my website, make sure you read the terms and conditions pages, and all the way at the bottom, there is a note on international shipping. I will waive I will waive the minimum for international auction wins, but you definitely need to read the blurb on international shipping and understand that there is zero live arrival guarantee on international orders. Your box could be lost in the mail. It could be in transit for 3 months when it was supposed to be in transit for 2 weeks. Your country could undergo a violent dictatorship regime overthrow, and the box could be lined up against a wall and given a cigarette and then shot in the back of the head. Those are all things that could happen to an international box, which is why there's no live arrival guarantee. But you are welcome to bid and participate. Okay, we're going to wrap up the bidding on the green rainbow stag beetles. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold to Miracly with a winning bid of $75. I think I'm saying that right. Miracly. I don't know how else you'd say it. Okay, let's see. Something we haven't done yet. Okay, let's do something. Let's mix things up a little bit. A group of 15 larvae of Zophobus, Atratus, Sugar Loaf Key, Florida, starting bid of $10. Oh, Zophobus. This is anybody have an update on the superworm collapse situation? Because TJ had brought it up, and I'd been asked about it by a couple of other people, but I never really got any new information on it. Anybody know how that's going with the superworm supposed shortage with the densonucleosis virus? Anybody has any info, I would love to hear. But anyways, this is I thought I fixed that. This is a wild strain of Zophobus atratus. I really wonder if they are a different species, actually, if they were to be re-examined. They are a little bit different than the atratus that's in culture. Orang mango, $20. Sugar loaf key. TJ might have some pictures. Oh, I have a picture. Arthropods Canada has them up for grabs. Very interesting. Very interesting, Mr. Jojo. What else was I going to say? Yeah, they do look different. 21, I could use more. All right, we'll put an X here. Yeah, that's it. I'll have more of them eventually. I got to bulk out my breeding operation for them, upgrade them from the small cup that they're in, although these ones came from a friend, these particular individuals. Actually, it's funny. The first time that I got these, I don't know what was up with the pair that I had, but they just never bred. It was very strange. They just never reproduced, even though I had a pair. I saw them mating all the time. Okay, going once, going twice, sold to Jojo. Jojo's first blood. Obviously doing much better now too. Also, Michael Harris, up everybody. Welcome, Michael. Supreme Gecko, funny, just came up from cleaning 12 dubia colonies and saw you were live. Yes, although it is not Roach Day. Tomorrow is Roach Day, and what a day it will be. An intimidating day. All right, so got those Atratus out of the way. But on the flip side, he says, all right, 15 larvae, Zophobus Atratus, hobby, question mark, starting bid of $5, I guess. Again, waiting to hear anybody knows what's going on with the superworm situation. I don't ever have to buy feeders, so I'm not in the loop. I put question mark because I don't know if I'm going to name this strain something else. These came from a friend, the same friend who produces some gigas, who produces Damon Diadema, who just recently had, I think she had more rhino roaches born. She has a very natural gift for raising invertebrates. She's very diligent, very meticulous with her husbandry and with things. Definitely a star character, but she does not like to be publicized and stuff like that. It's just her hobby and her sort of passion on the side. So, but anyways, so she's had this colony of Atratus for, I think, maybe decades now. So it's been out of the gene pool, out of the influence from whatever may or may not be going on with the densonucleosis virus. So this is just the old hobby stock, which I believe is from Brazil. And she's just had it going forever. And actually, I've noticed, strangely, that these guys have been pupating communally, which is a little weird for Zophobus. They don't always do that, but it might be maybe because they're maybe because they've been kept as a colony for so long and they've been away from the industrial superworm process, that's why they do it. But anyway, so this is the hobby Zophobus Atratus from her colony that's been isolated since forever. So there you go. All right, we'll put next here. Again, I put stuff up, and it may not be extremely rare or what have you, but somebody may be able to use it, and they may have been really looking for it. Insect Central asked me when Orthoptera is up. That's not even going to be until Sunday, though, but I like that anyways. So, all right. Atratus, hobby stock. Again, I don't know. Maybe I'll name it after her. I don't know if she wants her name associated with them or not, but going once, going twice, sold to JoJo. So I put the question mark there. Winning bid of $17 because I don't know what we're going to call it. Obviously wanted to be distinguished from whatever is having the issues with the larger scale captive stock of stuff. But all right, we'll hop on back to some Scarabioid beetles. We'll do another group of 5 larvae of Hemiphyllurus elatus, starting bid of $30. And then, what we'll probably do is we'll hop back and forth from some of the Scaraboids to the Darklings so it doesn't get too stale. We wouldn't want things to get stale. But got some really good Darklings coming up, guys. Got some real good Darklings. Need to change the egg crates in my Pseudophilus bin, but I'm scared. Tennyson, I am or was down to 2 males and 1 female Pseudophilus Chiricahua, and I did a whole enclosure refresher. and we'll see if they spring back from that. This is the same situation I was in when I first brought them back in 2021. Was I had 2 males and 1 female, and the female died, I think, almost immediately after I set them up, and I was like, oh well, this was stupid. And then a couple of like weeks later, when I went to dismantle the enclosure, there were dozens of nymphs. So I'm thinking that's probably going to happen in this situation. Again, they changed the soil chemistry with their droppings. They got too crowded. Something happened, and now we'll see if this low density situation will pull them out of it. I think it might have been too humid too. I think that's what did in my Agassizi this summer, as I dragged my feet on taking the little the polycarb lid off of it. Californicus or Californianus are still doing well. So. Bree asks, can any Darklings collab with BDFBs? You can keep pretty much every single Darkling and Ironclads with Blue Death Feigning Beetles. Regularly, you will find Blue Death Feigners with all sorts of smaller and larger Darklings in the wild, like Eleotes Armada. You will find them with those. They're like the best friends. They go together like peanut butter and jelly, basically. So... all right, Orang Mango. If you want these Hemiphylaris, we'll set it up to be yours. Also, Tennyson, again, you've got dry air. That's another thing. I do not have dry air right now. And some things are happy about that, and some things are not happy about it. Like, mantids are happy. Mantids love humid air. They love it so much. Even the dry-tolerant species, they love humid air. Stick bugs love humid air. Keeps the food fresh for longer. Ectobioid, pseudophilodromiid roaches, etc., do not like these conditions right now. So a lot of blabrids are pretty okay with these too. The bin is like 60 to 80% humidity. But if your air is dry and the bin humidity is high, what that means is you've got positive pressure out of the bin. So there's always moisture moving from the bin to the air, so things do not get stagnant. There's always some airflow through there. What happens here now, if I don't have very high ventilation on things, is the air will just sit in the enclosure, and it will just conditions will be stagnant and things will not dry out. And a lot of stuff doesn't. Some stuff does not like that. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Orang Mango. Winning bid of $30. I figured you bid on them right away. You want them. Here you go. All right, we'll do one more Scarabioid species. We have 3 larvae of Dynastes, Titius, Bryceville, Tennessee. Starting bid of $30. A little cold in here. It's a little cold in here. And then I look at the thermostat and it says 80. It's crazy, my temperature tolerance. Tidal Sea Spider says, meanwhile, my mantis sticking her face inches from the halogen bulb. Mantids love humid air with high ventilation. They love humid air and they love thermoregulating. I have I guess he's a friend. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he moved to North Carolina. But he worked for USDA and he did his doctoral research on thermoregulation and mantids. And basically, if you give them a gradient from one temperature to another, they will pick their ideal temperature range and basically stay there on that gradient. So Tennyson says, I can have dry sub and high humidity, but also can have very high humidity with no condensation. That's the other thing, is condensation not sticking around. So that's a big thing with some stuff. I would prefer to have dry air, and likely when I have the future bug building, we'll have a lot of fans running, and or we'll have the air blasting heaters. And, air blasting heaters in the winter, fans running during the summertime to keep the airflow up, because it is very important for a lot of things. So But yeah, currently these sort of conditions are not my preferred. Although some things do much better with more humidity, stagnant air. A lot of blatted roaches really like that. Non-dry adapted ones, Darapeltis seem to like it. Like the humid air, Neostylopyga. You will kill Paraplaneta brunea if you give them ventilation, even if you water them twice a day. Their body, their cuticle is not adapted to being in non-humid environments. You have to keep them very humid for good results. LC, there will be skunk roaches tomorrow. There will be probably over the course of the auction, maybe 5 or 6 localities of Uricotis floridana. All right, here's the X for the dynasties. Then we're going to hop to some darklings really quick. Yes, I love your response. Just yes. There's going to be some really guys. I dare say that the Roach auction tomorrow will have a greater diversity and covetedness of species than has ever been offered by anybody at any one time, anywhere on the planet Earth, and possibly on other planets. Because there's some really good stuff coming up tomorrow. And I know you guys are going to love it. Definitely, if you have to stick around for a day, do not miss Roach Day. Isopod Day is going to be pretty good too, but do not miss Roach Day. Do not miss Roach Day. Okay. Going once on the Dynasties Titius. Going twice. Sold to Smugger Smuggler. Winning bid of $40. Smugger Smuggler. Okay, did I cross that off in here already? I think I did. Yeah. No, I did not. Okay. Let's jump to some rare darklings. This is the really exciting stuff. This is the real exciting stuff here, guys. All right, we have an adult pair. I'm just going to put this here because I'm quite proud of it. Captive bred of Aleoldes CF Schultzii, Mount Hopkins, Arizona. Starting bid of $40. Again, very proud of this. This is one of those ridiculous looking darkling beetles. Might have the longest. Oh, I butchered the spelling on that. I have butchered the spelling on that. There we go. It's even more ridiculous. Who has these names? S. Schultzii is nuts. So this is a medium to larger size darkling beetle. And the males, again, have one of the longest mucros to bodies, or can have one of the longest mucro to body ratios of any North American darklings. Very distinctive. I'd have to ask TJ if he's confirmed that they are Schultzii. From everything I can see, looking at the spurs on the femurs and the mucro, the dentation on the elytra, they appear to be Schultzii, but they have not been 100% confirmed. However, looking at any of the pictures of a Schultzii where you see those ridiculous mucros, they all have that. So, can't wait to try to tune into bidding while out in the field. Yeah. How did you breed them? Altered Pants asks. Standard Aleoldes care. Just a couple of inches of sand, half of it moist, half of it dry, with kind of going for a vertical gradient too, with the top layers dry and the bottom layers moist. And surprisingly, they pupated communally. So the larvae were not at a terribly high density. And so they were able to pupate in the communal setup. Just feeding them fish flakes. I've also been putting in fruit jellies for the adult darklings. They don't really need it, but I feel better about, like, if I go through through like a month and a half without like feeding or watering them. I like knowing that at least I can keep the adults alive because they can, they can oviposit and restart the population if needed. So, but yeah, this is a really, really cool find. Just completely stumbled upon them at Mount Hopkins last year. And yeah, they're really cool. All right, we'll start wrapping this up. Again, I told you would be Darkling Beetle people. You're going to be eating good because since I took care of them, also all the Eleodes, and Embaffian that I'm selling, these are all captive bred stuff. I know I put that next to the adult pair though, but I just wanted to let everybody know with all the Eleodes and the Embaffian, those are all captive bred. So I've cycled all these through in captivity and can let you know how to do the same. Again, most of my Darkling setups for Eleodes and Embaffian is just a couple of inches of sand. It's basically all identical. And I have been lately, I was feeding almost exclusively fish flakes and the jellies, but now I'm testing the waters with using some sterilized compost and or leaf litter to get extra vigor out of the mealworms. I had some weird deaths in, nothing too crazy in some of the enclosures, but it just sort of made me think like maybe I should give the larvae a little bit more of something. And like, that's what they're eating in the wild is like plant matter detritus. And so it's definitely made a difference in colonies that were doing okay or pretty well. They're definitely doing a lot better. And in colonies that were kind of struggling or not producing as much as I'd hoped, I'm still waiting to see a turnaround. So we'll see. But I think it's a wise idea to offer them some of that stuff. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Ectrol. Congratulations. I think out of everything that's been offered so far, this was the rarest thing, I think. Schultz. I'm not even going to bother with this spelling here. It's nuts. Winning bid of $42 to Ectrol. Like, it's got too many issues and shushes sounds in it, All right. We're gonna pound the pavement with these rare Darklings here. Rare captive bred Darklings. We have 5 larvae of something that was sent to me over the winter and has ended up being quite an easy species and was just something that I didn't really ever think I'd get a chance to work with. And then obviously somebody's just like, oh, I found my Southwest contact was like, oh, I found these for you. Do you want them? And the next thing you know, I have a species I've been coveting for a while. So we have a group of 5 larvae of Embaffian depressum, the smallest species of Embaffian and one of the coolest looking, I think. Everybody, Contusum and Glabrum are just kind of like, oh, that's the pie dish beetle. Muricatum's like, whoa, that's so crazy. And then like these guys are just sort of like meh. They just make their cute little noise and they're so tiny. They are the adult size on Embaffian depressum is maybe 11 millimeters. So like barely half an inch, if that even. So care has been the same as all the other Embaffian. The only thing is they may want a sandier base substrate, and I say that after I just say I keep everything on sand, but some of the Eleodes I have mixed a bit of coconut fiber into the substrate for moisture retention. Sand isn't always the best at maintaining moisture, and if it gets compacted, it's not good at draining either. So it's nice to have something that's a bit spongy mixed in there. But these depressum would do just fine on just pure sand. It seems they will pupate in drier conditions than all the other Embaffian too, because they're from sand dunes. So they take that really, really dry, just straight sand conditions very well. In fact, what happened was I wasn't giving them enough attention and love, and so I sent off a group to TJ. Like I picked out all my adults and a couple of the larvae. I was like, "Here you go, TJ, take them," because I'm not doing well with them, or I'm not paying much attention to them. You get them established and sent back to me. But I didn't pick the container over cleanly. I left a bunch of stuff in it and was just like, I'll just table this and I'll work on it later when I can empty it. And then I went back to it and I was emptying it out to see what, if anything was left in there. And I found like 2 or 3 freshly closed adults. And I was like, okay, I guess I still have them. And then I picked through a little bit more and I found some more larvae and I found some adults that I missed. And I put them in a full size setup and now it's a colony. So sometimes it just happens like that, but very rugged Embaphion species. All right. There's your X. Also, as with all these other darklings, they can be kept together with blue death feigning beetles. You probably will not get cycled breeding. You will not get eggs to larvae to pupae to adults unless you have a deep substrate and blah, blah, blah. But you can just keep them with them. All right. Embaphion depressum going once. Going twice. Sold to Ectrol, who is bulking out their Darkling collection. A noble thing to do, I feel. Winning bid of 32. We do have more Embaphion coming up too, guys. Embaphion fans are going to be good. The only ones that aren't doing the best for me right now are Contusum. There was some sort of, there's like a yeast or something that got to them that's been making the larvae like rot and ooze. And I've been fighting it back for maybe like 3 months now. And I thought I had it under control. And apparently I did not have it under control. So my plan for combating this problem is I'm going to move them to pure sand. And I'm going to offer more leaf litter to the nymphs so that they are to the larvae so that they aren't as inclined to eat so much of the winning bid was 31, not 32. Winning bid of 31. Thank you, Altered Pants. Winning bid of 31. Thank you for correcting me. I was just so excited about talking about the Darkling Beetle husbandry. I got a little carried away. Okay, Depressum are taken care of. All right, let's go to something completely boring that nobody wants. I know nobody's going to want any of these. Who wants these anyways? We have 3 L2/L3, really lame, ugly, nobody wants them. Dynasties Hercules larvae, starting bid of $80. I know I'm overcharging for them since nobody wants them, but there they are. They're just lame Hercules beetles, They're kind of big. They're kind of boring colored, This is how somebody sneaks in and gets a good deal. That's what's going on here. That's what can happen here. We have a couple of people interested in these big ugly beetles. Very amusing. I think I'm funny sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time. Did you sell any Pacnota Y was away? Yes. Esculca and Sinuata have gone up for sale, but there will be more in a little bit. I'm also taking a break at 2. I'm not sure if we'll get to them all before the break, but we're maybe halfway or a third of a way through beetles at the moment. All right, there's the X. Wrap up your bids on Dynasties Hercules. All right, Dynasties Hercules. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Snail's Son with a winning bid of $97. Congratulations on winning the big ugly Beetles. Ugh. All right. We'll do 2 larvae of caps lock is on. 2 larvae, Dorcas, Antaeus, starting bid of $40. Again, subspecies Antaeus. The males, I gotta say, from all the Dorcas that I've seen adults of in person, Antaeus are definitely the most intimidating. There's a good thank you photo gallery. Definitely the most intimidating. I do love Castanicolor. Castanicolor and Palawanicus get the largest, or longest rather, but Antaeus is quite stocky and the mandibles are very terrifying. Winning those Hercules larvae is like Christmas for me. That's great. I'm glad. I love that people can get some good stuff that they really want. All right. Get those written down here. Might have to go to the bathroom again. I gotta be careful, guys. Sitting down for so long ain't the best for your processes. Got to make sure everything keeps flowing through the body, especially when I'm talking so much. We'll do another Buchanan after this. Maybe. Mated pair of larvae or indexed? Indexed? What does that mean? I am not good at sexing sexing pre L3 leucanid larvae. So I will aim for a pair if they end up being L3 before shipping, but no guarantees. Put an X here for those. Let's see. Got quite a few people in the Discord. Lots of people in the live stream. Love it. Hope I greater than Antaeus, says Phil with his strong opinions. If you have not liked the live stream yet, I would be very grateful if you did. Obviously, them thumbs up mean a lot. Not that I am reliant on the algorithm for my well-being or anything, but it's nice, gets the word out there. Appreciated always. We've got same viewers as likes. Very good. Very good. All right. Dorcas Antaeus larvae going once. Going twice. Sold to Miracly. Oh, Smuggler, you were so close. Winning bid of $50 to Miracly. So very close. All right, we'll do a group of 3 larvae of Xylotropes florensis. Starting bid of $30. And while that's up there, I'm going to go to the bathroom again. And I'm going to grab one of those poppy drinks, too, because I have to give somebody a review of it. Oof. All right, I'm back with my Poppy prebiotic soda review because somebody said it's probably smelled like or tasted like male genitalia, and I gotta confirm or deny this after we wrap up the Xylotropes florensis, the Southeast Asian rhinoceros beetle. All right, there's the X. While waiting for final bids, let's see. Honestly, it just tastes like orange soda without the like overwhelming sugariness of like store bought orange soda. How would you know, Kyle? I'm pretty sure human genitalia do not taste like oranges. That's my defense. Oh, here I'll wrap this up and I'll comment on some things that were just said on soft drinks. All right, Xylotropes going once, going twice, sold to Joy, Joy and Aegis. Fascinating. Winning bid of $53. All right, I get another thing up and then I'll continue talking. We're going to switch gears though. We're going to go back to Darklings for a second and I'll do a pitch for, let's see, did they Schultz? Oh, I don't have to pitch these ones because they're just incredible enough on their own. We have a group of 7 larvae of Eleodes, Spinipes, Macrura, starting bid of $30. This is the largest darkling beetle in culture. Really cool, easy, huge species from Texas. Will and I collected these at like 2 or 3 in the morning. We were just exhausted out of our minds. And I think it was the first time I'd ever seen them at that site. We've been there a couple of times. First time I've ever seen them there. And they quickly became a beloved hobby staple because of their size and easiness. The males do also have a bit of a mucro. Compared to the body size, it's not as big as the Schultzii, simply because, again, the Schultzii are about half the size of Spinipes, but the mucro is longer compared to the body. But the Spinipes macrura, phenomenal. I keep screwing up with the Spinipes subspecies that Oren sells. This is a different one. I need to get the one from Oren again. I'll probably pick it up when I visit him in the winter. Duncan brought up the Cherry Blossom LaCroix. I had that, and I thought it tasted like chocolate, which I guess also kind of tastes like Hostess Snowballs. I can't remember why I had so much of it. Did somebody give it to me? I don't know if I bought it of my own accord or if somebody brought it over and I had a lot of it. But yeah, I remember tasting it. I was like, why does this taste like chocolate? You know, it was very weird. Definitely, I would not seek it out again, but if somebody offered me some, I'd still drink it, basically. So yes, final review on the Poppy prebiotic soda. Does not taste like male genitalia, in my professional opinion. Tastes like, again, tastes like if you took just the orange flavor from orange, like regular orange soda, like Fanta or whatever, and you just took out all the sugar and crap from it, and that's about it. That's about as far as it goes. All right, Harbears, the primary interest in the Eleodes Spinipes. I'll put an X there. This might be, actually, I guess maybe I should have checked how much TJ sells larvae for. I don't know if this price is competitive, but I haven't had them available in a bit. I actually had, again, dried out, blah, blah, blah. You know the story. And I ended up having like 1 male and 2 or 3 females left. And the male has like missing all or part of his like front 2 legs. And I thought he's not going to be able to like get it up. He's not going to be able to get it done. He got it up and he got it done because those 2 females started cranking out eggs. So, again, I was very happy. They didn't have to restart anything. Did I also mention they're very long-lived? It seems like 2 or 3 years for the adult life might not be out of the question for these guys. with good care. Not even ideal care, with just good care. All right. Going once on the Elioti Spinapes Makura. Going twice. Sold to Harbear. Winning bid of $30. Maybe not a steal, but I think I think this is a good item to win an auction. I've been using a bunch of Epilampros feeders, but I'm told this is not optimal. Epilampra can breed very quickly. Somebody asking for the peer review on my prebiotic soda analysis. All right, Spinapes Makura out of the way. Let's do one of these other things. Let's just put a group of these up. I don't think I have enough to necessarily do this, but I'll do it anyways. We have 8 larvae of courteous, nitida, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Starting bid of $20. It's your common eastern green June beetle. Just captive hatched. I did not rear these adults to adulthood. They were sent to me this year. Should be getting some variety from Texas in the near future that has a lot orangier adults. So I have never gotten Nitida to mature. I don't think I'll have a problem with it with this batch of larvae that I produce because I've been breeding Metabolus for 2 years now, 2.5, 2 years, 2 years, without any issues. The thing with courteous is that as much as I praise this group of beetles for being very easy, is courteous can be picky about pupation. They want like sandy or clayey topsoil to pupate into. And despite being a seedling from some areas that approach on being tropical, they basically seem to be hardwired on a 1-year life cycle. So you get a bunch of adults, they lay a bunch of eggs, you get a bunch of larvae, and then all the larvae pupate at the same time. And what do you know? It's been a whole year. So there doesn't seem to be much you can do to speed up the process. You can probably slow it down by cooling the larvae or cooling certain parts of the life cycle. But you're kind of, in my experience, you're kind of stuck on a 1 year, at least with Metabolus, and I would assume Nitida is from more temperate areas, so it's probably a similar situation. There's the X Tennyson, probably smart since they can have crowding issues, right? Yeah, most epilamprines, other than maybe Epistoplatia, should ideally be culled very frequently because they do reproduce so quickly. Tennyson asked for more flower beetles. Yes, we have only scratched the surface of flower beetles. There will be more very soon. Again, we're barely even halfway through beetles right now, guys. So, and then, of course, after beetles will be millipedes, and after millipedes, springtails, and then we will have a quiescence for the night. And then tomorrow, the roaches. All right, courteous nitida from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Going once, going twice, sold to Orang Mango. Winning bid of $20. Will there be any more ironclad and/or pie-dish beetles? Yes, we'll do the last group of ironclads right now. We have a group of 5 adult Zophorus tristis, starting bid of $20. The sad ironclad. Again, I would love to stock. What's that one that everybody drools over? Is it Diabolica, Zophorus nodulosus, maybe? Yeah, that's it. Nodulosis. That people are absolutely nuts for. Would be nice to raise them. Here's some comments that Zophurus larvae may eat only lichens, which seems kind of weird for a species from such very dry places. But I would love to hear any more information on all stages were once found on a pecan tree. Several mating pairs were observed on an American elm, and females laying eggs in bark crevices. I would love to hear of anybody's experiences with ironclads. See if there's any records of or pictures of larvae. Because this could be something for me to really go into. Like I said, I would like to try in the future, but not currently. It's gonna be enough trouble acquiring some of those. Will you be selling Phlodes diabolicus? No, no diabolical ironclads. Just the sads today. Just the sads. The sads. Ironclad beetle larva. Again, they found them on a pecan tree. We are sure it eats lichens, dead wood, and plant material. That's larval and pupal stages of this insect have been collected from the dead wood of a pecan. So interesting. Captive bred ironclad beetles. Here's somebody showing some pictures. Again, very interesting. Larvae are found in dead trees and may eat fungi within the rotting wood, but in his blog, sure it eats lichens, dead wood, and plant material, which is basically saying that it just eats anything. Very interesting. I gotta see. Oh, there's some reports from 2021 who are trying to breed them. Rain simulation. That might be important, honestly, for something from such a dry environment. Maybe more important than food or anything like that is just getting a good cycle going. Those ironclads are mine. All right. If Phil wants to fight for him, there's the X. Start scrapping. Meanwhile, Kyle's gonna just gonna peruse these Beetle Forum records about breeding the ironclads. 10-gallon tank, soaked coconut fiber, damp organic compost, third layer of sand. Kind of sounds weird. It sounds like what I would do in opposite in terms of like the layers. Non-desert species, 1 to 2 inches of sand mixture and part of a rotting log between the sand and the compost. Make sure the 3 substrates don't mix too much. TJ weighing in, recommend isolating the larvae. Good chance they may be cannibalistic. Offer some protein. Rain simulation. Seeing if there's any. I thought I saw pictures of larvae here. Are they feeding on compost leaf litter exclusively? Very interesting. All right. Sad ironclads going once. Going twice. Sold to Phil. Winning bid of $21. All right. You know, I suppose I could always try breeding these Z tristis. Panthera Nico. Some of my beetles have been dying for some reason. They're always thirsty and drink a lot before they just lost my Euphoria beetle today. Any reasons why? Let me get another thing up here and I will answer your question. We will do another group of 3. Let me find the original posting. Three L2 L3 Goliathus starting bid of $30. Panthera, you can email me an enclosure picture. If they're always thirsty, that probably means that they need more water, whether that's being misted or you need to feed more fruit. Many seedling beetles will just sit on a piece of fruit or fruit jelly and just eat and poop all day, and that's basically what they're designed to do to stay hydrated, is to just sit on like a sap flow or a piece of fruit or anywhere that's got continuous moisture and just drink it and eat it all day. So I would recommend sending me a picture of your enclosure or looking into that as part of your husbandry assessment. And a couple of people here interested in the Goliaths. And we're going to go kind of fast on this one because I want to get to some really cool stuff, something that's cooler than a Goliath beetle. You know what I'm saying? All right. Goliath beetle group going once. Going twice. Sold to Smuggler. Winning bid of $42. Okay. All right, let's do. Somebody brought up seedlings, so we'll do a couple of other seedlings. Let's do. Haven't done these yet. A group of 12 larvae of Pachnota marginata peregrina. Starting bid of $50. Panther says, I recently changed their substrate and didn't have much left, so they had a rather thin layer. Yeah, it could have been if the substrate's dry and they don't have a constant source of moist food or very daily watering, they can dry out. The adults can dry out pretty fast. So very important with a lot of non-darkling beetles. I have found everything from the big, impressive dynasties all the way down to like small lucanids just have no dryness tolerance. They cannot, even dynasties grantii, which is of course a more arid place species, they're able to survive there because the adults sit on the ash trees and just drink all day and only leave them to basically reproduce and fly and disperse. So even some of those dry adapted seedlings and dynastines and whatnot are just drinking / eating constantly. So you can take a grantii, and if you don't give them any food or water or anything, they will just keel over like super quick from desiccation, even in like Michigan humidity, because their cuticles not very waxy. They really put their points into the armoring for fighting each other, I would imagine. And so they're just not very good at there's no reason to adapt dryness tolerance when the adults can just drink sap all day, basically. There's no reason to develop, a way of keeping that extra humidity in, even for arid land species. So, Any more groups of Goliathus? There may be some Goliathus remaining. Keep that in mind. All right, here's the X for the Pacnota marginata peregrina. Go photo gallery. Oh no, the AI has become sentient. It's going to take over our bugs. Going once. Going twice. Sold to the photo gallery. The winning bid of $76. I love the AI became sentient and its first goal was to get bugs. I appreciate that. I thought photo gallery was a bot. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Let's see. We're gonna do a giveaway. We're gonna do a giveaway, and somebody had requested that I put the giveaway questions in the text in the chat. So I am gonna do that. It's not too much more work. Obviously, you'll hear them first before I type them in. But I know this is Beetle Day, but this next trivia is actually not going to be beetle related. It is still bug related, but I feel it's a good one given the time of year. And I do like trying to keep the trivia bug related. So here's the question for the giveaway, where you will win. What will you win? An adult pair of Pacnota sinuata flaviventris. Let me write this down in my notes here. So that is what the winner will receive. And the question is, what is the species name of the spider from Charlotte's Web? And it must be spelled properly. It must be capitalized properly. It must be spaced properly, etc. What is the species name of the spider from Charlotte's Web? Latin. Let's see. I bet everybody's frantically looking it up. Anthony Green, you are close, but your declension's off. Everybody's saying Cavatica. Coelacanth technically has it. Araneus cavaticus is the correct spelling, according to Bug Guide. So it looks like Coelacanth won it from my end. A lot of people are seeing Aranea cavatica. Again, it seems the declension is wrong, and it's technically Araneus cavaticus. So it seems Coelacanth has snuck in the win here. I'm going to just, for posterity, I'm just going to post the chat logs really quick. They'd be nice and candid. All right, congratulations. And again, there will be more giveaways here. I see a couple of souls posted in the Discord. You must remember that all of the giveaway stuff is being done exclusively in the live stream. Please keep that in mind. I appreciate your participation. Anyways, let's go on to... All right, here we go. They got a group of 12 larvae of Embaphion miracatum from... I'm calling them Roswell, but it's technically east of there. Let me see, what's that called? Oh, what is that place called east of Roswell? The name for that dune. What's this? Mescalero, that's it. Mescalero sand dunes. Mescalero sand dunes, New Mexico. Starting bid of $20. So this is the classic pie dish beetle, and this is a locality that is new. Previously, the previous stock that was being traded was from Idaho, I think. Uh, this new locality seems to be much larger than the Idaho stock. And according to TJ, the Idaho stock either came with or picked up at some point a entomophagus fungus that greatly reduced their reproductive capability that has not been seen in this new strain from the Mescalero sand dunes. So the pictures photo gallery, you've got some good pictures. I'm just going to add my little pitch that this is one of those species that looks a lot cooler in person. The dip in the elytra and everything is so much more dramatic when you see them in person. Bree asked about easy to raise the larvae. And Baphion are like the easiest of all the like non mealworm like tenebrio darkling beetles to raise. The pupate in topsoil, like from outside, doesn't even need to be particularly sandy. But so yes, this is very, 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 very easy to raise species. Maybe the easiest with respect to getting a colony established fast. I know I talked about how the Embaphion depressum from before took a lot of dryness and neglect, but they don't reproduce nearly as fast as Miracotum. Miracotum has gotten to such plague-like proportions in the wild a couple times that it's become a crop pest a few times. May have been before the advent of modern agriculture, but of like modern, like post 1980s industrial agriculture might have been a problem before then. But they do need food, but they will eat fish flakes and like woody leafy detritus too. They will not eat the sand. The sand is primarily to get the adults to lay eggs and for the larvae to pupate in. Here's an X for the Embaphion miracotum. Keen the snake getting in there too, huh? All right. Going once, going twice. Sold to Bree, winning a bid of $28. All right. I guess we'll just do a clean sweep and we'll finish up the last Embaphion species that I have available. In the group of 12 larvae of Embaphion glabrum from Colorado City. Is it in Arizona or is it in Utah? I think it's in Arizona. Pretty sure it's Arizona. Yeah, it's Arizona. See, that's the thing. It was the fact that there's Colorado City is in Utah, and then you go north to Hilldale, or Colorado City's in Arizona. Hilldale is the city right across the border in Utah. Anyway, so starting bid of $20. This is another one of the trip finds on my trip last August. Care is the same as Embaphion, Contusum, Miracotum, etc. Just another cool looking Embaphion. How many species do we have left to get? They're also synonymizing a bunch of species, but I believe glabrum and contusum will remain separated. I think elongatum might be collapsed into another one. It might be listed as like a subspecies of glabrum, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. And what about planum? Listed from Colorado. Actually, it looks like Tyler Headland made the ID there, so I should probably ask him for some Ask him what he's using to key out Mbappe. Let me save them. So screenshot. Yeah, they're a little bit nice and shiny. Again, if you want to contude some, Glabrum is very similar. Might as well. There you go, Patrick. If Patrick's interested, we'll put the X there. We'll give him to Patrick. Anybody else want him? Speak now, forever hold your peace. These are the last of our Mbappe going up for grabs here. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold to Patrick. Congratulations, Patrick. Winning bid of $20. Okay, jump back to others. Jump back to the other pages. We'll do, as soon as I can pull this up. We have another group of, another Lucanid. We have a group of, whoops, that was not what I was trying to copy. Another group of 3 larvae of Prosopocoilus bison cinctus. The Lucanid that I had listed some of earlier. Another group of 3 larvae. We have really gone through some beetles today, guys. Kind of all over the place. Now, I will say, unfortunately, for those who may have been waiting for grain pests, that grain pest beetles, etc., are a Sunday night thing. That's for the Sunday night insanity. So all those beetles will be auctioned off then. All right, not too much interest in the Prosopocoil. Oh, never mind, I spoke too soon. Orang Mango has chimed in. Well, let's see if we can get those to you then. There's the X for wrapping up the bids for the Prosopocoilus. Euphoria sepulchralis. Yeah, Jacob Smith, we'll do sepulchralis next. We'll do that as the next thing. Let me get it queued up here in my records. No, I wrote them down here somewhere. Huh. That's weird. I did not write them down in my records, but we will do them. Huh. I wonder why I didn't. I know they're available, so that's not it. Yeah, we'll do some. You'll do a group of Euphoria sepulchralis next. Okay. Going once on the Prosopocoilus. Going twice. Sold to Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 96. Beetle Pixel really getting in here on some of these guys. All right, we'll do a group of 12 larvae of E. sepulchralis from Homestead, Florida, the Dark Joy Beetle, starting bid of $20, I guess. So maybe does not need any introduction. These are the Euphoria sepulchralis. You know, sometimes in our lives, there are moments where we look back and we can see how our actions greatly impacted the rest of our future. I can think of several that have happened in my life that directly altered the timeline forever. And I think one of those was me, instead of taking the pair of Euphoria sepulchralis that I caught in the net in Homestead, I was sweep netting in some Biden's Alba, and I caught the pair, and there they were copulating in front of God and everyone. And I looked at them and I thought, these aren't going to survive my trip home. I should just throw these back. Like, this would be kind of a dumb thing to take home. And then I kind of thought for a second that, well, they're eating the Biden's pollen, so I could just grab a couple of these Biden flowers and throw it in with them, and they would be fine. And that's what I did. I decided to keep them and bring them home. And what do you know? They actually bred and they colonized the enclosure I put them into. And now I have a consistent colony of euphoria because I decided not to throw them back. So it's my little aside there. And hopefully within a couple of years, we'll get some of the other color forms of Sepulchralis in culture again, too. Elsie asks about any Roth's burrowing roaches tomorrow. Yes, we'll have some groups of Bursoptria rothi tomorrow. Well, maybe a group, but they will be on the table. Okay, Euphoria Sepulchralis. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Keen the Snake. Keen the Snake re-emerging to assert dominance. Winning bid of $31. Gah. Sorry, I'm port 22. So close. Somebody got revenge on you. You got some things other people wanted earlier. All right. Nifty Darkling time. We have a group of 12 mixed Eleodes species. El Prado, New Mexico. Starting bid of $30. I'm actually going to dive into the INAT records to see if I can find this species, but this is the smallest Eleodes. No, not the smallest, because we've had Tribulus before, and we currently have what's that Florida one, or not Florida? What's that California really tiny, fluffy species? I can't remember what the tiny fluffy species from California is. But these are tiny. They're round. They breed very easily. They breed basically like Ambaphion do. So I'm going to do a quick INAT check for observations around El Prado. Maybe I'll even have an ID. Okay, no records from El Prado, New Mexico. How about just the state of New Mexico, and then no records from New Mexico at all. Something's wrong. Why is this looking in Dubai? I selected El Prado, New Mexico. All right, how about we just do New Mexico? Surely it will recognize New Mexico. Okay. El Prado is nestled into this little area. They are not Hispilabris, I can tell you that much. They're not Longicalis. They're not Obscura. They're little things that I had to dig out of the rodent burrows that I was fisting. What's this one? 3-rib darkling beetle. Oh, Tricostata is a pretty cool looking species, but it's not that. Again, I'm not seeing anything for them here. Maybe because they were only deep in the rodent burrows, and that's why there's no records, because people did not encounter them just crawling out and about. Caudifera. Ooh, that's a cool looking darkling. I am trying really hard here, guys. Okay, here's one that looks like it could be the species. It looks like the proportions are about right, but they're very tiny darkling beetles, apparently not easily identified. This looks like it. Oh yeah, this is probably it. And of course, there's no ID. So I'm just going to post I'm going to copy the image here and post it into here. This is most likely the species. There we go. Very small, very cute. How do I get Hispilabris to pupate? They won't. I hate them for it. Try cooling them. That was the Cole Senatorius. The Hispilabris I got from you last year are still trucking. That's great. That means you're taking perfect care of them. With Eleodes suturalis and with northern obscurus. To get the larvae to pupate, you have to cool them down to like the 50s or 60s. They will not pupate at that temperature, but they will go prepupal or close to it. And then when you warm them up, they will rapidly pupate and mature into adults. That's what worked for me with suturalis and with obscurus from more northern areas. But these El Prados do not need that. They just cycle through in captivity without any issues. And it's a good one for communally housing with blue death training beetles and the whatnot. I'll just toss an X there. You guys will see. They'll be very popular. Have a nice big mixed enclosure of Embaphion and Eleodes. Some people seem to be put off by the pupation or by the size, but I like the small Eleodes. There's some cute small Eleodes, like those ones that TJ sent me back. I can't remember what they're called. All right, going once, going twice. Pass. All right, they're up there if anybody wants them. Let's see. It is. You can shoot death feigning beetles like dice. Yeah, they're pretty durable. And now it is time. The time has come for some very spicy things. We have a group of 12 larvae, and I'm going to leave to get a drink while these are up, of Cetoniscoma speciosa jaucelini. Starting bid of $50. A truly rainbow cetonine beetle. A very, very gorgeous beetle. Living jewels, as some have described them. I truly hope that there are still some beetle fanatics around, because you do not want to miss these. I guess they used to be called Protetia, but Cetoniscoma seems to be the most up-to-date with the Latin name. Aha, there we go. All right. Now that the bids are flowing in, I'm going to go get something else to drink. Probably put this coffee away too. Oh, no, it's almost gone. Oof, my hindquarters. All right, let's see what's happened. What's gone down here? Care. Same as all other cetonines, but I've noticed that the larvae, they do better on more of a leaf littery compost than they do on a woody one. It's also possible I wasn't keeping them humid enough, and that might explain why there weren't as many larvae as I thought there should be. Very long-lived as adults. I would think maybe 10 months is possible, which is pretty long for a cetonine. So pretty long-lived. You don't have to worry about them closing at weird staggeredness like some beetles will do, where you end up with a female months before you have a male. Like that happens a lot with leucanids, I've been told. All right, here's the X for the Cetoniscoma. Photo gallery is quite coveting of these. Honestly, this is definitely something that deserves it. Very beautiful beetles. They seem to be another one that's on a year life cycle where you can't really speed it up too much more than it is. You'll end up with about one generation a year. And I've been told that you don't need to cool the larvae to get them to mature. I do it anyways. It seems to help a little bit. The first year it seemed to help a lot. It's like I cooled them, was like, oh wow. Then they all started pupating a couple of months after I pulled them out after spending months of not. But then with this current generation, I cooled them and then they kept growing a little bit and eating over the summer, and then they eventually decided to pupate. So cooling them can't hurt, and it might help, but it might not be necessary. So keep that in mind. Okay, here we go. Wrapping up. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Sir Novak with a winning bid of $91. All right. Poor photo gallery. But do not fret. There may be more of these put up in a bit. So don't worry too much. But not right away. Instead, we will be doing something a little different first. Not today, Photobot. We have a group of... Got to get the spelling right here. Is the spelling right? Yeah, that's right. Now we have a group of 12 larvae of Cedoniscoma speciosa cyanochlora, the blue subspecies. And what a beautiful blue it is. There we go. Another one that the beetle people should really be hopping on. I don't know if I've said that too much about some other things. I mean, you know, the Dynasties Hercules, I was sort of like, meh. And bring these up, and it's like, bam, you know? So we have some fun here. These rule harder. All this sounds really... Again, JP, it sounds really complicated. It's not. What it amounts to is you get a bunch of compost, like 2 or 3 inches of it. You throw it in a bin. It could be a fish tank. It could be a plastic bin. You wait until the larvae get really big, and then you wait until you get annoyed with the larvae being really big. You look at them and you say, wow, these things have been big larvae for like 3 months now. When are they going to do something? And then you take it and you throw it in a cold place and you forget about it for 2 to 3 months. Then you say, hey, didn't I have like some beetles? I should probably check on those. You pull it out and then you just wait. It's not that difficult. And as time goes on, I appreciate some of the things that kind of want to be or should be. Then moisture gets involved somehow. Yeah, moisture. That is a good point. So they don't seem to like being wet when they're pupae. The larvae might want more moisture than I've been giving them. It might explain why I'm not getting a terribly high number of them. And I may try dialing up the moisture in the near future for just the larvae. But the adults are definitely quite dry adapted and definitely do not want to be like soaking wet. But they do want to have food that they can eat constantly, like an apple or something like that. All right, here's the X for everybody foaming at the mouth over the cyanochlora. Again, blue is my favorite color, especially dark blue. So I gravitate towards any beetles that have that sort of color. And interestingly, they're not very common. So, all right, cyanochlora going once, going twice, sold to Photo Gallery. Photo Gallery got them. Winning bid of $95. Photo Gallery better be uploading his own pics of those next time. Like and then moisture gets involved somehow. What was that? I don't know what that sound was. Okay, cross that off the list. So this next one is a tentative thing. So I'm going to put stars pending larval count. We have 5 larvae of Chlorocala africana camerunica. I think it's an U there. I'll do a quick Google search though to make sure my spelling is as correct on a possibly invalid subspecies. So it seems like that may not be a valid subspecies, but anyways. Starting bid of $40. Here's what's happened with the Chlorocala. Me, Alan, and Kai got I don't have locale info for the cyanochlora, maybe. For the Chlorocala, no. Alan, Kai, and I, not me, Alan, Kai, we received collectively some of these like a year and a half ago or something, and Alan and I both couldn't get any like larvae or anything out of them. I had like adults that lived for like 6 to 8 months and didn't do anything. And we were like trying to figure out what we were doing wrong because we reared the larvae, we got adults, all this other stuff. And at some point, I think the last of mine died, and Alan gave his to Kai to try and do something with. So he just gave his whole big setup to, and Kai's apartment can be kind of on the cooler side, and so Kai just like he bumped the moisture. He he bumped the moisture, and he also put like a wax paper or some sort of cover to like keep more of the moisture in. And Kai suddenly started getting larvae out of them, and so we kind of went back and forth on like what could be doing this, and we kind of think we know now because then Kai gave me a pair that he captive produced, and I ended up keeping them in a cooler room and with a lot more moisture, and I ended up getting a good amount of larvae. I need to do an exact count to see how many. That's why this is pending a larval count. So basically, if I don't have enough larvae to spare, you'll just get a refund unless you want a rain check. So that's how this is working. But it seems like this is the last cluster of people who have these in the U.S. And again, the key seems to be very high moisture and cooler temperatures. And by cooler temperatures, I mean the bug room's usually in the 80s. These seem to want things low 70s, high 60s. So basically just a normal human household temperature. So we'll put an X here. They are very pretty. You can get multiple generations a year, unlike something like courteous, but you just need to be aware of what we think is the husbandry key here, which again seems to be average household temperatures instead of supplemental heated, and more moisture involved seems to be the key. All right, Captain H, going once, going twice, sold to Captain H. The funny thing here is you can raise the larvae at room temperature without any problems. We have not had any issues getting things to adulthood at like bug room temperatures. Just the adults don't want to reproduce for some reason at bug room temperatures or ambient humidity. They need a little bit more. So again, Captain H, pending a larval count. So again, the last time I checked, I saw a good number of them, but I wanted to wait for them to get past the first instar or maybe even get to third before I dumped out the whole container because I just want to preserve these as much as I can. It's also trial for Orts and I eventually. Cameroon, Yaoundé. Interesting. I'm going to see what the weather's like there. Let's see. Oh. Well, it's in the 80s. Nighttime temperature. I can look up the climate really quick. I'm just curious about this. I'll put something else up and then I'll look at the climate. So on that note about the chlorochala, we'll do a group of 8 larvae, cotinus mutabilis from Bylis, Arizona, starting bid of $30. And these are the cotinus that I have raised for multiple generations in captivity. So I've gotten them to pupate in both clay and in sand. In the wild, they were on clay, but also in Arizona, so there's still a lot of sand. And this is the F2. Let's see. So the larvae I collected matured and laid eggs. F1 would be their offspring. And then those matured and laid eggs. That's F2. So we are on the F2. So thank you for that beautiful picture photo gallery. I don't know if it's the locality or maybe it was just the quality of those individuals, but they are showing a very nice velvety green there. It's pretty accurate to their true-to-life colors. Mutabilis is the larger of the 2 species that are more readily found, the other being Nitida, which is about half the size of a good-size Mutabilis. So I'm looking at the climate here in Cameroon, and it's in the 80s most of the year for the highs, and the lows in the winter are like 70. So now I'm going to look at the climate of Yaoundé is tropical, tempered by altitude, with a dry season from December to February. That is not very long at all. And a rainy season from March to November. The rains decrease a bit in July and August, although the sky remains often cloudy. So it seems like maybe the key to these is not temperature. It could be. I'm just conveying what worked for us with temperature. But it seems good on compost as well, yes, for the chlorochala. But it seems like the bigger factor may be moisture. So these may breed seasonally during this the rainy season, which would explain why we got so many of them when we bumped the humidity. But again, it could be temperature too. Even if the air temperature is very high, if it's the temperature in a log or underneath bark or something could be much lower, especially if it's raining. All right, here's the X for the Cotinus mutabilis from Bylis. Going once, going twice, sold to Muskrate. Like that name, Muskrate. Winning bid of $30. And it appears to be your first winning bid, so congratulations. We have time for maybe 2 or 3 more bids before I break for my lunch. And then I will return at 4 because I do have to go out and do my barn chores, my farm chores. So probably be back at 4. We'll continue with beetles, and then we will get into millipedes and springtails for the rest of the night and prepare for roaches tomorrow. So let's see, what else can I put up here? Unfortunately, this is the only group of these available. I will give some tips on some stuff in the live stream in a moment. I want to put up a group of 12 larvae of Gymnetus thula. Starting bid of $40. These have been, I would love to list more, but they've been very popular lately, so I don't have any more to list. And this is from, I asked Orrin about the locality for these, and I think he said somewhere in South Texas. He didn't have an exact place, and it's been a very long time. But the locality for these is South Texas, and I would really like to get some of the Florida ones at some point. Really. Josh Suds failed with his chlorocala because he kept them too warm. Josh, could it have also been moisture? Again, they may want it dripping wet like year round for the adults at least. Because again, have had no problems getting them from larva to adult with my standard cetidine care. So there's nothing there seems to be the problem. The problem is just getting the adults to lay eggs, and that might be triggered by high humidity. So my sentiments are they are a small cetidine. They're smaller than courteous nitida from a tropical place, not even subtropical, a tropical place. There's no way they should be difficult or take this long to do stuff. There's no way. And I know we have some euphoria that might be on a singular year life cycle like Monticola, but they're not from a tropical place. It gets very cold in the mountains in Arizona in the wintertime. It's not 80 degrees year round. So, anyways, Cole, what I just said applied to the chlorocala, not the courteous mutabilis. For the courteous, the difficulty there is keeping them moist enough that their cells don't dry up and contract and kill the pupa or prepupa, and keeping them dry enough that they don't rot from bacteria or fungus or something like that. So the best thing I found is when they're getting ready to pupate, give them a big enclosure with a good gradient of conditions if you want guaranteed success. So that's what I did the first time when I had the wild-caught larvae maturing. Was they were in a 10-gallon with a clay sand-based substrate, and I got impatient and was taking them out of the pupal cells because obviously I thought something was wrong when they weren't closing right away. But then I'd be like, duh, they're from a like semi-temperate area. They might just take longer. So I may do that with my current group. I may mix up a good sandy material in a tank and then just spray the surface level with some frequency so that the substrate doesn't dry out all the way. But that's the best thing you can do is give them a large container with a gradient of conditions and then just perfectly maintain those conditions however you need to. If it's putting a lid on the tank and forgetting about it, and that'll keep everything just about the same. But yes, it is important with courteous, with mutabilis, and with nitida, the pupation material. They definitely want sand or clay. They want something more than just frass. All right. We have one bid on the Gymnetus thula. I'm going to put the X there for wrapping things up. Captain H strikes back with a counter bid. I got to figure out what the last thing is we're going to do before the break. That's a good one. We're going to do that next. I know what we're going to do next. Musgrave coming into the fray. All right, here we go. Wrapping it up. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Captain H with a winning bid of $47. And that's my alarm telling me that I need to eat to live. All right. We're going to do our last item before the break. When we come back, we will be doing beetles. We have a group of 40 larvae of Tenebrio obscurus from St. John's, Michigan. Starting bid of $30. This locality of Tenebrio obscurus, last night I found larvae in my bin of the beetles I just sent you. Sweet, Devin. If you could send me a picture of your enclosure, I'd like to just look at it and sort of brain tweak it and see if there's a way I can make one that would be very similar. Make spicy, I love beetles. It's an interesting wordage there. Anyways, Tenebrio obscurus is a very cold-hardy Tenebrio species. It is larger than Molitor. That's I think that's might be TJ's picture there. This locality, some localities have like a standard like yellowy mealworm-looking larva. This locality is all the black, dark larvae. There's no special pupation requirements. They just pupate on the surface like just Molitor does, etc. Just cool. If you want to round out your Tenebrio or your Tenebrionic collection, this is it's an easy thing. The larvae will eat even like sawdust or like hydrated wood pellets with no special prep. You obviously want to supplement them a bit with like dog food to get better production out of them. Just an easy species. Found on a dead goat carcass at my friend Mike's farm. This will not be the last dead goat carcass invertebrate up for auction. I can assure you that there will be more of that in the future today. Orang Mango comes in with a 30. All right. He's interested in the obscurus, so we'll put an X there. You really want him? We'll try and get him to you. Okay, Tenebrio obscurus from St. John's, Michigan. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Orang Mango. The winning bid of $30. That's a good one. Maybe these should have fallen under grain pest, but the thing is, I actually keep like my Tenebrio on the same shelf as like my Cetidine beetles. Any Allotopus? No, there will not be any Allotopus. Maybe eventually. All right, yeah. Devin says, send some pics off to an ASU entomologist, see if they can help confirm the ID. Most likely they're larvae from the beetles that you sent. So congrats. But it could always be something else. You never know if something slipped in. So, all right, everybody. Break for lunch. See you all in 2 hours for lunch and farm work. That concludes this first section of the Beatles Plus, etc. day. And what a day it's been already. So I'm going to go ahead. Current topic. I got the board here. We're going to go ahead and write in. Next topic is millipedes. Okay, have a nice lunch, Stinky. It's gonna be really good lunch too. I'm getting some freshly homemade orzo salad. It is divine. Let's see, we gotta get everything going on here. Close out the Discord for the moment. Put that there. Get this focused downwards. All right, so you gotta put Kyle Jr. in the frame. Somehow, this is not the easiest thing to do. This is really not the easiest thing to do. All right, there we go. Grab my phone because I think Will would like me to call him back. And I will see you all at 4 p.m. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Oh, Kyle Jr. Oh. It's a little bit of fresh air in here. Oh, humidity's at like 68% and 84 degrees. Jump scare. The jump scare of that door opening. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I had a good restful break. Debating whether or not I'm going to end up taking more breaks, like at maybe 7. Not sure. We'll see how much ground we cover. Let's see. I think I got to announce that in here. Got it. Don't let everyone. Bidding resumes. There we go. Did I miss all the Beatles? No, there's still Beatles. Any more Beatles? Yes, we are. We were only like halfway through Beatles when I left. So there's some new stuff. There's some repeats of stuff we already went through, and then we're gonna be getting into millipedes. So Angela made me a delicious orzo salad, which is like spinach, feta, olives, orzo grains, basil stuff. Oh, it's so good. And then also some biscuits. These are really good. So I'll give it a second for people to funnel back in. Wow, a lot of people popped up in the Discord recently. Wow, crazy. Absolutely crazy. Also, I wanted to really quick while I'm thinking about it before we start the bidding. We didn't auction any Beatles off without you, Kyle. That's funny. Occasionally, when people are, I don't know if they pay via check or they send me a box or trade or whatever. Oh, this is not the animal license. I gotta put this somewhere else. People will send me some drawings of stuff or some little personalized notes, and I want you to just know right off the bat that I keep every one that I receive. I don't know if I should show people's names or if I can, but I got a couple of things that people have sent me here, bug pictures and whatnot that people have drawn, and some little stickers and the whatnot. So I do keep everything that people send me. I was just thinking about it because I have these here. I gotta file them away into my stuff people send me, and I am always grateful for anything that people send me. So just thought I would mention that while the stuff's staring at me here. So let's hop right back into things. We're gonna do 2 adult pairs, Pacnota, Marginata, Peregrina, starting bid of $40. Well, I get myself back in the game here. Let's go ahead and see. We got a couple of Beetle people who are on the case now. It's kind of why I wanted to just do a couple groups of some things and not do everything completely beforehand. I wanted some people who may be bros going backwards. Give some people a chance to bid on some stuff. So I'll sit here and snack on this biscuit while that's happening. So when I say we only have 2 pages left of stuff, it may sound like not so much, but it's going to take some time to go through all this. I guess there are some really good things coming up, especially in the millipedes. Kind of hit or miss with some of the millipedes. There's going to be some stuff that I think people will just be like, whatever. And then some other things that people are going to burn my house down for. Well, that's nice. Oh, and there's my alarm to say get back in the room. Another beetle giveaway, Tennyson asks. All right, here's the X for wrapping it up. I've done my spiel on Pacnoda. Ugh. All right, pair marginata. Going once, going twice. Sold to Hawkisa1. Hawksa1. First blood for today with the winning bid of $43. Says Taranchi says no. I don't know if they're saying no as in they think they got it first. This will not be the end of the marginata pair grind, I can tell you that much, fortunately. Winning bid of 43. Let's see. Okay. That's right. There's the whole front page. Never mind. It is 2 whole pages. Let's do another group of these. The sold sign is above. Let's do another group of 3 larvae of Dorcas Antaeus. Starting bid of $40. Another group of Dorcas Antaeus. Last time was a group of 2. Now it's a group of 3, and I have to find them on my little spreadsheet here. There we go. Stay updated on all this stuff. You just coming out strong. Let's see what people are talking about here. What type of biscuit is that? It's a biscuit. It's got pumpkin in it. And I don't remember any other particular things about it other than it's really good. It's got a nice little orangish tint. It's quite appetizing. Prep your wallets. I'm fighting for the Columbula. Leo and the Moss. Are we getting any oddballs like ants or termites? I'll go crazy. Termites are roaches, so they're on Roach Day. And if there's anything that's not a manted beetle, millipede, springtail, it'll be in Sunday after the isopods auction with the other bugs, miscellaneous arachnids, etc. things. Loki says, I completely forgot you were starting on Friday now. That's funny. Does anyone else like literally any other Dorcas other than Antaeus? I love Castana color. I do really enjoy them. All right. Here's the X. Let's see if Aegis reigns supreme. Oh, there we go. Time to sit through all of the Roach Day for those termites. I think it'll be somewhere between 1 and 3 species of termites. I got to check my downstairs ones. Zunwunky, all the remaining lots belong to me. All right, wrapping up the Dorcas Antaeus. Going once, going twice. Sold to Miracly with a winning bid of $65. All right. Okay, we're going to get through the last of these. These are the last ones going up for auction. We've already done a couple of sets of these, but these are the last ones for this auction. We have 3 Phallocrognathus muelleri green larvae, starting bid of $50. Rainbow stags. Again, the last group of greens that will be going up for auction right there. A couple of good beetle enthusiasts. I'm seeing some clusters of interests. Some people preferring the darkling beetles and some people preferring other things. Thank you, Photo Gallery. I like literally every other Dorcas other than Antaeus. Hope I are just better than Antaeus. It's funny. And also interesting because I thought somebody showed me a Hopi, and I don't think I was as impressed as I was with Antaeus for some reason. Unless I'm mixing the two of them up. I used to think that stuff like beetle husband or beetle taxonomy, especially like Dorcas and stuff that people have been breeding for a long time, was figured out. And then Kai and Alan were telling me about sort of the shenanigans that people pull with all these like published subspecies and stuff. And then I realized that it's just kind of it's all made up. The points don't mean anything, and it's all made up or whatever. No taxonomy anywhere is figured out. Loki's too broke for this auction because moving into Texas in literally 10 days. I hope, or 12 days. Hope you're moving to a good bug spot in Texas. No mozzarella this time. I'm getting fed actual food. All right, here's the X. The X always gets people motivated. I do still have some cheese in the fridge. It's a cheddar jack mix though this time instead of just mozzarella. We bought it because we were gonna make nachos or taco salad type stuff. I think today Angel's making marinated chicken instead of that. So, okay, wrapping up the bids on the Rainbow Stag Beetles, the green ones, going once, going twice, sold to Isopod Scientology has the highest bid. Thank you for posting that. Isopod Space Scientology has a winning bid of $52 before Smugger Smuggler. Go ahead and write this down. 62. Or was it 52? Oh, it's 52. Never mind. It's 52. Wow, that's a steal for those two. All right, so we did the greens. That means we know what's coming up next. We're going to do reds next. The last group of red rainbows. Starting bid $50, etc., etc. A lot of people have weaponized some stuff from previous auctions. I do enjoy that. I am quite a fan. Again, add more channels to the Discord server. I might eventually. Timberdoodle Daily asked about the care. So the larvae eat flake soil, which is just basically super composted, broken down wood, and or mycelium, like white rot fungus mycelium. Pretty high humidity, especially for the adults. The adults can be pretty long lived, but what I'm finding out with a lot of beetles is that males may live a bunch of years, but females will reproduce and just burn themselves out and die pretty quickly. So if you want a pet, it's actually better to get a male of some of these beetle species, especially like these lucanids, or just don't breed your females, but I don't know if they'll still live quite as long. Yeah, it's interesting because in stuff like especially roaches and I guess a lot of insects, the females will live a long time compared to males. The males are just a sperm vessel in some things. And it's not always the case with some of these lecanids where females will just reproduce and then die, and males will just keep chugging along. Smile and hold 2 thumbs up, Kyle. All right. There we go. Uncanny. Heard that stags may like less rotted wood than most other species, like rhinoceros beetles. Yeah, that may be the case. Although, been receiving and using a lot of things in flake soil, so. All right, Smugger Smoogler seems to be the primary interested party at the moment. We've also jumped in viewership substantially. It's we've got quite the crowded house right now. I will say, I guess that it would be nice to one day see the viewers up to 100. That would be phenomenal. That'd be the new goal for the next 5 years. So, oh wow, a lot of people spoke up. All right, red rainbow stag beetles going once, going twice, sold to Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of $106. Quite the acquisition. It's interesting how things vary with who's in the chats and stuff too, because sometimes coconut fiber soil better than creature soil. I've never used wherever this creature soil thing is. I don't know what that is. I've always just heard of or used coconut fiber or my own mixes of stuff. All right. We're going to do another group of 10 adult Asbolus varicosus, starting bid of $40. Get those guys out there. I appreciate that. Thank you for the quick edits. I especially like the Kyle on top of the off the block cheddar jack. I really like that. It's definitely a vibe. It is a good tradition to have. Any Lamprima, no Lamprima this time. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for reeling it in, keeping it real. Let's see what else. I can hop to the next page maybe after this, or take care of. Again, we're kind of getting to some of the last groups of some of the beetles. Kind of, sort of. If you have any bugs that are detritivores to any extent, don't use coconut fiber. It can work well as a base for a lot of things, but like people will put millipedes on pure coconut fiber and expect them to thrive, and that's not how that works. Tennessee asking about what time Aaron or Vega will be tomorrow. Honestly, from what I've written down already, they could be anytime between right when we start and like a couple of hours later. But there is a good number, or most of them are at the beginning of tomorrow, so at 10. All right. Putting an X there for the Asbolus group. Asbolus varicosus. Kind of sounds like a Harry Potter spell. I don't know what it would do to you. Maybe give you a bunch of bellicose veins or something. Could happen. All right. Wrapping up on the Asbolus group. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Smugger Smoogler with a winning bid of $59. Okay. Let's put up a group of 12 larvae of Eleodes CF subnitans from Madeira Canyon, Arizona. Starting bid of $20. So this is, they seem to be subnitans. You guys know my spiel on all this stuff. Subnitans is a very good beginner Eleodes. It's basically like a medium-sized Eleodes that has like the care of Embaphion. They're not too picky about humidity and some other stuff. Duchess Venom spent most of their money on mantids. Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe not the best idea to burn out your funds at the beginning of the auction, but you know, people wanting some authentic Roach Crossing cheese merch. One day I will make my own cheese and the meme will come full circle. All right, Musgrave is interested, so let's try and give it to him. Here's the X for wrapping up bids on the Eleodes CF Subnitans. Going once, going twice, and sold to Muskrat. Keep wanting to type Muskrat. Okay. We do be making progress. Have to pick where to put $75. Let's see. All right, here's the last group of these. We have a group of 12 larvae of Pachnota iskulka, a schoolyard sun beetle with a starting bid of $50. I think my favorite aesthetically of all the Pachnota currently in culture. I can only hope to be so lucky as to acquire more Pachnota over the course of my life. It would be just divine to have, by the time that I shed my mortal coil, to have 10 Pachnota species in culture. I can only hope to be so lucky, considering over the course of 13 years, we've only gotten 3 species. So it's like one new species every 4.5 years. That's not the worst, I guess. Cole asking if any Victor babies yet. No, Nazik has not. She's not gone through her little girl cycle for the first time yet. And she has to be 20 months old to breed as per her puppy contract. But so what does that put us at? That's like this time next year about would be when she could start. When she could have puppies. So, but I gotta be moved out of here first. There's no way I'm whelping a litter of puppies in this house. That is not gonna happen. So definitely not gonna happen. All right, here's the X for the Pachnota iskulka. A bit of discussion about people's special mixes of substrate stuff. You know, what I've been doing lately with a lot of things is I got to see how viable this is going to be in the near future. It's going to be very viable in the distant future. But using my compost from the compost pile, which is basically just old guinea pig and mouse/soft fur bedding that's broken down for like 4 to 6 months outside, bringing that in, sterilizing it, and then using it. I've been doing that for a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff really likes that. And I'm liking sort of the the weight to the substrate and how much things like it. So in the future, I think I'm looking at maybe eventually producing all my own substrate and not having to buy coconut fiber or other stuff. And I think that would be pretty cool. So, but it's still in the works. Let's see. All right, here we go. I see somebody posted something in the bid thing. I appreciate the positive comments, but I have to ignore it because I don't want to encourage conversation in there. But anyways, here we go. Pacnoda Skulka, last group, going once, going twice, and sold to Ryan's Peter with a winning bid of $71. Again, really good deal on those. Thank you all for your efforts. We're gonna start wrapping up with the Pacnoda now. We got 2 adult pairs of Pacnoda Sinuata Flaviventris with a starting bid of $40. You are welcome to split your stuff, guys. Just be aware in the rules. I updated in the rules. I do have to start charging for splitting stuff up because it starts to become a logistical nightmare for things, making sure, half goes here, but then half goes here, but then this goes there. So there is a service fee for splitting things, but you're still allowed to do it. And, if somebody got enough stuff, I might just be like, yeah, you just have to pay it like once or something. So, Photo Gallery's Apprentice, very amusing. Glad there was another group I was leaving for the first. Sorry, I meant to post here. Have to change between the 2 apps. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad that your colony is doing really well. They're an easy beetle, I know it's more of an Eastern thing to want to do stags and rhinos and Hercules and all that stuff, but I think it appeals to the Western beetle keepers' sensibilities to culture things in groups. And one of those things is the Pacnoda. Is a great thing for doing that with. Okay, so here is an X for wrapping it up. Again, we're wrapping up the Pacnoda now. Photo gallery, I love it. I'm very amused by that image and probably will forever be. What we do? Sinuata just now? Okay. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Ryan's Peter, who corrected at the last minute or added the last minute with a winning bid of $43. Very, very amusing. Period. Okay. So we're going to finish cleaning house with the Pacnoda now. We have another group of 12 larvae of Pacnoda marginata peregrina, starting bid of $50. Gosh, this Excel spreadsheet is looking monstrous already. I am never going to emotionally recover from this. Oh, it's going to be a long October. When I go to Youmacon at the end of October, beginning of November, if I have all my orders out, I'm gonna have the best time ever. Missing out on some beetles because you're too poor. Panthera, can you keep different Pacnoda species together? Let me answer that really quick. Yes, you can keep Sinuata and Marginata together. emotional damage, and they will not hybridize. I had my friend who bred the Gigas and other stuff was doing that for years. The Sinuata in her setup became more dominant over time, but the Marginata never went away. They were still always present. I don't know about mixing Esculca in. I have a feeling like Marginata and Sinuata might outcompete the Esculca, and I don't know anything about the taxonomic relationship, so they could also hybridize. So we've got some interested people here. I love what people are doing with the emojis with the color gradients and stuff. And maybe one day I'll get the other Marginata subspecies. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like solid. It's like the solid mahogany color. Yeah, mahogany. Yeah, solid mahogany color. I really like that. Phil, Cenoniscima speciosa Jocelyn, I still are not pupating yet. Try cooling them. I know it's one of the people who, I think the person who got them into culture said it's not necessary, but I've cooled both of my batches of them and I haven't had any issues. It may not be necessary, but it may be helpful. I don't think that it hurts to take them down to 50 degrees minimum. I think over the winter I had them in the high 50s, low 60s. Fahrenheit, of course. I thought that was funny. I know it's a typical joke, but you know. All right, here's the X for the Marginata peregrina larvae. It was interesting hearing them called taxicab beetles too. You know, it's kind of in flux. Common names are common names, but I tried to. Peregrina means like foreign or alien, and hence alien sun beetle, and they do look pretty funky and alien. It's a good earworm. Proceeds to take them down to 50 degrees Kelvin. Oh, very amusing. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Dr. Hemorrhoid, making his triumphant return to auctioning with a winning bid of $70. And now finally, for the last Pachnota of the auction, we have a group of 12 larvae of Pachnota sinuata flaviventris, the OG, starting bid of $50. Again, holds a soft spot in my heart as the first Pachnota I worked with, and my colony withstood some tough times with me and came out the other end amazing. So speaking of which, really quick, this is the new Zevia design. I don't really like it. It kind of makes it look like a beer or something and makes me not want to drink it like casually during the middle of the day per se. But this is what it is. So I'm holding this up because I'm going to go get another drink. We call them rainforest June bugs. That's very amusing. All right, I'll be right back. Gotta scratch the itch. I gotta read the live stream comments. I see some amusing ones, but we'll set this to wrap up. Our last Pachnota, and Probably within the next half an hour, we'll be moving on to millipedes. Maybe a little bit longer, maybe 45 minutes. I just realized I kind of backloaded some of the good stuff. I hopped around at first, and now we're ending with a backload of some stuff that people might really want. So, all right, Sinuata group going once, going twice, sold to Musk Rate. Winning bid of $65. It's also, again, I love seeing people who are like bulking out their collections with stuff. I'll get to there in a second. Before I do that, I'm going to throw up this group of 3 L2, L3 Dynasties, Hercules, starting bid of $80. Just throw that up there to percolate. Thank you very much, Photo Gallery. All right, Rainforest June beetles. I had to put them at 60 degrees Celsius, like you said. Why aren't they pupating? Let's see. The inflatable. Yeah, the Kyle Jr. is here. He's here. It's just he can't really sit right by the door right behind me because there's like so much stuff here now. So, exactly. My sniping is so esoteric this time, you might just be missing it. Or Silver Tears may have threatened to test the direction my knees bend. Big lawn. I love this. Very interesting there. Kyle, would it be possible to ship orders together if they're going to the same place under this? You don't even have to pay more for if you just need 2 orders to go together to the same place. I'll just put them together. There's no need to do that. If you just say this person's order is shipping with mine, you don't have to do that. LC, what is the most invasive roach in Florida? Hands down, Pycnoscelis surinamensis is the most invasive roach in Florida. Probably facilitating the extinction of Aranavega floridensis at some places. So, I wish I had the patience for these. More like 5 orders together. Yeah, that's fine. Any specific care tips for the Esculca? Yeah, I will. Let me talk about that while the Hercules percolates. I see there is another fill. So the same as I've been keeping my other 2 Pacnota. The only thing I found with Esculca is they will not tolerate as much moisture as the other 2 Pacnota take. So I described earlier, if I had 4 inches of substrate, all 4 inches could be moist throughout, and Sinuata and Marginata would be completely fine with that. But if that happens with the Esculca, I'll notice that the adults will not be they will not oviposit as much. They won't be as happy. So I would say let the top like half of substrate dry out and the bottom half be moist. Seems to be the thing. And Pacnota and Gymnetus have identical husbandry in general. The only thing is Gymnetus will take colder conditions, and some people have difficulty keeping, especially Marginata, and I would say Esculca too, probably, but I haven't tried it, and nobody's gotten them and kept them cold. But they don't do as well without some sort of supplemental heat or temperatures below like 75. So I have a heat lamp on them, so the adults come out during the day. They get to feed, they get to fly, they get to mate, and they're quite happy with that. I don't have big losses. They're always quite productive for me. So there can be only one. All right, Phil's, here you go. Here's an X. I don't even think the other Phil's bidding on this. Phil. Oh, the emojis. I want to like participate in the emoji spamming that's going on, but I guess it's probably more amusing for me to just sit and watch the actions. And also, I have all my Pacnota and screen lidded enclosures too. So they're just fish tanks with with standard screen on them. So hello, Satchel. You're still plenty of good beetles going on right now. May the best Phil get the snipes. Okay. Wrapping up the Dynasties Hercules bidding. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Phil D. Winning bid of $80. To be careful that it doesn't autofill the wrong fill in the Excel spreadsheets. To be careful about that. New Mexico spider beetles, Satchel says, they're not as easy as Mesium, unfortunately. Is the quick thing. Let me put the last group of Xylotrupies up for auction. Of Xylotrupies florensis. Autofill the wrong fill. Oh, come on. I just copied that. Okay, that should grab it. 3 larvae of Xylotrupies florensis. The last group available. And if anybody's interested, I might put another group of the Xylorites thestalis adults up for grabs. But I'll let the YouTube chat let me tell me some more about that. Somebody specifically messaged me. What's going on here? Maybe somebody added me. Wow, lots of people joining the server. This is nuts, guys. I can't believe this. I genuinely cannot believe how many people are popping up. It's crazy. 70 people online in the server and 204 offline or in cryptic mode. It's absolutely insane. All right, Aegis is in the lead. The definitive but quiet 30 bid. All right, we'll start wrapping it up for the Xylotrupies. Last group. He just solidifies with a 35 bid. Also, it happened to Beetle Crossing. Beetle Crossing, that was my April Fool's joke for Kai. He was like, oh, you should be Beetle Crossing because you sold all beetles at this expo. And so I became Beetle Crossing for a day. No link to server anywhere else. I had to wait till this live stream to get the link. There's a link on the homepage. I guess I could have put it in the actual auction ad, but I didn't know if people would be able to people would be accessing it from their phones or the computers and able to copy it directly off of there. I have to sit in and type out every letter and number. So, on the homepage for Roach Crossing, there's a link to the Discord. But that current updated link that is apparently working for everybody is just on the live stream. All right. Xylotrupies florensis going once. Going twice. Sold to Aegis with a winning bid of $39. Wonderbar. All right, I guess we'll do one more group of Xylorites thestalis. So 2.2 adult Xylorites thestalis, starting bid of $20. In case anybody wants to give them a go. They're not a very easy species, the cutest pet beetles. They are very cute. but people have had problems getting Xylarites jamaicensis to oviposit and stuff in captivity. I wish I could picture. I've gotten eggs if anyone wants tips. All right. That is an offer for information from Isopod Scientology. There's an X. Just going to leave that up there. Anybody wants them? 2 adult pairs. Going once. Going twice. All right, pass. They're up there if anybody wants them in the future. All right, we have grab these bad billies again. Hawkisa 1 will take them. All right. I'll just put that here so I have that on hand. Next up, we have 3 L2, L3 Goliathus, $30 starting bid. Poeta Corvi was about to take them. GG. That sometimes it do be like that, especially here among these homies on these streets. Actually, the first pass of the day was what was the first pass of the day? We have had one pass already. I think it was for an Eliotes. I think somebody made a pass list, actually. Eliotes were the first pass. Yeah, one of the Eliotes. The Colorado City ones, I think, which I think are really, really, really cool. Like, I fisted the burrows so aggressively, not just for the Aeronavega, but in the hopes of cobbling together enough larvae of that Eliotes, because I found one adult, and it was probably a male. And then I wanted more of them because of how tiny and cute it was. And so I kept fisting. And every time I would collect the Aeronavega, I would also try and grab as many of the Eliote larvae that I would pull out too. So, oops, must have been when I left for lunch. While they're up there, I think it's, again, the Colorado City ones, or not Colorado City, the El Prados, the really cute tiny species. It's not tiny. It's like, because tiny is like, Tribulus is tiny. That other one that I can't remember the Latin for that TJ sent me a restart of, those are tiny. But this I guess maybe on the large end of tiny, or the tiny end of small. All right, Goliathus. There's the X for wrapping up bids. And that is the last group of Goliaths that are going to be up for auction. So we did that too. Yeah, getting down to the end of Beetles here. All right, Goliaths going once. Going twice. Sold to Email Port 22, winning bid of $61. Fernald Strong, very amusing. Let's see here. All right, we get to go with a Kyle fun thing. I love the get stick bugged. We have a group of 100 mixed Neatus tenebrioides from Livonia, Michigan. Starting bid of $30. This is a native wild darkling beetle from my backyard that infiltrated my roach cultures when I wasn't sterilizing my leaf litter and stuff appropriately, and became established in a couple of bins. And I really like them. I think they have some high potential for bioactive. They're basically a common mealworm, like the Tenebrio molitor. Like they look almost the same color wise, especially the larvae. Everything about them is basically the same, but you can feed them on nothing but like leaf litter and sawdust and stuff like that. And they do even better than like the domestic than Tenebrio do, because that's their wild diet, is that stuff. So um you can throw wood in and generate like feeders for stuff, which is pretty cool, and not even have to worry about buying grain and things like that for Tenebrio. So, or use it as a bioactive. They have some good raw processing power, or a cleanup crew for a roach enclosure. Lots of options. So, I guess maybe we'll just stick bugs for this weekend. There will be stick bugs on Sunday. I guess we'll put the X there, and we'll slowly get ready to maybe pass on them. But somebody will probably pick them up off the pass list, and then a bunch of people will be like, "Oh, well, I wanted them." So, thus is life. All right, going once, going twice. Keen the Snake sold. Keen the Snake. I was gonna say, sometimes with stuff like this, I just leave my eyes open, and whoever shows interest, it's like, all right, you got it. You don't have to do any more than that. You don't have to fight over it like animals. That's why one of the domestics is for a cleanup crew in my other colonies. Yeah, this is another good alternative, and very cold tolerant too. I should have maybe mentioned that the colony can go below freezing and they'll be fine because they're native to Michigan, but they don't need a diapause either. They'll just breed year round indoors. Truly a treasure. Anyways, but on the flip side of that coin, let's go with a group of 100 mixed Tenebrio, Molitor, Wisman Giant. The Wisman Giant mealworms. And these are the ones that are, with the amount of time and effort Kim and Christine have put into these, the last batch. So I have my colony that I got from Kim like 3-ish years ago. And I'll be honest, I do not do rigorous culling for size. They're still huge compared to regular mealworms, but I don't meticulously cull for size. The last time I saw Kim and Christine's stock at the last expo I was at, the mealworms were like the size of superworms, if not larger. And it just blew my mind. And so I'm probably going to just pick up some groups from them at the show and refresh or restart my colonies with the latest stock, because every generation Christine picks the biggest pupae, every single generation. So they're just growing in size just more and more over time, as so long as she continues to put that very heavy pressure on them. And it's just absolutely ridiculous how big they have gotten. And really, really over, it's not even somebody's lifetime. I think they've only been doing that for maybe 15 years, have produced that drastic size increase in them. They're really a testament to what human ingenuity and stick-to-itiveness can accomplish. All right, here's the X for the Tenebrio Molitor Wisman Giants. And that, we still got stuff on the front page. We're within the last like 15 items of being done with beetles. Do they ever sell online or just at expo? Only at expos. Only at one expo specifically. All right. Mealworms going once. Going twice. Sold. to Braden. Braden snuck in there. Winning bid of $51 out of nowhere. I would put just a regular group of mealworms up for auction, but like honestly, if there's anything you can just go anywhere and get, it's just like it's Tenebrio Molitor. Which expo? That would be the Michigan Reptile Expo in Taylor, Michigan, which is the second Saturday of every month. And they do not sell online. They will not ship, and they do not go to any other expos. They are going to maybe in 2 years they're going to try and start going to Tinley Park in Chicago and maybe a couple other ones, but they're waiting. They have a big collection of snakes that they're growing up and have started breeding, so they're waiting for that to be ready before they start traveling to other expos. So for the next 2 years, they only do this one because it's local. Okay, let's see. We did the Neatus tenebrioides. Okay, guys. We're really going to go through some good stuff now. Like, I mean, this is all stuff that we've done before, but this is heavy duty, heavy bidding type stuff we're going to be cycling through. So we're going to do another group of 3 L3 Dichronorhina, Derbiana, starting bid of $30. Oh, I got to edit that just to say green because it's the green. There we go, the green line. As opposed to the blue line, which hopefully will become more readily available in the near future. Oh, for anyone who wants another meme, me holding back the anger when someone says bugs are gross. I'm glad that you guys got that good screen cap. Lots of people joining the server. That's amazing. Is the blue line pure hybrid? In Dichronorhina, as I understand, it is a pure subspecies. It was just a genetic variation. The red, blue, and green are all, I think they're all single alleles in beetles. And it's a very common thing across a lot of like scaraboid beetles to have a red, a blue, and a green. Same with buprestids. So it's a very common variation to have. In Macinerina, there are species and subspecies that are solid or that are blue, but a lot of the hobby stock are hybrids or intergrades of things. I mean, the intergrades, they may not even be valid in the first place. So, but there are some hybrids, like it's like Macinerina ugandensis x torquata or whatever the husband or the taxonomy is for some of that stuff right now. Aha, a little bit more traction going on. I like to see it. All right, here's the X for the Dichronorhina larvae. Again, we are in the end game for beetles other than grain pests and preparing for millipedes next. All right. Dichronorhina, Derbiana greens going once, going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper, making his triumphant return with a winning bid of $39. The legend returns. All right, Steel. That's right. I was ready to rotate through some good things. All right. We have the return of something else nice and spicy for the end of beetles here. We have another group of 12 larvae of Cetoniscoma speciosa jaucelini, starting bid of $50. This is a pain to type out. Cetoniscoma speciosa jaucelini. This is the red, green, and blue Cetoniscoma. Devin asked, were the Derbiana from previous auctions the green color form? Yes, they were. I said that earlier, but I guess I should say it again every time I put them up for auction. The blue ones have only started circulating in the U.S. as of about a month ago. So they're definitely the rare thing currently. So the green color form is the one that says beetle people are eating good today. I love that. I love that expression so much. These have been gorgeous all day. Again, there's beetle people are not going to be lacking for food. Roach people are really not going to be lacking for food tomorrow. It's going to be something, I assure you. We have some interest in the Cetoniscoma. I have some contacts who know populations of like the introduced Protetia and stuff in the United States, and debating from a moral perspective if I wish to acquire them. As I understand it, they're in tropical places. They can be kind of pesky, but that's why they've been introduced to the places where they are now. So trying to save for the roaches, it's hard though. All right, light a fire here for the Cetoniscoma speciosa jaucelini. I wonder if there's a different way you're supposed to say that. Jucelini? Jaucelini? Maybe? Ejo mama? I don't know. Hoping to eat good with springtails. Rain, you may be a little disappointed. I mean, I have some stuff, but there's nothing that is gonna. Nobody's gonna want to burn my house down for some of it, unfortunately, I guess. But springtails are hard to keep a bunch of them going, especially some of the larger, the entomobryids. You know, I'm getting to the point where, with stuff is, I need to keep when I make a springtail culture, I need to at least have like a spare container ready and think, oh, in like 4 to 6 months, I need to like scrap the old one, move some to this new one, and let them colonize it. Otherwise, I'm going to have a crash, and then I'm going to have to deal with that. Latin doesn't have silent E's. Yeah, I learned hard Latin in high school, which is why some of my Latin pronunciation is a weird combination of like Italianized Latin and hard Latin. So yeah, vulgari. Yeah, Satchel seconds me here. So and the V in hard Latin would be pronounced as a W. So it would actually be in hard Latin, it would be like vulgare. Vulgare? Gare? No, A-E-I. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. It's silent E's in my heart. Kyle and I both got that Catholic school experience. Yeah. All right. Wrapping up the bidding on the Cetoniscoma, on the rainbow flower beetles. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Phil. Photo gallery skirted out again. Winning bid of $71. Phil with 2 L's. Okay. All right. Another one. Already burned right through my budget already. 12 larvae of C. teniscama speciosa cyanochlora starting bid, $60. Springtails just did not enjoy me moving, I guess, and all passed for some reason. I'd be cool with just getting some starter colonies anyways. Again, well, if that's the case, then yeah, maybe you will be eating good. But I kind of have like my 10 species of springtails that are consistently doing well for me. It's just kind of a bread and butter at this point. I wish I could get up to 20 so I could offer some crazy variation or something. But right now, I'm just thankful that I was able to pull my Euchaeonera out of their death spiral so I don't have to trade for or buy another colony. Beetles are so tempting, but I'm saving for the miscellaneous section. I have finished inventory for the miscellaneous section. And yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good if I do say so myself. The nicest thing about the miscellaneous is you really never know what's going to be there. So, especially towards the end of things, there's some oddballs. I got like some plants and some seeds and some like dry goods that people can use. And then, of course, our oddball auctions, which I think will generate quite a bit of hype. So that's fun. New earwig species. Yes, perhaps. Perhaps. All right. A lot of people going after the cyanochlora. So here's the X for wrapping up the bidding. Any cacti? Leo, I wasn't going to, but, since you bring it up and since it's very easy for me to do, I will write down a cactus here. So I will do that, yeah. So I wrote down, it'll be, again, we'll do it then. It'll be cold hardy cactus. Just probably a couple pads of Opuntia cespitosa, but, somebody probably wants that, so. All right, wrapping up the bids on the cyanochlora. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Miracly with a winning bid of $101. Miracly becoming a beetle enthusiast rapidly, a beetle collector. Any Armadillidium pulchellum. Tennyson, I don't know yet because I haven't inventoried most of the isopods. That's something I have to do tomorrow night. So all right. Here's our last one of these. Last one for the auction. We have 3 second/third instar dynasties Hercules. The last ones for the auction. The just straight up full stop Hercules beetle. Orchid cactus from Satchel Tropical Duchess asks, yes, there will be some tropical stuff. My orchid cactus from Satchel last auction is doing great. That's wonderful. I love hearing that because it's just, it was a bunch of pads. They went out, and then you've got like a plant started from them now. Probably what will happen with some of the stuff that I'm putting up for auction on Sunday night. Any care tips on those blue guys? Pretty much standard seeding care. I'm suspicious the larvae might actually want more moisture than I've been giving them, or maybe the adults want more moisture to encourage ovipositing. I'm not really sure yet. I'm going to try some things though and see what results I can get. But basically, typical seeding care. I found there are some reliable sources that say you don't need to cool them. You don't need to cool them for the winter to get the larvae to pupate. I've had very good results cooling them and getting pupation at some point afterwards. So brings a tear to my eye that last year I won only 5 PSJ was P. Oh, Speciosa Jocelyn. Yeah, yeah, just how it is, you know. I don't know if they may never become insanely common, and honestly, when they get put on Roach Crossing, the price will probably be eight to 12 larvae for like $150 to $200. They are not going to be, they will not be Pacnota priced. They will be quite a bit, just because again they're kind of hard locked on roughly a year life cycle. Any diadema, no whip spiders, unfortunately. I'm hoping for spring to have some diadema. I've been pairing up a pair, and the female's not doing anything, so I don't think so. All right, not many people interested in the Hercules right now, so we'll put the X there. I'm actually really excited to have another one of the cream flavored of these. I feel centipedes. Yes, there will be centipedes. I feel like a beetle where I have to sit and sip sap all day or I'm going to dehydrate. This is exactly what I feel like. Beetle Pixel coming in here. All right. Dynasties Hercules larvae. Here we go. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Beetle Pixel. Winning bid of $91. All right. Getting down to the wire here. Maybe not big ones, but a really cool one. And also Harvestman. There will be Harvestman. All right, we're gonna do some big fun right now. We have a group of 12 Dichronorhina, 12 larvae of Dichronorhina, Dichronorhina, Derviana. I'm going crazy, guys. Starting bid for this nonsense. Put green on there. Starting bid for this nonsense. $1. Let us see how this goes. Phil bids $1. Poto bids $2. Oh no, it's growing exponentially. While this happens, I'm going to go grab another drink. How hard are extinct roaches to keep? They've been very easy for me, but some professional roach keepers beg to differ. So I guess it depends on who you ask. I have enough of them reliably that I do my free starter colony with every 5 starter colonies of other roaches you buy with standard roach crossing orders. So that's how I view them. Such a good biscuit. All right, here's the X for the madness of the Dichronorhina group. What was this other thing I was going to put up here? All right. Dichronorhina group is going once. Going twice. Sold to Photo Gallery. Winning bid of $68. Nobody wanted to do nice? Nobody wanted to do the nice bin? The nice one? All right. Okay. Same old song and dance. Another group of 12 larvae of Cetoniscoma speciosa jausolini, Usolini, however it is said. And as we prepare to wrap up all the beetles other than grain pests. There be any extincts up for auction? Yes, tomorrow there will be Simondoa. I don't know how many groups I want to put up yet. It sounds like a lot of people want them, so I could be mean and do one big group and let everybody fight for them, or I could do two smaller groups and also let everybody fight for them. We gonna find out. My grains need infesting. That's it. I'm trying myself. Photo Gallery's Apprentice. Very amusing. That's harsh. Again, I do really like the blue ones, but the Jausolini are also very beautiful, especially in good light. And they do have blue on them too. You know, the pronotum's red and the elytra are green, and then like the legs and the sides and sort of the underside is also is blue. So they are truly a rainbow of different colors. Actually, I don't know if people would hate me if I said I kind of would like to see an all green one, but I'm pretty sure there are some species or subspecies in that genus that are solid green. Do one big one, it'll be entertaining. It wasn't entertaining last year in the spring or the fall. I did the big group and Marshall Arachnids just like came in and like claimed it. Nobody protested. All right, wrapping up for the Cetoniscoma. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Photo Gallery's Apprentice. That's going to be a lot to type out. Winning bid of $65. Guys are getting some crazy deals on these Cetoniscoma, I can tell you that much. I can actually get on the live stream. Okay, here we go. The last beetle thing up for auction. We have a group of 10 blue death feigning beetles. Yep, that's it. That's the last thing, guys. I swear, it's the last thing. As Bullous Varicosis, starting bid of $40. That's it. That's the climactic end. That's it. Yep, that's it. Nothing more. Nothing else going on. A lot of people are very interested. That's good to see. Always good to see. Oh, so good. Really hits the spot. L ending. All right, here's an X for the Blue Death Feigners. I had a bunch of these guys in high school. They're so much fun. My friend was saying earlier that you can shoot them like dice. They really do not care. We got a lot of chat going on here. Still trying to breed BDFB. They are annoying. The big thing, one of the big things with death feigning beetles is they, even if they come from very hot places, they do like to be cooled in the winter. And so if you get adults that are freshly wild caught and they've kind of already gone through their summer phase of like laying eggs and stuff, they will just go reproductively dormant and not breed again until you cool them, and they'll just stay reproductive all like for the rest of their lives unless they're cooled. All right. As bolus group, going once, going twice, sold to Patrick, winning bid of $56. All right. And now time for the real final boss here. For the real final boss. The real last thing is we have a group of 12 larvae of everybody's favorite. $12 larvae of the Cetoniscuma speciosa cyanochlora, starting bid of $1. Secret ending. So there you are. You filthy animals. Say, man, people who want to see the Niskama are really getting what they wanted. Patrick has been getting some epic steals today, going into negative budget here. Captain H strong with a 50 solid bid. 55 from Little Ninjas 18. Again, this is the last beetle, the last of the beetles other than the grain pests. Now, there will be some shiny blue beetles in the grain pests, but they're going to be a lot smaller than this. This is the last thing that's anywhere near this sort of size and whatnot. Oh, so good. Aegis defiantly put up a bid for 100 to rule above everyone. Already dug my grave with the first 5 in the spring. Please let me have. I have a feeling that Mr. Dr. Humroyd and Aegis may be getting into a bit of a scrap over this. We'll see. Here's the X. I'll let you guys sort each other out. I'm sorry my English isn't perfect yet. Are grain pests like weevils? They're basically just various organisms that infest grains. So there's usually a lot of beetles. There's a couple of like book lice. There's some moths. You know, it's kind of there's really odds and ends all over the place with some of the stuff that's going to be put up for sale at the end of Sunday. Somebody's asking for tips on Simon Doa. I think the biggest thing was I tried to, when I first got them, I got a lot of them. So they felt very comfortable in the enclosure. They probably built up like a gut flora. You know, they were happy. So their gut flora was happy and they really thrived overall. And, I think that's probably the biggest thing was I got so many of them all at once. They're not really picky eaters. They breed fast enough for me to be able to give some of them away with orders. So it's hard to say exactly. I mean, their husbandry basically for me has just been the same as like Henschutedenia flexivida, like giant lobster roaches, but more moist. So I'm go cry now. All right. Dr. Humroyd is T-posing to assert dominance with a $101 bid. So here we go, guys. Fight it out. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. And the dust settles. Aegis with a $105 winning bid. That was a very strong, silent battle there. he just has officially taken home the last of the non-grain pest beetles. And with that being said, we'll just mosey on over into millipedes. We'll take it easy with our first thing. We have for our first millipede thing here, we have a group of 3. What is this? I don't know if anybody's going to recognize this Latin name. We have a group of 3 Archispirostreptus gigas, starting bid of $1. Just a little something there. These are tiny. I was graced by a multitude of baby gigas. When I checked one of the container I've been keeping my last captive bred adult pair in. And so I'm going to pass that forward. So now we have them up for grabs. And a lot of people ask me for these, and I tell them, check back in a couple weeks. I'm at the mercy of whenever babies pop up. And it really is like that, because I'll check on an enclosure and I'll have found nothing in it for like weeks. And then I'll go back through it and sift around, and all of a sudden, hey, there's like 4 more babies in here. World's smallest millipedes. Satchel pests are Sunday night, along with all the miscellaneous things. We have a whole day for roaches tomorrow, and then Sunday is going to be isopods, followed by all of the misc. Telling you right now, if Keen the Snake gets these for $100, that is Fancy Cloud. That is going to be anything less than $300 for these is going to be a steal. They even got great personalities to back up. Aw. So I did move my last adult pair of gigas. Actually, I'll tell a quick sob story here after I put the X up for wrapping up the bidding. There's been one of my gigas had one bad molt, and it had a stuck segment, and it never got past that. Like subsequent molts, it never was able to like heal itself past the segment. So it might even still have old exuvia stuck to that segment to this day, instead of it just being constricted there. So there was a point where it was growing up, and I was like, maybe I should just like, it's kind of suffering, it might die, I should just like, euthanize it. And then I was like, it's a gigas, just leave it, why would you do that? So I left it, and I was under the impression it was a female. And so now maybe 2 months ago, I'm down to my last 2 gigas, and I was like, I got these 2 females, maybe I should go pester my friend to let me borrow one of her males. And then I looked in the enclosure late at night, and I saw them mating, and then I finally picked up the one with the gimp segment, and I realized it was actually a male. The gimp segment was not signifying it was a male. I checked it, and it's a different segment up was that. So all baby gigas that I'm going to be getting, as long as that female's alive, are going to be from this male that I was, not that close, but kind of close to like, maybe I should just, it's miserable, I should just get rid of it. But no, it was a good idea. You live and let live sometimes, and this was one of the best examples of that. All right, wrapping up the bid on the gigas. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Fancy Cloud with a winning bid of $160. A truly the best deal on anything anybody has gotten at this auction, probably ever up to this point. Probably. Shows Keen on mine. Oh, wait. No, it was Keen the Snake. Sorry. Edit. Sorry. This is, again, I spoke too soon. Edit. I can't read Keen the Snake. Sorry about that. Fancy Cloud, whenever this happens, I tend to I tend to extend something to whoever tied or didn't win the bid. This is what it shows on my screen. Was Keen the Snake got the last one. So Fancy Cloud, message me. Again, I have to go with this since it's what's showing up on mine. But message me and we can discuss some things. For example, if there's another batch of Gigas that pops up. Control R gives confirmed results. Let's try that. Did it do it? All right, I'm refreshing, guys. We're going to get the final say on this as soon as the Control R is done. Let's see what the Control R says. Still with the Control R, still shows Keen the Snake in the lead. I just did Control R and refreshed, and it is showing Keen the Snake. If I can highlight the part that I want to share. There we go. So unfortunately, I must go with this, with Keen the Snake's winning bid of 176. So congratulations to you, Keen. Fancy Cloud, again, contact me because I like conflict resolution. So let me know, shoot me an email and we can work something out. Jonathan Green's asking for flats. This bid had a better cinematic ending than Game of Thrones did. That's very amusing. So somebody was asking for flats, so we'll do that right away. 15 mixed. I guess I don't have to put mixed. Uridae species. Auburn. Spelled that wrong. Auburn, Alabama, with a starting bid of $30. Probably a genus Uriurus. I think the last time I checked them. I really need to just look at the last segment on the abdomen to confirm the genus as Uriurus, but at least you have the collecting locality for other ID confirmation. So maybe I'll just go on iNaturalist and try to find a Uridae. Tribe Uriurinae. In Auburn, Alabama. This shows as an Opalica, but it could still be the same species. So I'll put this. I want to bid, but I want to see. These are also captive bred. These are from my trip to Alabama, not this spring, but the spring before when I went with Will. They want high humidity and they want very well rotted wood. As you can see in that picture, like how just moist and old that wood is. They don't care if it's white rot or if it's brown rot or whatever. They just want it old and they want it moist. And do not misquote me on that. Please do not take that out of context. And again, captive bred. Goodbye, photo gallery. I have to go, but I'll be back in a few hours. Our photo gallery is gone. Whoever will post pictures. Mine seemed to die with low ventilation. Lost my whole colony. Interesting. I have them 5.5 gallon tank filled halfway with the well rotted everything, and I think substrates kept moist all the way through, and I just keep piling more and more on top of whatever's there. Whatever's, because I've got the whole depth of the 5.5 gallon tank. I can just keep putting more and more and more onto it. So, yeah. All right. We'll start wrapping up bids for these guys again, and they also fluoresce. I don't know if people are still like monkey peanut brain about things fluorescing under various lights, but they do fluoresce. So it's always a plus, I guess. Yeah, there's and I have a yurd from Tennessee too. That I won't be putting up for. Well, I might be. Here's the problem. I threw one of those Sigmoria or Cherokee in with these Uriurus or Auturus from Tennessee, and a bunch of babies popped up. But the babies are growing very, very, very slowly, and so I'm wondering if maybe they're not actually the Uriurids, and they might actually be the Sigmoria or the Cherokee. And so I don't really want to put them up for auction unless I know which family they're in, even. But then again, some people might want either. So I have not worked with Aphiloria virginiensis. I currently am attempting Aphiloria polychroma. We're going to see how that goes if I get anything hatching out in the enclosure I have mine in. All right. Wrapping things up for the Uriuridae from Auburn, Alabama. Going once. Going twice. Ooh, that's a pretty video there. Going twice. Sold to Sleeve McDykel. All right. Winning bid of $40. Oh, Lord. Very amusing. All right. We now have a group of 5. And these are all like good size, like adults or close to it. Anadinobolus arboreus, starting bid of $40. Not Gundlaki. This is I don't know if they have a subspecies determination. This is the reddish one, reddish variety or species, and they're near adulthood or at adulthood. I'm trying to find a good picture of them. I will say the few pictures I've seen online of them don't do them any justice. They are very, very pretty in person. The antennae are like bright red. Let's see if Anadinobolus arboreus red brings up anything. There's like an eBay seller who has them up right now, but their pictures are really poor. It does not show the color at all. That's very amusing. Somebody's pigeon laid an egg on them. Guys, I really cannot believe how poor the quality of the photos of this millipede are. They do not show the real color at all. I'm wondering if Alan has any pictures. Here's somebody calling them species arboreus. Alan, if you're listening, do you have any pictures of Anadinobolus? Yeah, they're not Gundlaki, but having worked with Gundlaki, these are larger and much easier. So, Dr. Dead Stuff, I will say, redder one, even redder. I will say, you seeing these in person, you will like them a lot more than seeing them online. Like again, all these pictures just completely do not like it's like they took the pictures in the worst possible light for these things. The color is much more saturated, and the contrast between the legs and the antennae it's a lot more intense. You know, a lot of people are afraid of the whole cyanide production thing, but like it's really only if you make them really mad. You kind of got to like touch your eyes or lick your fingers afterwards. So, oh boy, I remember when I was a kid, I used to play with rough skin newts. They have them, the like hundreds of them for sale at the local pet store, and my parents would buy one for me, and I would play around with it and make little enclosures and stuff for it, and touch it a lot, and probably touch my eyes. You'd have to eat a lot of millipedes. Bumblebees should be easy, but another thing with millipedes is, even more so than with roaches, their gut health is very critical. You can feed them subpar food if you have a lot of millipedes, because they kind of like, they'll re-ingest bacteria that their like cohort has pooped out, and they'll keep their gut health really in good shape by doing that. They'll just sequester bacteria from the environment, and then it'll be really good for them. But it can go the opposite way, where if conditions are poor, they'll eat that and they will decline in condition pretty quickly. All right, so put an X here. Again, I feel like people are really sleeping on these Anadinobolus because they're really, really cool. When Mr. Jojo Macro comes over in a couple of months and takes pictures of the whole collection, this will be one of those ones that people are going to really, really want and like. Trust me on this. Again, Gunlockeye were always kind of picky. Did I breed them? I bred them and I didn't keep the colony going. So I got an F1 and life and all this other stuff. I do wish I could have kept them going. I think I would do a lot better with them now than I did then. So, okay. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Braden. Wow, so many people came in at the last second, just waiting. Come on. Anadinobolus arboreus, 530, $51 winning bid from Mr. Braden. I need a $30 starting bid, $40 starting bid. This is a good deal on these guys. The rest of you, shame on you. You should appreciate this more. You would if you saw them in person. They're gorgeous. All right. We're going to do a group of 30 orthomorpha. It says another flat. Coarctata. Don't broke shame me. It's hilarious. Starting bid of $20. Orthomorpha coarctata. Basically, Oxydus gracilis in care and everything, if it was actually a pretty millipede, is basically what Orthomorpha coarctata is. Very easy, pretty fast breeding, fast to crash if you don't, have enough organic matter for them and they burn through it. So just pretty Oxydus based. I think Alan said they were thinking about condensing the genus Orthomorpha into Oxydus anyways. Synonymizing. Put an X there. A good starter flat millipede, not because the diet's the same as not because the diet's the same as other flats like the Uriurids and the Aphiloria and stuff like that, but because they get you in the mindset of, oh, this is something I need to actively take care of. Like as a millipede, you have to make sure they have enough substrate, and you've got to make sure you have enough of that stuff on hand to add more when they burn through it. So, Rachel Workman is lag on my end is so bad. I think what's showing in chat is from several auctions back. Somebody said you can control R and it will refresh the whole chat. There's also usually a little button that says jump to present, but I don't know how Discord is on mobile, so if you're on it on mobile. All right, Orthomorpha group. Going once, going twice, sold to Stella's Springtails. First blood of the day for Stella's Springtails. Winning bid of $30. What did I win? Hilarious. I need to use the bathroom, so I'm going to put a group of these cute little charming guys up. We have a group of 100 Rhinotus purpureus. It is a absolutely phenomenally colored, tiny millipede that you can co-house with bumblebees. You can co-house with pretty much any other millipede, and they will do very well. And the color, again, the pictures of millipedes, man. When you see them in person, they are bright pink purple. Absolutely, there's a picture on Google. If you Google it, by Mr. Daniel Winkler, that really catches the life color better than a lot of these other pictures and like this different lighting. But yeah, just nice. You throw them in with other millipedes. They got a weird face, man. Seeing them up close, they got a weird face. Kind of makes them a little less cute, actually, or maybe more cute. Yeah, that's a weird face. So yeah, bro went like that. Yeah, it's hilarious. That face is terrifying. I love them. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hydration, man. Fresno Fiends. The censored face on the Rhinotus. Looks like if I had to draw a millipede from memory. That's really funny. Yeah, that is what the face makes it look like. Do not lick these unless you want to. There are two types of people. People who lick the things they want to lick and people who lick the things they don't want to lick. Which one are you? All right, here's the X for the Rhinotus. You know, the Rhinotus, the genus name makes a little bit more sense now. Actually, it's a very well named invertebrate. I wonder what notus means. Notus meaning Latin. To wish prosperity to an undertaking. Well-known, familiar, notable. Yeah, rhino is nose. I don't know what the notice means, though. So that's what I'm curious about. So what does the notice at the end there? Because it means like something purple knows. So, all right, wrapping up the bids on the rhinotus. Going once, going twice. Sold to Braden. Right? Yep. Winning bid of $39 on the rhinotus. Again, a very nice additive species. Just toss it in with something, you know? Oh, actually, while we're working on micropeds here, I wasn't going to put up a group of these because I wasn't sure how well they would be received. And I wasn't sure. So I had a main culture, and the main culture has been infested with glass snails, again, from previous poor sterilization techniques a few years ago. But I moved some of them to a new enclosure, but they haven't really taken off in there yet. So I was like, maybe I shouldn't get rid of them all. But I'll put up a small group just as a meme. It's a neat tiny millipede, Pergodesmidae species, Kota Kinabalu. I think that's how you spell it. Starting bid of $1. You know, just because when are millipede people going to get the opportunity to work with some of these little weird things? You know, you might as well make the opportunity out there, because who knows? Maybe I'll kill my whole culture, and then a couple of years from now, someone will say, "Hey, I still have those." So I can't tell you much about the husbandry for these because, like the rhinotus, I just threw them in with other millipedes. So, did I burst a blood vessel? No. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I got no pictures of this thing. It basically looks like, if you just Google Pergodesmidae, it looks like all of those. They're maybe 3 or 4 millimeters long. They're just tiny little things, and they're breeding in with what are they in? I think it's my scarlet millipede culture, Trigoniulus. Is it Coriolanus or Corallipes? I think it's Coriolanus. So they're just hanging out in there, and of course the glass snails moved in. They're just snail raven, just eating everything and making the glass all slimy and innumerable. Anybody want glass snails? Yeah, I'm gonna do this just for a meme. I'm gonna put in the chat. Start a poll. Y'all want glass snails? We're just gonna throw that out there because I will clean house with that. Like, if you're trying to raise something like a rosy wolf snail or something like that, having lots of tiny feeder snails is something you want. And glass snails just eat detritus. Like, they infest all kinds of just rotting organic matter enclosures. So maybe somebody want them. Some people have strong opinions on glass snails, apparently. Yes, no, the 50-50 on the glass snail groups. All right, here's an X for the Pergodesmids. I am surprised at how much you guys want them, but I guess that's why I offered them. I thought somebody would want some. I do have a U.S. native species. It lives in with my Auburn pill millipedes. I collected them both together, and they were doing really well initially, and the pill millipedes weren't really doing much. And now it's sort of the script is flipping, and the pill millipedes are starting to do really well, and the Pergodesmids don't seem to be doing quite as well. So in a couple of, as more of those pill millipedes come of size, I've got a container I've just been prepping for them. The hope is they're just going to infest this thing. It's got the perfect wood. I was paranoid conspiracy schizo theorist and put a dash of dolomitic lime in the corner. So we're going to see what happens. All right, Pergodesmids, going once, going twice. Sold to Poeta Corvi, East Coast Inverts. So these originally came from TJ. I don't know if he still has them, actually. Winning bid of $14. I should ask him if he still has them, because that ups the stakes if I mess up with them, which I don't want to because I do like them. Even though they're small, it's like it's better than finding julids in your North American introduced julids in your millipede cultures. It's better to find something cool like this or the rhinotus. Okay, this strawberry lemonade one, this slaps. This is good. Going off of that, we got another. This again, I get hype about some of these millipedes because I've struggled with millipedes sometimes. Like historically, when I was starting to get into bugs, I assumed that. What is this? I just want to look up this. Why can't I find this genus? Why is everything coming up in foreign speak? Is there nothing? Is there nothing of this genus? I gotta get this sorted out before I post them. Well, maybe there really isn't anything. That's pretty crazy. I guess there isn't much pictures or anything of these guys. Huh, that's surprising. Anyways, I'm really excited for millipedes that are just easy to keep because millipedes are cool and it's nice that you can set them up and they're kind of what I thought beetle larvae would be, where you set them up and you kind of forget about them until they've exhausted the substrate. Possible skill issue. Should I start Pergodesmids in like a 16 ounce since it's 5 tiny guys? You could throw them in with a larger established millipede culture and they'll just sort of find a niche in there is what I did. Just kind of Hail Married them and it ended up working like it did with the rhinotus. So we have Binuatulus species. How many do I have? I have an 8 Binuatulus species cow sock. Starting bid of $40. You're gonna, if you look this up, you're gonna find like one eBay seller and one evil eBay seller, and I think, or maybe this is a good one. No. And a handful of pictures with a bunch of things. Like, this is the closest I feel like I've ever come to the dark web. Like, there's all these like things in other languages and stuff, and there's like nothing. Nobody's really posted anything substantial about these things. But anyways, what I'm going at here is, you see the pictures. It is a cool looking millipede. They have sort of a weird glisten to their exoskeleton. Same genus, but they're a little bit prettier than that. But here's the thing about these. They're a spirobolid millipede, but I found out one night when I was doing bug work, and sometimes you have a black light headlamp on, you have the urge to just sort of look at stuff under the black light. And I was looking at the millipedes to see how some of the flat millipede cultures were doing because it's easier to see them with the light on. You can see babies easier. And I went by the Binuatulus enclosure and I shined it and they fluoresced. So this is a spirobolid millipede that fluoresces just like a flat millipede does, just like the Spirobolellus immigrans do. But the thing is, these are about 4 to 5 times the size of Spirobolellus. So this is a good size millipede that fluoresces under black light, just like the flat millipedes do. So do not sleep on these. Do not sleep on these Binuatulus because they will become very popular when somebody other than a shady eBay seller has them and the Google results pull up Roach crossing instead of some weird site with languages I don't understand. So, yeah, you can always go to that eBay sellers page to get the pictures. There are better and more representative. Here's from Insectinlieb. They seem to have them labeled as Siamensis, but I don't think that's been confirmed for whatever the U.S. stock is. But it is a better picture of them. They're kind of like skinnier bumblebee millipedes. with less intense colors. All right, we'll put the X there. Don't sleep on these. This is a good millipede to have. They're pretty easy too. You know, they'll eat both leaf litter and rotten wood. So it's a good one. This is a good, if you're fleshing out your millipede cultures, definitely pick these up. Let's go ahead and scratch that off the list here. I should also say, guys, we're getting towards the end already. Surprisingly, we've got maybe another. I get a count right now while this is pending. 14, 15, 16. We got like 40-ish items left for today, so I'll actually get off with some time to spare. Oh, thank God. Okay, wrapping up the binoculus bids. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dynamo Terror. 1001011. Winning bid of $46. Dynamo Terror, you will not be disappointed with these. Anybody who gets these or those Arboreus, you will not be disappointed. And when you see them available for retail in the future, they're going to cost a lot more. Let's do some ivories. Let's have some fun. Let's do some ivories. They're a group of 12. Chicabolus spinigurus, Hernando County. Oh, let me edit that. County, Florida. Starting bid, $30. Just your regular old, ivory millipedes. The Hernando County ones are particularly ebony and ivory. Very pronounced difference between the striping. I'll try and find an iNaturalist picture of this locality. Chicabolus spinigaris. Oh, iNaturalist, you make this so easy. Oh, yeah, that's a good representative picture. But it's not a full body picture. Really need a good full body picture. Oh, so many moody, dramatic pictures on iNat. Just take a picture of it top down. Okay, I guess I'm going to go with the first one that I found. Here we go. All right. Oh. Poeta Corvi already found a picture that is basically of them. Thank you very much. Yeah, very nice high contrast between the black and the white. I still, to this day, have not really found the locality that matches the ivories that were distributed when I got into roaches back in like 2009. There was a really, really nice, creamy ivory color, good 50-50 blue, purple, black, and ivory, and I still haven't found that. I wonder if they were from more northern Florida. The people who collect them usually don't go to northern Florida. Here, I'll take this is from the actual locality, but you did find basically what they look like. Oh, that is so good. That poppy soda is so good, guys. All right, slap the X here. I'll catch up in the chat here. Maybe I'll queue up the other Chicabolus because we do have a couple more localities here. Chicabolus spinigaris. Chicobolus. So many drastic lighting pictures. Surely there's a good one somewhere. I guess I should wrap this up first. All right. Hernando County, going once, going twice. Sold to Beetle Pixel, winning bid of $46. All right, we'll do one more Chacopolis locality. This is the best picture that I could find from the area showing the color. So now we have 12 Chacopolis Spinagaris, Lee County, Florida, starting bid of $30. This is the best picture I could find at the locality on iNaturalist. So there she blows. So these are the more purplish and cream colored ones from more of western Florida, southwestern-y Florida. One day, I will get some ivory millipedes from Georgia or the Carolinas, and it will be a very happy day. I will be so happy to have a locality from that far north. I will be the happiest boy. Trying to queue up one of the future ones. All right. We had our ivories eat a pluraloma once. Or wait, no, those were Americana. I haven't had that happen with co-housing millipedes. Jonathan Green's, these millipedes could cohabit. Oh, let me catch up here. Seems like we don't want glass snails, so none of those will be auctioned, I guess. Springtails are today. Yes, they are. Millipedes could cohabit in a general detritivore bin with Neguris nana, right? Probably the Neguris may get too high density for them eventually, but maybe it should be fine. I mean, if it's large, you know. Photographers who paid $5,000 for a macro lens to photograph millipedes in the most majestic light possible, hearing their work described as moody and dramatic. They take it at bad angles. It's like a low angle with like you can't see any of the color of the individual of the millipede you're taking a picture of. So a Porcellio silvestrii on Sunday. There's a good chance for some Porcellio silvestrii on Sunday. Definitely unique. Can't find other pics of ivory millipedes with that dark purple. The ones from the Keys have immatures that look like this, or from Big Pine Key have immatures that look like this, and Miami's kind of look like this too. But those mature to like almost solid black. You guys have seen Big Pine Key Chacopolis before. It's a very different. They have almost none of that white creaminess. It's reduced to very small stripes around the bands. Speaking of which, all my Chacopolis colonies are really coming around, and with the Roach Crossing overhaul, I think I'm going to have maybe 8 localities of Chicoblis available. So later, Jonathan Green. All right, we'll wrap this up for these Chicobolus spinigaris. It's fun to say. Spinigaris. I like to have fun sometimes. Spinigaris. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Bentley, but it's spelled weird. Winning bid of $45. I see what you did there with the 1 and the 3, but it's still a bit of a thorn in the side for my system. Okay. Here we have a ships when ready. Average iNaturalist photo. Hilarious. What was it? Ships when ready. Oh. We have a group of 30 Desmozytes planata. Starting bid of $40 for, what are they calling these? The purple dragon or the pink dragon or the bad dragon or the something Desmozytes. Let's see what the current trendy name is for them. Funny thing, I've said this before. I've also said that I've said this before. The pink dragon millipede. The care is the same as Oxidus. Bad dragon is something else, my friend. Timberdoodle Daily says, how's the website overhaul going? I'd love to see more photos and on the site. It's not happening until anything that's happening is not happening until November. The gears will start to turn in November. October is going to be get through the auction shipping and then have some fun. And then November will be more of working on the website overhaul. And I'm also at the mercy of the generous assistant for that, or rather not the assistant, the generous foreman in charge of everything for that, Mr. Chris Sniper, who will be helping with that. And then for photography will be, I'm going to try and learn some stuff when he visits, enough to sort of get me through, I have this thing and it's slow moving, I can get a picture of it. Jojo Macro will be coming to visit in early December. And we're going to try and get as many pictures of as many things as we can in 2 days. And those high quality photos will be used on the website. And then I'm sort of at the mercy of figuring out, well, how much photography equipment do I want to buy if I want to do some stuff myself? How often can he come visit to do these chunks of taking pictures of stuff and then putting it on the website? So there's a lot of things. So the Desmozytes have just started hatching. I am down to like my last maybe like 30 total adults between the 2 containers I have of them. So now begins, as I found babies, now begins the flush of hatching and having a lot of them available at some point. So very ebb and flow. It seems like 2 generations a year from these guys is what I should be expecting. So, I will say somebody Poeta Corva, I thank you for putting the pictures in there. They are beautiful millipedes. They are worth culturing. They're not worth quite as much of the foaming at the mouth that people have done for them, but they're very beautiful and they're pretty easy, and that's all you can ask for sometimes. So they do not live up to the mountain of hype, I will say, but I would feel like my millipede collection was lacking without them. So, I mean, you can look around and take an average of all the images you've seen of them. Those description photos are pretty good. The pink does pop. There's no denying that. Then you see some of these and they're very oversaturated and, blah, 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 blah. They are very pretty millipede and they are easy. The only problem is you have to keep giving them organic matter. If they run out of substrate to eat, they will crash and there's nothing you can do about it. They will crash so hard and you could, dump a mountain of food on top of them after and they'll have lost their gut bacteria, conditions in the enclosure have changed and they will still crash and completely burn out on you. You really got to be ready to keep putting on piles of organic matter, which isn't hard. I mean, they're not huge millipedes. They don't eat a whole bunch, but still you could look in the enclosure and be like, oh, my hundreds of babies are now full size. And then you're like, oh, maybe I'll add some stuff next week. And then you finally get to next week and they've all just died and you can't do anything about it. So it's just something you have to keep in mind that you got to prepare. You got to prepare for the next step of their husbandry. But again, it's pretty easy. Just give them the rotting organic matter, leaf litter, etc. All right, did I put an X yet? No, I haven't. I've just been letting people go back and forth on that. Sometimes it's nice. Desmosides planata, 30. I would like to try my hand with other Desmosides. And actually, I lost my Helicorthomorpha because, like I said before, you can have a whole bunch of them and then you don't keep up on the husbandry and all of a sudden you don't have a whole bunch of them. So I need to recollect Helicorthomorpha when I go to Florida in March next year. But it carries the same. We'll have a couple of nice flat millipedes. We'll have Helicorthomorpha going. We'll have the Desmosides. We'll have Orthomorpha. We'll have whatever else other people have managed to get breeding of flats that have not found their way to me yet. All right, going once on the Desmosides. Going twice on Desmosides. Sold to Steve Sleeve McDykel out of nowhere once again. Sleeve, I feel like you're becoming the Dr. Humroyd of this auction. Just kind of out of nowhere with your very amusing username. So, and I'm going to put on, did I leave a section for notes here? I'm going to put some asterisks here as we are waiting for them to gain some size before shipping. Okay. We'll calm things down a little bit with a group of 8 Tylobolus Claire Montanus from Redlands, California. Starting bid of $30. Just a nice spirobolid from not dry areas of California. Just a pleasant guy, Tylobolus. A lot of bolus in the millipede taxon. Many boluses. Let's see. There's a good picture here. That's a good picture. Maybe that's a good picture too. Here's a good picture. Where is Redlands? INAT is failing me. Redlands, California, of course. Just a nice spirobolid, Joy speaks up. 30. 35. Oh, it was bugging out. Maybe I'll queue up the next thing too. I'll look at those on here. INAT is nice for stuff that's U.S. native because you can just go on here and be like, oh, yes, here's the county. Oh, except for when there's no records from wherever you looked. Let's see. That's a pretty good picture. That's a pretty good picture. Is that a good picture? It's kind of an okay picture. Maybe if I expand the range, expand the page, Clear Creek. What's some of those weird millipedes from Utah, whatever that genus is? I need to go back to that playground in Colorado City and terrorize some children looking for some millipedes. This is not the best picture. All right, here's an X for the Redlands. Bolus. We get another $1 auction of rubber ducky isopods. There's a good chance. There's a very good chance of that. We do have some crazy stuff coming up. Need I remind you, it is day 1 of my suffering. All right. Moving on. Also by Redlands. The color is, you definitely see more of the reddish in person, the reddish purple. Let's see. I hear Nazi snarling at Victor. It's funny. All right. Tylobolus going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lorraine, number 13. First blood today, I think, Lorraine. Winning bid of $40. Congrats. We'll keep up the pace with another Tylobolus here. With my beloved Tylobolus unsigerus, Cottonwood, California. Starting bid of $40. So very olivey in person. The coloration, especially on the males, is definitively olive green. Females, it's a bit darker than that. Identified by Dr. Roland Shelley before he passed. So the identity has been confirmed for these, as Tylobolus apparently is a nightmare kind of genus to work with. But he did confirm that these are Tylobolus unsigerus before his passing. These were Cody Will, who used to be into roaches. I think he ran the Roach Lab, maybe it used to be called, and then he got out of it. He sent me these maybe 2017, 2016, and they just keep going. You know, they've been through all my hard times, and when I lost other millipedes, they kept going and they rebounded, and they're not too picky about substrate. I found wood-based substrate is the best, but they're not really concerned about how broken down or not broken down it is. So they're pretty good. They get good size too. They get about the size of like a large ivory millipede. Again, don't let this photo fool you. I mean, it's a good photo. That's like what a lot of the adult females look like. But I just wish I could find one that's greener on iNat to show off. Maybe if I scour the list, there'll be a good picture. Okay, here's one from April 2023. There's a baby, so it's not really the best representative color. But when I look at them in good light, definitely green. Definitely olive green. Here's a couple of pictures of them. So that's okay. All right, Chris Sniper is interested, so we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and humor him. And say going once, going twice is not being contested, so sold to Chris Sniper. Winning bid of $40. It's nice to have reliable cultures sometimes, including of millipedes. It's nice to come back to see you're thriving with something when you failed with something, maybe something you put too much money into getting. Okay. Next up, we have a group of 12 Anadenobolus ocraceus. Starting bid of $30. Anadenobolus ocraceus. I don't know if these have a common name yet. I would think they would by now. I don't know what ocraceus means. I can find out. Let's see what ocraceus. Ocraceus meaning. Ocraceus, ochre yellow. Okay. You know, it's funny because seeing Anadenobolus ocraceus in person, they kind of seem like they deserve the common name of ivory millipede more than actual ivories do. Oh. Here's an iNaturalist record. Here's somebody's Instagram showing something. Can't seem to find them. I guess they are kind of ochre-y colored. Ochres have layers. Here's some pictures. Yeah, it's kind of right. Such a poor picture. Why are there no pictures? Does nobody breed millipedes? Does nobody breed them? I mean, I have some that I have in with my white tiger Nasodillo cubaris up here. They get a little bit bigger than bumblebee millipedes, and this is not a good representation of their color. I cannot believe the internet is like this still. I would think that by now there would be cross-referencing between like iNat and like just Google's databasing, but apparently not. Gotta be a good picture somewhere. Because it's not doing. There's also stupidly easy millipede. They're even easier than bumblebees. Like they will eat raw sawdust substrate. It's pretty crazy. iNaturalist from Mexico. Let's see. Oh, there's a couple of records around Panama. Okay, there's that record. All right, we got a couple of pictures. This might actually be close to where the stock was collected originally, too. So you'll get to see. Let's see. Maybe I shouldn't use those pictures. Anyways. All right, there we go. Only other one I can find. That's a bit more accurate to the coloration and stuff. Thank you, Poeta Corvi, for your hard work. We'll go ahead and put the X there. Again, like Bumblebee Care, but even easier somehow. And just a little Roach crossing pro tip here. I like to add these in with isopods because the isopods like to eat their poop and they're not a very aggressive millipede and they'll eat subpar substrate. So even if I made the substrate mix wrong, the isopods will still thrive because the millipedes are eating it and pooping it out in a digestible form. But you didn't hear that from me. All right. Going once on the Anadenobolus ocraceus, and there's a helicopter. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Lorraine, number 13. Crap. Took myself back up to the start of the spreadsheet. Anadenobolus ocraceus. Winning bid of $30. Okay. I spoke about Bumblebee, so let's just get some of those up here. We have a group of 15 captive bred and have been for multiple generations. Anadenobolus monilicornis. Starting bid of $30. Not $30, it's $20. I gotta stay competitive somewhat. So yeah, most of the bumblebees that are available are wild caught. It's just, it will probably always be for larger sellers more viable for them to just bring them in by the millions from Florida where they are introduced. But I'm not doing that. I just wanted to, I got the colony going and I can offer some good captive bred specimens. And they are, with a wild caught anything, it's not just a bumblebee millipede. You'll lose some, bring them into captivity as they adapt and their gut flora changes and whatnot. So, wow, a lot of interesting captive bred bumblebees. I didn't think there'd be this much interest. Actually, very interesting to me. All right, I guess I'll put an X here. I didn't know you guys wanted captive bred bumblebees so badly. I would have hyped them up a bit more. I feel like I undersold them now. Quite a few people. I can't believe this, guys. Obviously, I'm not going to complain about it. All right, start wrapping it up for these guys. Going once, going twice, sold to Sir Novak. I have more of these, so I could just do another group of them, I guess. It's not like I have a shortage of them. Winning bid from Sir Novak of $37. Yeah, I wish I knew that people actually wanted these. We'll do another group. There you go. Another group of 15 captive breds while I go to the bathroom, as I am forced to constantly drink the water, and like a petulant child, my body throws it away. Whoa. Be right back. All hail the bumblebee millipede. Live stream's been pretty quiet. It's kind of weird. All right, X for the second group of Anadinobolus. I'll get this wrapped up and move on to the next things. Going once, going twice, sold to Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of $41. All right. All right, I should list a group of something and then, yeah. All right, we have 5 Aphiloria Polychroma, starting bid of $40. I will aim to have both sexes in the group. I'm putting that up while I check for a locality on something. Hello, Jose. How do you pee so fast? It was Speedy Peer. Let's see. Trying to find the locality for one of these things. Let's see. Hormones. Let's see. Avra Valley. Okay. How'd you pee so fast? Let's see. Do people think maybe I would take longer to go to the bathroom? Maybe that's part of it. Also, still, oh, there we go. Vary a bit. They look primarily like the first image posted in the bid channel. Very bright, very colorful. I have a video of them on my on the YouTube channel. How do you pee so fast? Jose, can I like Jose's thing? I want to say hi because it's been pretty quiet in here. We're in a bit of a lull. Maybe people are just getting home from work or something. Sent Virginiensis at first. Speaking of which, I'm getting kind of hungry. I might have to eat more food soon. I can't believe it's been almost 3 hours since I came back in here. It's nuts. All right, here's an X for the polychroma. It's not all at once, people. Not all at once. Unilagia. Good to see that name again. Let's see. I still got quite a few good things here. All right, Unilagia wants them, so going once, going twice, sold. It's a Hawkisa 1. Hawks A1. Maybe just pronounce it Hawks A1. Just stop overthinking some things. Aphaloria Polychroma. 5. Starting bid 40. Winning bid of 41. Really got in there. Got that reach. I was late. Hog boiling day for the snakes. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. What is hog boiling? We're going to do one more, and then we're going to do something super special, super duper extra special. We have a group of 5 Orthoporus ornatus Avra Valley, Arizona. Starting bid of $20. See if I can find any on iNaturalist. Maybe just search Orthoporus. Orthoporus. Avra Valley, Arizona. So this is the any good pictures? Oh, one of the chocolatey localities of Orthoporus. Here's a picture. This guy's fine. He's fine. Mixed sizes. There will be some adults in the mixture. I have not captive bred Orthoporus. I've only seen somebody who had a setup that looked like they bred Orthoporus, and they had no reason to lie or gloat or anything, but nobody's done it since. Every time people post pictures of Orthoporus babies, like, my desert millipedes had babies. And then you talk to them like a year later, and they'll be like, "Oh, they all died," or they'll be like, "Oh, they haven't really gotten much bigger." Then you find out that there's julids. They're just julid millipedes that got into the enclosure. It's when you boil a hog. Oh, feeding the snakes. It's an interesting way of saying that. There will be pseudoscorpions. There may be 3 different types of pseudoscorpions at the arachnid auctions. All right. Closing out bids for the Orthoporus ornatus from Avra Valley. Avra Valley. Going once, going twice, sold to Unenlagia. Winning bid of $27. All right. Amor Aphaloria polychroma. I don't think so, but I may double check. But I only had one group listed for here. All right, we're going to do something super special, super duper extra special. We have a group of 12 Chicobolus, Spinigerus, Monroe County, Florida. Starting bid of $50. I cannot say where in Monroe County these are from, just that they are from a place that nobody will ever get them from ever again for the rest of anybody's foreseeable future. So if you want to work with this extremely rare strain, these are also captive bred, by the way, this is the opportunity. In terms of their aesthetics, they're very similar to Chicobolus from, see if I can find a good picture of what they're similar to. They're most similar physically to Chicobolus from like Archibald in terms of what they look like. Maybe Archibald Biological Station, which is in Lake Placid. So I gotta go and fix this on here. Lake Placid, Florida. University of South Florida. But what I should follow up on here is the cream coloration on these is peachy instead of ivory or white. Trying to find a good picture of an Archibald area, Chicobolus. Now, this is pretty good. I'll put this picture here. So this picture I just linked, these look a lot like that, but the white is a salmon or pink color instead of the cream. There's definitely not really much like the black dark stripings are black, they're like very solid black. Alan posted Archibald's, but these are not from Archibald. These are from somewhere else. But the coloration on these is very peachy. And they are from Monroe County, but somewhere that people will not return likely ever. So, all right, Orang Mango has had the interest peaked, so I'll put an X here. So also you will be, if you purchase these, you will be doing your part to preserve this strain in captivity also. That's just go to sleep with that weight on your shoulders. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Sleeve McDykel. So amusing. Winning bid of $65. It was almost nice. It was almost a nice bid, but it was not quite nice. Almost nice. I mean, he did put a nice bid in, but all right. We will now do a group of 30 Leptogoniulus sorornis. Starting bid of $20, sometimes called the hothouse white leg millipede. A small but not tiny species that is another easy to rear and easy keeper. Gotta love it. It's probably some good macro photos of these because up close there, that budget insane. Sleeve cut be a CEO. Leptogoniulus sorornis. Or maybe there aren't many good pictures of them out there. Perhaps. Well, there's a good picture on Flickr. I don't want to swipe somebody's Flickr picture, though, do I? But the legs are quite pretty. They are quite pronounced. Probably the most colorful on what I think are the adult males. So, but yeah, another nice bread and butter species. I hate millipedes. Why can't they all look the same? You know, that one picture makes it look awfully big on the person's hand. It must be somebody with small hands. Because, like, one of them fits on, like, one of the ends of my, like, finger digits. Thank you, Alan. Alan's sending some good pictures, too. So go ahead and put the X there. Twitter is now X. Bold and insane. Business maneuvers. All right, better scale image. Yeah, probably. Wait, is that Alan's hand? Kind of looks like it's on Alan's hand there. All right. Going once. Gross place now. I deactivated on there. Gross place now. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Little Ninjas 18. All right. Little Ninjas 18. Swag. Winning bid of $21. Little Ninjas 18. Good. All right. Alan sold them on eBay. It's his hand. No, somebody else's then. Okay. Got those out of the way. Let's do another current millipede hobby bread and butter staple. We'll do a group of 50 Spirobolellus immigrants or CF. Is it CF immigrants? Maybe it's CF immigrants. Maui. Starting bid of $30. So this is that black and white small millipede. Another good one for bioactives. Eats through pretty much any substrate. Although I like to pamper them for some reason. I don't know why I'm so attached to them, but I like to give them actually good millipede substrate, and they do very well. But these fluoresce under black light, and that probably as maybe millipede keeping. More people get serious about it. More people will want these boys because of their fluorescence. Oh yeah, there's a couple of people who took pictures of them under black light. That's pretty good. So yeah, nice little millipedes. What more can I say? More people saying, "Def not my hand." Probably Perez. Bolus. I like the bolus meme. Thank you, Alan. Alan's been sending some pictures. Again, they fluoresce under black light, so I think it's cool. I think they're really cool. Anything that's easy to throw in an enclosure and does well without major innovations or renovations frequently, I really get behind. Yeah. And this is one of those things. Consistency, we call that. Here's an X wrapping up the Spirobolellus. Pardon me. All right, Spirobolellus going once, going twice, sold to title, winning bid of $40. Guys, I'm thinking about taking maybe a short break at 7. I'm going to go ahead and post a poll if you guys want to let me go away to take a short break. Should Kyle take a break at 7 p.m.? Yes or no? Maybe like a 30-minute break, maybe not too long, but just to sort of get me up and moving a little bit. Yes, thank you, 3 votes. I still got 9 minutes to go. We can fit some good stuff in that time, though. Let's see, what haven't I put up yet? All right, we got 8 Orthoporous ornatus, West Texas, starting bid of $20. So they used to say these came out of like the El Paso area, but I think people got wise to like, oh, random people are just going to go out and get a bunch of our desert millipedes at our spots and we won't make money off of it anymore. So they stopped. They just start saying they came out of West Texas, but I think they're probably coming out of like the El Paso area. So again, I cannot guarantee that, but it's the same supplier. So I really suspect that's where they're coming from. This is the gold banded Orthoporous. Trying to see if there's any good pictures. So it's that freeway that leads into West Texas. Yeah, out in there. Out in that nice, out in the West Texas town of El Paso kind of stuff. That kind of sing-song kind of stuff. What color I see all in West? Yes, it's that sort of coloration. Thank you, Alan. Now, compared to some of the like centrally Texas stuff, their color is not quite as poppin'. They have more orange than yellow versus or gold, as you can see in sort of the central Texas stuff, which I think that's a different species. Even Alan can correct me on that, maybe, or is now considered a different species. Are they full grown? It's a mix of sizes of half grown to full grown. Yeah, that's a pretty good picture there. What a corvi. Alan did send a good picture too. All right, here's the X for the Orthoporous ornatus, West Texas. Going once, going twice, sold to Unenlagia with a winning bid of $35. Splendiferous. It's always interesting to see who gets what for what at the last second. All right. We'll do a couple more and I'll take a quick break. When I come back from the break, we'll wrap up millipedes and then we'll go into springtails and then we'll call it a night and get ready for the schlog that is going to be Saturday, Roach Day. It's going to be great, but it's going to suck a little bit too. All right. 15 Uridae species, Auburn, Alabama. Again, captive bred ones. Starting bid of $30. I'm calling it a night now. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you very much for your assistance. I'm going to find that picture I got from before of the, there we go. To be my own photo bot. Again, another millipede that fluoresces under black light. Is that really a selling point for some people? I feel like it is. You know, even if I'm not like constantly flashing a black light on things, it is pretty cool. It's nice to wow people with that. Yeah, yes, it is a selling point. I like the glow bugs. I like things that are bioluminescent too. I will work with the bioluminescent click beetles more eventually. It's just it's it's kind of more work than I want to do at the moment. Glow video before I go, thank you. Oh yeah, it's a nice glowy video right there. Yes, we need fluorescent roaches. Somebody can go get those Lucky Hormetica lucky if they're still around on that volcano. Magnificent Animals asks, what is the best beginner millipede? I think it's a tie between Anadinobolus ocraceus and Spirobolellus maui, in my opinion. And the reason for that is they're both very indiscriminate about the organic matter they eat. Even bumblebees can be kind of finicky sometimes. So I would say Anadinobolus, Alan and I have seen them eat through like coconut fiber, which is just kind of mind blowing. Not a lot of stuff really likes to directly eat coconut fiber. So that's why I would say that's a good starter millipede. And the Spirobolellus will eat through it too, but it needs to be broken down a bit more. So that's what I would say for that. Neat. I like that. I just think they're neat. All right, putting an X for the Uriurity. I like the glow bugs. It's a very nice way of putting that. Again, I would auction off some of the Uriurity from, or what I think of the Uriurity from Tennessee, but they might be that bigger, cool, super duper cool millipede too. So I'm just waiting for them to gain some size so I can see like a distinguishing feature on them being a Uriurid or a Phaloria or Sigmoria or whatever those were. Okay. Uriurity going once, going twice, sold to Orang Mango, winning bid of $30. Okay, that's the last of the Uriurity. Let's do one more group of. Gotta get the information for this. We'll do one more group of these Desmosites planata, the pink dragon millipedes. And that'll probably bring us to me taking a quick break. So I'm going to get my board ready. I think I'm going to break until we'll do 7:35. And say if anybody missed out on Desmosites earlier, here's your final chance at this auction. Keen the Snake chimes in. We've got a couple of familiar faces here competing. All right. I want to go eat, so I'm going to put an X here so we can wrap up bidding already. I do want to eat some food, maybe another biscuit. The biscuit was really good. Or maybe some more orzo. There's a lot of things. We went shopping yesterday, so got full fridge, full pantry, other than the fact that I have to empty the whole pantry to get rid of the Indian meal moths. So, but other than that. All right, Desmosites. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Unin Lagia. Winning bid of $53. Okay. Oh, I really like that whatever that Discord thing somebody did. That's hilarious that your P. leavis have reached such an overpopulation. You're using them to feed Parkablata as is intended. How easy are Borneo leaf mimic roaches? Exotic wilderness, I will get into that when I get back from my break because I need to stand up and move around and do something. Move the joints, the limbs, work the parts. Oh, so, okay. I will be back and we will wrap up rather swiftly. There we go. There we are. Hello. I am not late, although technically now I am. When I sat down, it was 7:35, and this is not bad. I'm self-employed, live in constant terror of my boss finding out about my hobbies. All right, I'm back. Let's see, I don't know if there's anybody else I need to notify about me having returned. So here I am. Rock you like a hurricane. Let's put another group of Chicobulus up just while we get reacquainted here. Spinigurus, Hernando County, Florida. Starting bid of $30. My PC said 36. I think we get the guillotines. How amusing. So yes, another group of the Hernando counties. Just put that up there. I am getting tired, guys. I am slightly dreading tomorrow and the following days because it's going to be very painful, I think. But for the bugs, for the memes, for the muns, all that jazz. So yes, we have a group up there. We've got some bidders already. Good. We get some liveliness going on in here. We have a couple of unique millipedes left, a couple of repeats, and then we're going to be on to Springy Boys. And I think this will be the first ever auction where I wrap things up ahead of the schedule, because I think we probably will not be here until 9. We might, or until 10. We might. I don't know. I shouldn't speak so soon. All right, here's the X. The Hernando counties are the black and white stripy ones. Unalagia chimes in. I'll get the next thing I wanted to put up queued up here. Okay. Kyle is not allowed to sleep. Oh, I didn't get the best of sleep last night, guys. And after this auction, my evening should be full of I gotta manage the Fresno Hounds. I gotta eat some more. I only had some cheese and crackers. It was good cheese though, some nice brie. Actually, Angela and I went for a stroll. I needed to get the circulatory system moving, or everything's gonna stop and it's not gonna start again. Back to the Borneo leaf roaches, Kyle says Exotic Wilderness. They're pretty easy. They're probably the hardest epilamprine roach to crash from overcrowding. They tolerate a lot of unsuitable conditions that would crash colonies of Rhabdoblata, Epistoplatia, or Epilampra. So I heartily recommend them. Maybe not a beginner roach, not a right out the gate goat roach, but if you have a remotely bioactive looking setup, should do pretty all right in there. They're nifty guys, underappreciated. I like how white the undersides of the adults are. All right, Hernando County Chicoblis going once, going twice, sold to Unalagia. Congratulations. With a winning bid of $32. Oh, I just realized I didn't tell everyone I was back, so I'm going to do an ad, everyone. There we go. All right, next up, we will do another count of the Lee County Chicobolus spinigaris. Gonna scroll up and get the best of the pictures from that. Jump to present. Again, guys, I wish I could bring some more energy. Maybe I'll get a second win when we get to Springtails. How dare this thing be aligned right instead of center? How dare you? Can you do some more Chacoblus spinagarus Monroe County? I think I can. I think I can do one more group. Let me pull up their info here. Nobody wanting the purple ones right now, though. Interesting. I am very excited to make the varieties available once all my colonies have recovered, like Big Pine Key and Conservation / Micro Suck. Is this ivory? Yes, Lil Ninja. These are ivories. I'm excited, and I hope to one day again have a Carolina or Georgia strain, and then this winter, upon returning to Destin, Angela and I are going to do a couple of vacation days and then a strictly bug hunting day. And on that day, I will go and look for some of those very western Chacobolus. All right. Put an X there for the Lee counties. All right, Lee County ivory millipedes, Chacobolus spinagarus. Going once. Going twice. I hear Nazi, she's complaining. Sold to Photo Gallery's Apprentice. Winning bid of $34. Just going to put you in here as apprentice. Okay. And at request from Orang Mango, this will be the last group offered of these of the Chacobolus spinagarus, Monroe County, Florida, the ones that we will never have the opportunity to wild collect again, most likely. And then let's see, what will we do after that? Okay, I got some good stuff coming up after that. Very hyped for the next couple of days. But boy, am I already tired. It's hard sitting around all day. This is hard work. My first child. There's the X, everybody. My first child. I love that so much. A little bit of deliberation there. Wow, quite a bit of deliberation. I love to see me some spirited bidding. I will never say no to spirited bid wars. And yet I don't want to sit back and let it go too out of control. Chris Sniper getting into the mix here. Quite fascinating. We have 4 or 5 millipede entries left here, I guess. 4-ish, 5-ish. Actually, we do have a couple of cool things coming up, or at least one more cool thing. All right, going once, going twice, sold to Orang Mango. The winning bid of $60. Really wanted them. I do like when people request something and I'm able to put it up for bids again and they can get it. So I'm quite happy about that for you. I'm so happy for you. Next up is 8 Benuatulus species cow sock. Starting bid of What was the starting bid before? Oh, the Binoculus, $40. Again, this is the pretty easy to keep fluorescent spirobolid millipede that if you Google it, you get a bunch of things in weird languages. Insectinlib lists them as like sinensis or something. Binoculus. Yeah, they list it as siamensis. Let's just go here and grab this. The nice fluorescent spirobolid, pretty easy to keep. Again, a sleeper hit. Big spirobolids that fluoresce. Maybe will become popular with people who do like bug handling, like traveling insect zoos and stuff like that. Because you can have the kids, it's not like a flat millipede where it's more delicate. You can have kids handle these, and then you can bring over the black light, shine it on them, and they'll be like, whoa, you know? So, all right, Mr. Chris Sniper is interested, so we'll put the X there. I'll get to see if I can find a picture of the upcoming Narcissus stuff. Wow, really? See what all I can get with these iNaturalist drawing rectangular boundaries. All right, wrapping it up for the fluorescent Binoculus. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Michael Hare. Michael Hare's first blood of today, I think. With a winning bid of 44 doll hairs, as the Facebook folks like to call them, I'm told. So this next one I'm trying to find a picture of. Hey, you know, that's a pretty good picture right there. That's pretty good. And what should I start with? Let me start with this. We'll go with these. So we have 8 Narcissus gordanus from Marion County, Florida. Starting bid of $20. I'm going to find a good picture from this county here. I should have gone back. I should go back again. Marion County, Florida. So these are the Marion County are the gold smoky oak millipedes. These are the ones that are more yellow. It's from like around the Ocala National Forest area. No period. So, spoiler alert, I will put up a group of the smoky-looking smoky oaks. That will be the next thing. I mean, everybody's always got the 2 color forms of the Narcissus gordanus. They've got the Ocala area golden yellow ones, and then they've got the smoky-looking smoky oaks. I hope that this winter, when I go to Florida, I can go to some of the areas in southeastern Florida that have gordanus pockets and collect some of those, because that would just make my day to have a locality that nobody's really had or gotten before. And as I understand, I think Alan was telling me they're smaller and they're brighter colored all the way down in southeastern Florida. So I want to find that out. All right. For the gold smoky oak millipedes, Narcissus gordanus from Marion County, Florida, there's the X. Again, maybe people have gordanus fatigue. You see them at a lot of expos for $30 to $40 each. I would have a couple of dollars if I had a dime for every time I went to an expo and saw a container that just said giant millipede and then like $15 to $30 on it, and then you like open it up and it's like the gray Narcissus gordanus or the yellow one. It would just I would have some sizable pocket change if I had a dime for every time that happened. All right, wrapping up on the Marion County gordanus, going once, going twice, sold to M of all people. Let me just get all this written down here. I was waiting Door the Snipe. Well, you had good timing because you got it. It's been a hot second, I think, since you got in on something. So good you saw something you really liked. All right, and I spoiled this already too. You have 8 Narcissus gordanus from Citrus County, Florida, which is the gray Narcissus gordanus. I feel like maybe I've seen these get larger than the yellow ones, but like the average, but maybe not by much. So I don't know. Use that information at your own leisure. I don't know if it means anything. Maybe nothing means anything. But what I can tell you is Kyle wants those southern Narcissus gordanus. He wants something fierce is what he wants. Oh, look at those. From like Dayton Beach, Boynton Beach. Oh, look at them. You have to find some public property to go sift through the wood and leaf litter. Where's this one at? Delray Park of Commerce. This one's from an island. Boating and picnicking and playground. Ooh, I like that. That sounds like an easy place to access. So we'll see. We go on a drive around southern Florida. Next year is going to be fun. How far away are springtails? We have 1, 2. We have 2 things standing between us and springtails. 2 items. All right, we have some bids. Here's the X for wrapping things up. Stella Springtails, you've been waiting very patiently. We are getting there. We are almost there. We are so close to there. All right. Narcissus gordanus, Citrus County, Florida. Going once, almost 10 hours. Going twice. Sold to Joy. Winning bid of $26. But you thought we were done with Narcissus gordanus. You've been to the expos. You've seen the weird people online who got in the wholesale groups of Narcissus gordanus, and you thought you'd seen it all, but you didn't realize that there's another I looked at the microphone. I was supposed to be looking at them at the camera. You realize there's another locality that has never been sampled before, and that is what is being put up next. And it's not the southern one, unfortunately. If I get those, unless there's a billion wherever I collect them, they're all staying with me until babies pop up, and then other people can have them, and Alan can have some too. But we have the first time offering of these. We have Narcissus gordanus, Sumter County, Florida. And they are very different looking than either of the other two commonly traded localities. Starting bid of $40 because unlike the citrus counties, they're not solid gray. And unlike the Marion counties, the Ocala area ones, they're not gold either. It's more like they have alternating bands of gold and yellow on them as seen here. And obviously I'm going to say it's more striking in person because it is, but you have to take my word for it. So the second that I received news that this was going to be available, I bought all that I could of them. So I have a big group of them now, and I really, 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 it'll just take like 10 years to get a huge captive colony going, but I want that obviously very badly. So, but yeah, very pretty. I like them a lot, as I say with quite a few things. But you can get your locality labeled gordanus here now, or you can get a big mix-up from your local expo of half-dying individuals. Any feather millipedes. J. liparis, unfortunately, no brachycybe, and any of the similar to the feather millipedes that I did were done earlier. And my pill millipede colonies are not quite up to snuff to make some available, but hopefully by fall. It's fall now. Hopefully by spring. What do these taste like? Probably like chemicals. Probably got a very chemically taste. Probably a like psychedelic lemur chemicals taste to them. Here's the X for the Sumter County Narcissus gordanus. Again, very neat. And if you see them in person, you will notice the clear difference between either of the other two localities of gordanus that are frequently traded. Alan, I am going to go get those this spring, hopefully. I'm going to go get the Southern Florida ones because I really, really want them. They look so cool. All right. I guess type lowercase sold. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper. Still reigns supreme, but Devin Noname gets in there, tried to get in there at the last second. Devin, do not fret because I owe you for some bugs that you sent me. So perhaps if you had your heart set on this, we can, perhaps some of them will find their way to you in exchange for the bugs that you sent me. Excuse me. Whew. I feel like my eyeballs are going to pop out of my head for a second there. Okay, so that takes us through all the Narcissus gordanus. I've been waiting for them springtails as well, Stella. We will get there. There is one millipede standing in both of your way, and I've saved it for last, but it comes with an asterisk. Let me see what I put for the similar scenario. Ships when ready, okay. All right, our last millipede is a group of Nui 46. 12 Centrobolus splendidus, starting bid of $40, and these will ship when ready because they're very tiny right now. I put the ships when ready. They're very tiny right now because I'm getting the next gen popping up. So it's just going to be waiting. I don't know. Again, maybe about as long as your order will take to ship regularly, but possibly a little bit longer than that. So a dozen Centrobolus splendidus with a starting bid of $40 up for grabs. And with those, we are done with millipedes and are now eyeballing springtails, which is the last thing we need to do. We'll probably be done by 8:30. Maybe. There's only 8 springtails here. My wallet is ready. Oh, out the gate from M with a $51 bid. So I found with Centrobolus splendidus, at least, a lot of people try to keep them more like a lot of millipedes appreciate good humidity. Even if they're burrowing species, they'll be more surface active if things are more humid. They can't be completely smotheringly humid, though. They can get bacterial infections and die. But Centrobolus splendidus likes drier conditions or just better ventilation than a lot of millipedes. Like in the winter, they will. I'll keep them. I've started putting the polycarb lids on a lot of stuff. I've kept them several winters without putting a polycarb on, and they've done fine. But I really wanted to up my production because they're a very popular species. So I did that, and they did very well with that last year. And then this summer, I left the polycarb on, and then I decided to take it off and put it on to facilitate some isopods that I put in with them. And so now I took that off and wondering if maybe I should put it back on again for the winter. But I don't know. So basically, if they like a bit more ventilation, they don't do well in non-ventilated setups. All right. Here's the X for the Centrobolus splendidus as everybody waits with eager expressions on their faces for our 8-part springtail section. Actually, I'm wondering, why didn't I put this as part of the miscellaneous? This is like this is a spread of stuff that would probably have done better in the miscellaneous. But oh well, we got two really eager springtail guys here. So I guess it's fine. All right, wrapping up bids on the Centrobolus. Going once, the fire millipede, not flame leg, but the red fire millipede. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Devin Noname. Winning bid of $60. A heck of a steal on these. Some people have been getting some real good steals today. I would like to get this many Centrobolus splendidus for $60. I'd be happy about that. All right, and we officially have ended millipedes. We're on to springtails, and it's kind of hard for me to pick a stinger for the end and for the beginning because they're just kind of all okay, they're all pretty cool. So we'll just start off with a group of 200 Orcacella villosa, the woolly mammoth springtail, starting bid of $20. This is the largest easily cultured springtail that I have ever worked with. I have worked with Pogonognathelus elongatus. I think I screwed up the husbandry. I think maybe I kept them. I think there are species that wants high humidity even in the dead of even in the winter, even if everything's moist, they still want higher humidity than that. It's more in line with how they're found in the wild. So I think that's where I messed up. So, I'll get them again eventually. It's not a huge deal. Wow. Springtail folks are really serious today. I'll get the next thing queued up. I love I'm using the stock photos of things. Oh well, they're free to use. They're usage free. Hair I love that. I love that emoji thing. Hair. Uh, Magnificent Animals. My Yuki and Nura, my orange springtails actually completely crashed. Maybe around June. I think it was shortly after, whatever. Maybe after one of the auctions. And yeah, they've just been slowly working their way back in numbers. Again, last springtails they do so well for me all winter because of the high airflow and yada yada yada. And then I have to really put effort in to keep them going over the summer. It's been easier with these bigger setups, but still, it's still work. I think out of all the bugs that I have a compulsion to like spray these springtails daily and to keep them, yet also keep them dry on the springtail shelf that's right here. Like anytime I come here, I'm like, oh yeah, I should spray them. Otherwise, the culture is gonna collapse because it's summer and I can't just dump water into them like I do all winter. I don't have any native orange. I did collect some a couple of weeks ago, but I don't think they're gonna take. I actually threw them in with my Aphiloria polychroma, or I threw a group in with the Aphiloria polychroma. So we'll see if they do anything in there. But I don't have any of the native ones. All right, wrapping up the bids on the Orcasella Villosa. Going once, going twice. Sold to Stella's Springtails with a winning bid of $70, just to make sure. It's interesting. I see your strategy there, where you bid past what the next one would be. If maybe somebody would have bid 75, so you went 76 just in case. Damn, I missed the snipe. That's okay. You can try to snipe with this next species, which is similar but different. We have a group of 100 Orcasella Kinkta, starting bid of $20. Wait your turn until Roach Day. I'm so happy. I'm finally doing well with both of these species consistently. They're so pleasant and big and fluffy. And I'll just show off the enclosures. We're in no rush. We're gonna finish up early too, so you can actually see. So I use, especially in the winter, I use those 32-ounce cups to get stuff started, and then I'll bump them into these when I'm feeling very confident, or for the summer, so they can choose exactly where they want to be. So, but let's see, we got to get you guys going and show these boys off. Right there, maybe, yeah. Yeah. So they're on the moist end, but when I water, they go adventuring all over here. And this container gets pretty dry too. So this is how I prefer to keep them. This is the only way I found to consistently stop them from crashing, is like a bigger setup like this. And again, you see the couple on the side, but you don't see all the ones scattered throughout the substrate. So there's probably a couple thousand in here. But if conditions change, that could go from a couple thousand to like 5, like overnight. I had that happen with my Tomastra Sea of Vulgaris colony, where I went from like the hundreds that you see in the YouTube video down to like 6. And so now I had to restart the whole colony with just the 6. They'll get up there in numbers eventually. It won't take them that long because they're springtails, but so. But yeah, and the Kinkta setup's the same as that too. They have very similar needs. You often found together in the wild, in my experience. Stella Springtails is actually just 1,000 tiny springtails, 1,000 springtails in a trench coat. You might need more than 1,000 springtails. Maybe a million or a billion. Billion's a lot of springtails, but maybe if they were all really close together. All right, here's the X for the Orcasella Kinkta. Let's see. I actually have a picture somewhere coming up for. There we go. Got a picture for that. All right, Orcasella Kinkta. We're going into the countdowns. For not being the hobby, these should be over 30. I mean, I've had them culturing and available for a while, but I don't know. People, you guys just really want them less than the Velosa. They're comparable in size, but the largest Velosa I've seen completely dwarfs the largest Kinkta that I've seen. Everyone fails them, Kyle. Dry. You gotta keep them dry. You guys saw the enclosure. All right. Orcacella Kinkta going once, going twice. Sold to Roach. Winning bid of $30. That is a good deal for these guys. Most of the cost for these springtails on my website is not actually because they are intrinsically expensive. They can reproduce into the thousands very quickly. Most of that is because it costs me time and brain power to manage the colonies, because they're not all smooth sailing. Like if something goes wrong, I have to like drop what I'm doing and change and clean and move everything around to fix the course of the colony and get them going again. And that's why, is because they take a surprising amount of work. It's not like really heavy duty work, like, oh, I had to sterilize a bunch of bark and do all this. It's just like kind of little annoying chip work, like watering and sprinkling the food in and stuff like that. I only fail springtails because sometimes I need a super tiny snack. Anyways, all right. So we did that. What species are we gonna do next? I will do these guys next. Keep desert dwelling. They flood their. They flood their enclosure and boom, no sprung tail. Yeah, I mean, I have several. We're going to go through a couple of desert gryless species soon too. Well, not soon, but Sunday. I actually have a surprising amount of gryless species. I think I'm up to like 15 cultures of gryless, most of them unidentified. So next up, we got a group of 200 Entomobria Grycio Oliveda, starting bid of $20. These guys are kind of like they're basically like a darker version of the Cicobria in terms of what conditions they like, and they're usually found with ants. For a while, I couldn't really find them anywhere. I thought whenever I saw them, I thought, oh, these are so rare and weird. And then this year, they've been very common. There was a night, it rained in the evening, and everything sort of dried out by nighttime. So I went in the backyard to look for bugs. And I have like a pot in the center of one of my trails, and it's got a colony of Tetramorium or something living in it. And the Tetramorium were up on the surface. I think maybe they were like kicking dirt or stuff out of their colony, or they were doing ant things. So they piled up a bunch of detritus and stuff. And there was just so many little pigmentless springtails and Entomobria Grycio Oliveda with them, just swarming all over the stuff. So it's like everybody, they all left the chambers for some reason. So, basically care is the same as tropical pinks, and not really prone to crashing either. I have my colony. I split them into a bigger colony recently, and some of them are trying to climb the sides, like the first couple instars, and I'm like, I don't really like that. Maybe I will. I'll demote you guys back to 30 or 16 ounce deli cup status, but I still have the original deli cup one on one of the shelves in here, and it's never crashed. They eat mostly. I feed them fish flakes and fruit jellies, but it's mostly to feed. I have 2 male hissing cockroaches in there, and so there's just a constant stream of poop, and it seems that's what's probably keeping the springtails going, and always in good numbers. All right, here's the X for the Entomobria Grycio Oliveda. Roach joins in. Boy, I didn't know there's so many people who love springtails. This is great. You guys are making me want to go outside and look for some not Selena bankside. What's the species? I always thought it was an Entomobria. Homidiosocia, which is a species that was everywhere a couple of years ago. It's very easy to breed. And like the last year, nothing. Like the wild springtails this year have been mostly Tomaserus and Orcacella Kinkta for some reason. I am not seeing any Velosa, and not seeing any no Hamidia after it being everywhere one year. It was crazy. I couldn't find anything else. I couldn't find even deeper soil dwelling invertebrates is just Hemidiosocia everywhere by the like hundreds, and then now they're gone, just completely vanished. All right, wrapping up bidding for Entomobria griceolivata, going once, going twice, sold to Stella's Springtails. Winning bid of $36. Stella's Springtail really going after the Springtails. It's almost that's your thing. You are committed. You just really want them. Springtails are my life, TBH. All right, let's go with these things. 500 Entomobria unostrigata. These are a powerful tool that can work with or against you. They're the only springtail that I will point the finger at having caused a roach die off in one of my enclosures. There were so many Entomobria unostrigata in my Euthlastoblata species, I think species Ocala. It's the one we were calling the southern bell roach. That they were eating the fish flakes and swarming them and keeping the newborn Euthlastoblata from eating them. And that, I am pretty sure, is what killed that colony, is because the nymphs would hatch and the springtails would eat the food or degrade the fish flakes quickly, and then the roaches just eventually died. So excellent for bioactives for larger things, for beardies and whatever else, desert dwelling, darkling beetles, all that stuff. But you do need to kind of be judicious with them if you're raising other small things. And if the air is dry, they can get into other springtail enclosures and outcompete them. So just be aware of these things with this species. All right, there's the X. Great cleanup. Someone again, they are great cleanup. I remember when I was in Utah last year, and I lifted a rock on the ground in, I don't know if we were in Hilldale or Colorado City at that point, but this rock, the bottom of it, it was like a 2 foot by foot and a half rock, and the bottom was just covered with tens of, maybe even hundreds of thousands of Entomobria unostrigata. Just unfathomable numbers on the underside of that rock. Absolute insanity. All right. Group of Entomobria unostrigata, 500, going once, going twice, sold to Roach. With a winning bid of $38. Okay. Now we have a group of, I need to look up the Latin for this because I said I would learn it before and then I forgot it. At least I remember the genus, but I can't remember the species. There we go. And again, somebody here sent me these. I'm so sorry if I cannot remember the name, and I'm so sorry if you told me your name again. But somebody sent me these, and they've been a nice little colony to have going. It's nice to have a consistently culturable globular springtail with my care schedule and needs, and this has fit that. We have a group of 50 Arhopalites cecus. It's a cave-dwelling globular springtail. Starting bid of $10. Again, it's the only globular I have been able to consistently culture, and I appreciate that. It's just nice. Consistency is very nice. Devin says he's just moving into my enclosures from my front yard. Phil Dresty says, I kind of think having them in with my H. vittata contributed to that colony crashing. There were just so many of them. Yes, I think part of it is the conditions that cause these huge blooms of Entomobria unostrigata are not conducive to the roaches being very healthy long term. It's usually like dry upper substrate, dry air, high airflow, high substrate humidity. A lot of stuff doesn't really like that long term. So, but that being said, they do get into my vittata colony here. I have not had any problems, though. They don't seem to get established in there for some reason. Willosia get established and also don't cause any problems. But I know probably dozens of unostrigata enter that enclosure a week just ambiently from that whole general area, and nothing has ever come of it. So Dynamo Tear with the 16. That's a beautiful macro photo of them. And you can kind of see that marmoration on their body even without magnification. They do. And the other thing is, though, they look a lot like grain mites. When you just look at the culture, you think, oh, yeah. As Obey the Snar says, they look like mites with springtail faces. They're adorable. They kind of move like grain mites too. It's pretty funny. So, but yeah, good species, good globular. Again, I will say a beginner globular because it's the only one I've been able to keep going. So, all right, we'll put the X there. We are getting down to the last of the springtails, everybody. As much as it pains me to say that, we only got a couple of them left here. And it does make me wish I had a larger springtail collection. I mean, I could have done like tropical pinks and stuff like that, but I don't really see much of a point. Their regular sale pricing is already like pretty much auction-y pricing. Basically, just have them on the website so people can pick up some cleanup crews while they're getting their orders of other stuff. So, but Homidia Socia is on the radar. I will be giving Selena Banksai another try along with a bunch of other southern springtails. I refuse to quit on a lot of that stuff. And hopefully we'll get some more species established. Although we will have a spring trip springtail up for grabs in a second here. So, all right, our Hopolites, last call, going once. Going twice. Sold to Snail's Son with a winning bid of $19. Congratulations. Thank you to all who were participating there. I just now noticing I'm just shy of a goal for today. So we'll see how the next couple items auction, then I might figure something out. Hey, Luch, in the live stream, give me a couple of millipedes you kind of want. I might throw them up for auction at the end of this to try and meet my goalpost for today. Let me know some stuff you were eyeballing. All right, next up we have a group of 100 CF Cyphoderus similis, starting bid of $30. This is one of the white ant springtails. The colony I had going of these for a while that I identified by microscope as being the Cyphoderus similis, I actually sent off to somebody for as part of their last auction order stuff. I just sent them the whole culture. I think it was Loki. I sent them the whole old culture. So then I went off to collect some fresh stock from my neighbor's yard. And so I don't know if these are actually Cyphoderus similis. It's one of the small fast-moving, cream-colored ant associate springtail. So I don't know if they're actually Cyphoderus, but most likely they are. I think that's the most common one in this area of Michigan. So let me see if I got a good picture. Maybe INAT has some pictures from my neighborhood. Surely there are other like-minded individuals in Southeast Michigan who are taking macro photos of, oh, there's nobody. All right. These guys kind of look like use this picture here. Up close, they kind of look like they skipped gym day. Or they skipped gym day. Like they maxed out gym day and they minimized their IQ stats. Like look at the buff body and the little tiny head. Some people thinking, some people not thinking. But yeah, probably at least family Cyphoteridae. We'll see. I'm going to send some off for identification eventually. Probably within the next month or two. I got to get through these auction shipping things first. All right, Roach is interested, so put the X there. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Roach, winning bid of $30. All right. So I talked about earlier about how I had that crash of my Tomasaurus colony. So I did pull a couple individuals. They will turn around. It'll just take a couple of weeks. So this is going to be a ships when ready situation of 100 Tomasaurus CF vulgaris. Starting bid of, let me make sure it's below retail pricing. Maybe I'll bump it to 150 count. Okay, yeah, we can do a lower auction. Starting bid of $20 for Tomasaurus CF vulgaris. The ones that Will and I painstakingly identified, I lost that culture, and then we went back to the same place and collected individuals, and then that became the stock that I've now had for like a year or something going indoors. So I can't guarantee that they're vulgaris because vulgaris and minor occur together, and you have to kill them to look at the little furcula differences to be 100% sure that one is, that they are what they are. But it's the same spot, so it's most likely vulgaris, but I can't guarantee it. So yeah, big, chunky, moisture-loving springtail. I like them. I'm just a fan of springtails because they look like little roaches. They look like roaches that haven't evolved wings yet, basically. Or in the case of some roaches, evolved wings and then lost the wings. Lots of hearts on the image. Warms the cockles of me own heart. All right, here's an X for wrapping up bids on the Tomasaurus, the tentative common bull springtail. Now, we can't just end the springtail section without something special, so we do have something special coming up. All right, Tomasaurus going once, going twice, sold to Stella's Springtails with a winning bid of $30. And say you should be very lucky that you kind of take a moment to get your snipe in there. That way you don't have to pay extra. Let's see, starting bid was 20. Winning bid was 30. Stella's springtails getting some good springtails today. All right, so last of the springtails, and I might do one more item after this because I want to hit a goal for today. So, so I'm going to put up these springtails and then brainstorm what else I could do. We have a group of 100 Entobryomorpha species. Montgomery, Alabama, aka crackhead springtails. So this is the only springtail that I collected on the trip this year that actually cultivated for me long term and that I didn't screw up with. Oh, starting bid. Let me go ahead and put that there. Starting bid of $20. They are very similar at a glance to Entomobria griseolivata, and they are crackheads because when I lifted the bark, they were on like some well-rotted bark or underneath some well-rotted bark. They don't jump. They just run in the most erratic, spastic pattern that I've ever seen any springtail do. They run like a cockroach. And I just looked at them and thought they had this crackhead energy to them. If I had to guess, I would say they're probably genus Sierra because they were not found in an environment like I would find Entomobria griseolivata. There were no ants or anything like that nearby. I'll see maybe if I hold the container up to the to here, you can see some of their behavior. You might actually be able to see them through the side there. Maybe. Oh yeah, there we go. But yeah, when disturbed and exposed to light, they just run. They don't jump. They just run around erratically, and I thought it was very strange. So that's hence the crackhead. Carlos Michelson was infamously quoted as saying that the papaya stump bark was like a crack to the isopods. He's like, it's like a crack to them. And then so now like the meme of finding crack influenced invertebrates lives on. So yeah, I think that they're a Sierra species, but again, they will be sent off to some people with more skill and more time to look at springtails under a microscope than I currently have. But I just thought they're neat, and they've been easy to culture. They're in my like standard, well-ventilated springtail setup, and they would probably do well with millipedes or roaches and the like. It's like a crack to them. All right, we'll put an X here and see what who wants some crackheads. I will maintain the crackhead. Some more Desmosites planata and Uriurida species Auburn, Alabama. I think I can put up another group of Uriurida for you, Luch, to bid on. I think I can do that next once we wrap up with the crackheads here. All right, crackhead springtails. Last call. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bentley, spelled the weird way, with a winning bid of $30. All right. And let's see. Oh, I am $100 short of my goals here. There's got to be something else I can slap up here. We'll get a Uriurida group. One more of the Auburn Alabamas. We'll get one more of those put up. So Luch, here you go. You get to, if you want to bid on it, bid on it. If you're going to win it, you're going to lose it. At least you got an opportunity to do something with it. You got to do something. But other than that, guys and gals, and everybody in between and beyond, we have finished up with today's scheduled programming. Surprisingly early. And I'm really trying to think if there's anything else that I could do. I feel bad I won like all of the springtails. You were driven, that's all. Let's see, write down these. Eurides. Luch the Booch here. Here's an X. Kyle, hit me up if you need oranges, reds, or lilacs. I'm going to need reds again for sure. Dynamo Terror says, have grain pests already been done, or is that yet to be done? Grain pest will be Sunday night. Will be grain pest time. Grain pest plus time. Plants and miscellaneous and all that stuff will be Sunday night. All right, Luch is locking it in. Roach says, yes, hopefully next time. I mean, I will have them at the next auction. They're regularly stocked on the site now, too. So, all right, going once on the Uriurity. Going twice. Sold to Luch, 37.37. Glad we could at least get you some winning bid of $40. Glad we could at least get you some millipede. Is there anything else? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Coelacanth wants some ironclads. I think I could put up another group of perhaps any extra springtails groups. Ectrol, I see your post in the bid central. Let me know what springtail species you were curious about, and I will post if I have extra groups. I could do. My Southwestern collector will be happy about this because he was trying to sell me on the ironclads, and I was not sure if it was something I wanted to stock. But I said I'd try it out at the auction. So I guess we'll do a group of 10 Zophurus Tristis, the sad ironclads, for a starting bid of $40. And I'm going to text him right now and say, hey, you were right about that. Pick, please, of Zophurus Tristis. I miss our photo bots. I've been spoiled. I've been pampered. I want to find one that doesn't have a watermark or something on there, an INAT picture, anything. Here's a bug guide picture. That'll do. Oh, thank you. Bree posted one. Random baby millipede pack. Any and all Paduramorphs are always welcome. I'm not doing so hot with Paduramorphs at the moment. Tiny blues have kind of been on the downswing for me. Really seem to pop up in the winter. It's very strange because I would think they'd like more moisture. Put more Velosa up for someone. Did I miss a giveaway? Hey, Tennyson, no, you haven't missed any giveaways. We're just wrapping up here. Duchess, I do not have any more Creobroid or Gematis, but I will stock more in the future. Possible more Arpalites Caecus. Yeah, no more Caecus. That's the 50s, all that I can spare at the moment. But I can do another group of Entomobria Unostrigata because they're everywhere some days and in some enclosures. All right. We're going to put an X here for the Zophurus Tristis. Getting things wrapped up. And again, early, even before 9, I get to actually relax a little bit tonight. Tomorrow morning, guys, if you are interested in roaches, obviously all day tomorrow is going to be great for roaches, but primarily early is going to be the time to be here. There's so much good stuff tomorrow morning. It's going to be absolutely insane. All right, the Zophurus Tristis group. 10 of them. Going once. Going twice. Wait for the car to pass. Sold to Bama Style AGR with a winning bid of $50. Did not see that coming. Also, congrats on your first Bama Style AGR. Congrats on your first win, your first blood today. LOL, played myself. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. We'll do another group of Entomobria, Uno Strigata, 500 for $30. Weather forecast calls for cockroaches. Thank you, JP. We ever have nodulosis? I don't know. Some of these things I only stock if somebody has a desire for them. Nodulosis I've never been offered. If I was offered them, I would probably take them. And as I've noted before, I will not be throwing my hat in the ring for breeding ironclads until I have a facility. So, one of those wife distracted me. Those are super cool. That beetle, congrats. I mean, I could do another group of death fainters too, maybe. Just not as climactic as having the battles for last minute things. Maybe I could do a 100 count of Orcacella villosa. I could do that. Let me see how close we are to hitting the goals. We're just on the. We're gonna be just fine for hitting the goals for today. But I guess I could throw up one more Orcacella villosa group, a smaller group, but a group nonetheless. All right, we have an X for the Entomobria Uno Strigata group. Probably the most dry tolerant springtail ever known to man. Willosia is pretty dry tolerant too, but they still seem to like a bit of dampness. You will not find Willosia buscae under a rock in the desert. So, all right. Going once on the Entomobria. Going twice. Sold to Ectrol. Oh, thank you, Photo Gallery. With a winning bid of $35, which pushes us right over my desired goal, or my currently desired goal for today, I suspect. But I will do, again, there's some interest in more villosa. I do have a good number of them right now, so I can be a little bit more generous and put up another group. So do a group of 100 Orcacella villosa, not 200. I can't take 1 billion out of the colony right now. Starting bid of $10. LC, you may request roaches. Now is actually the time to do that, because I will go and do my final inventorying tomorrow, and so it's good to know if there's something somebody really wants. But honestly, I am roach crossing. It's my thing, so I got to go real hard in with the roaches. So basically, if I can spare a good-sized group of it, it's going up for auction tomorrow, and a lot of things I can spare good-sized groups of right now. So, but it looks like this Orcacella villosa, this will be the final item for today, everybody. Phenomenal first day, and I have a feeling that the next couple days are going to be even crazier. So, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be absolutely insane. Especially in the morning. There should be Sculpturata, yes. Gynus CF Sculpturata. LC, there will be Roth's burrowing roaches. Those are on the dockets. Orange heads, we didn't get any last auction. There will be Limon Province orange heads. There will not be hobby stock. I actually restarted my hobby stock colony a couple of months ago, so there won't be hobby stock, but there will be Limon Province, Limon, however you pronounce it. There will be Eucharidia tomorrow. There will be Eucharidia and Euthyrhapa tomorrow. There will also be possibly 2 species of Pseudoglomerus. There will be Perispherus tomorrow. There will be so many good things. All right, here's the X for the final group of Orcacella villosa. Group of 100. Exotic Wilderness. Tomorrow's all the roach giveaways. I didn't give away any roaches today. So LC, there will be extinct roaches, but you've been warned. There's been a couple of people foaming at the mouth to get a group of Simondoa, which has been the exact opposite of the last couple of things. All right. Going once on the Orcacella villosa group. Going twice. Sold to Roach with a winning bid of $25. Firmly pushing us over, cementing us above the watermark for today. And oh, what a day it has been. So Kyle, bedtime story auction. Do a crazy one. First auction of the day. Let me just do a quick look into here to see what the first auction is tomorrow. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. We got a lot of nice treasures in here. We got a lot of fine treasures in this book. A lot of nice treasures. So 30 people on live. It was at 44 earlier. And I think tomorrow on Isopod Day, it's going to be even higher. It's going to be crazy. So you're welcome for extra auctions, extra bugs, extra everything. I'm glad I could help to get some things to some people. Obviously, that's why I'm all what I'm about. He went spooky mode. Never go spooky mode. It's almost just spooky month. Almost 2 days. So Vittata have amazing personalities, man. They are one of my favorites. I'm glad you're enjoying them so much. And now I can only hope that more people have long-term success with Hemithrosaurus vittata. We'll see how people's colonies withstand or don't withstand the test of time. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Same with Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. I have a feeling we won't be wrapping up early either of those days. So with that being said, everybody, oh yeah, they wiggle their butts when they eat. They flex them. You can see their abdomens as they chew stuff. So yeah, I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you so much for making this a dynamite first day of the auction. Again, I think it's just going to get better from here, and I'm longing for the Sunday night grain beetle plus auctions. It's going to be so much fun. And thank you, everybody who joined the Discord for this and all the new subscribers and all that stuff. I wonder if I've gotten any more. Probably not gotten any new subscribers today, just Discord members. A couple new subscribers. Okay, cool. Yeah, I love that. Thank you guys so much. So, Roach Day tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to do it. We're going to have a bunch of stuff. Roach people, you are feasting tomorrow. Absolutely feasting with the stuff that's on this sheet. So, all right, without further ado, good night, everybody, and I will see you all bright and early tomorrow. So get some good rest and sell some NFTs or Bitcoin overnight to fund your bug ventures in the morning. So, all right, night, everybody.